be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help a tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things that started. Little did she know the betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises lingered now. They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and sing your lies, but in the depths the Phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, I'll wear the crown. If you get a fire, I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. They promised her wings, but could them instead. Let the kingdom rise, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise. A kitten so weak, concealed by tigers' eyes. She walked away from the poison crop, and still helps the people with the power she has. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her unshaken heart. Resurrected her name, her name was hated, and now righteous again. But no one will see the she embraced. She's done with their lies, she's done being silent. And the king replied that he was deceived. Tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not a fault, we have the weakest king. Stand in the face, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths will be lies. Drag me to hell, wear the crown. If you're in a fire, I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. Justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your schemes, but I am the storm. I shatter your dreams. Never again, no more deceit. I'm unbowed, unbent, on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken. Hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll crawl.
Patay ko na. Wala naman, saan dyan?
They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the church she'd bring. They work to shadows to stop her rain. They drown in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspire to erase her grace. Drag me down, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and spit your lies, but in the depths of these lies, drag me to hell, wear the crown. And you can fire, I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. They put ways to put us instead. Let the kingdom rise. They unleash their greed. She saw the king's heart. A kiss so weak, feels like tigers' eyes. She walked away from the poison road, and it still helps the people with the power she has. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot take her. The kingdom's in ruin, people resurrected and they got rising again. But no, she's fallen with the twisted embrace. She's done with the lies, being silent. And the king cried that he was deceived, tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not our fault we have the weakness king, a king who knows nothing in public key. Drag me to hell, I dare to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths of the beings will rise. Drag me to hell, wear the crown. In your pit of fire, I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your schemes, but I am the storm, my shadow, your dreams. Never get no more deceit. I'm about unbent on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me rain the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken, hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She is a queen with fire in her. Underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, with a script to shame and bring her down. They say let's stick to our plan. Their intentions are drawn in the sand. Oh, but the eagle's heart is brave and clear. She steps into the lair without fear. So you may try to destroy me and skin me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be in their nest of treachery and deceit. The eagle stands tall on her own 2 feet. She sees the game, their desperate play. With every step, she clears the way. keep me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind. Let it be known, let it be known. You will find me unbound. Shadows and the lights, the eagle rises, spreading to God. Oh, their coldness crumble and fade. In her strength they can't evade. So you may try to destroy me, you can stand me alive. You may throw us to the wind. Let it be known, let it be known. You will find me unbound. Darkest sky, always so high. Schemes unfold. In the destiny and destiny. Underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, with a script to shame and bring her down. They say listen to their plan. Their intentions are not innocent. Oh, but the eagle's heart is brave and clear. She steps into the lair without fear. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me unbowed. In their nest of treachery and deceit, the eagle stands on her feet. She sees their game, their desperate play. With every step, she clears the way. They say let's stick to the plan. Their whispers vanish like sand in the sand. Oh, but the eagle knows she's strong and free, facing the storm with dignity. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me unbowed. Through the shadows and the lights, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. Oh, their coldness humble and fade. In her strength they can't evade. So you may try to destroy me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind. Let it be known, let it be known. You will find me unbound. Through the shadows and the lights, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. Oh, their claws crumble and fade. In her strength they can't evade. So you may try to destroy me, you can stand me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind. Let it be known, let it be known, you will find me unbound. Darkest sky, eagles soar her wings so high. Vultures fall through the schemes unfold. The eagle runs. Underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, with a script to shame But the eagle's heart is brave and clear. She steps into the lair without fear. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me unbowed in the nest of treachery and deceit. The eagle stands tall on her own 2 feet. She sees the game, their desperate play. With every step, she clears the way. They say let's stick to the plan. The whispers vanish like sand in the sand. Oh, but the eagle knows she's strong and free. Faces the storm with dignity. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you'll find me out. Through the shadows and the lights, the eagle rises, spread open to the skies. Oh, the colors crumble and fade, in her strength they can't invade. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, let it be known, let it be known, you'll find me unbowed. Shadows and the lights, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. Oh, their movements crumble and fade, in her strength they can't invade. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, let it be known, let it be known, you will find me unbowed. The darkest sky, the eagle soars, her wings held high. All the stars beams unfold, and the nest the eagle burn them. Underneath the moonlight, she is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things that started. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises, they linger now. They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and spin your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, I'll wear the crown, and you in a fire won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall, with justice, truth, and equality for all. They promised her wings, but clipped them instead. Let the kingdom rot, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise, a kitten so weak, concealed by tiger's eyes. She walked away from the poison road. It still helps the people with the power she has. Now the crops plot to tear her apart, but they cannot twist the truth and speak your lies. But in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, wear the crown. In your pit of fire I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your steams, but I am the storm. I shatter your dreams. Never again, no more deceit. I'm unbowed, unbent, on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken. Hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things that had started. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises, he'd linger. They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, I'll wear the crown. In your pit of fire, bow down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. Justice and equality for all. They promised her wings, but clipped them instead. Let the kingdom rot, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise, a kid so weak, concealed by tigers' eyes. She walked away from the poisons and proud, and still helps the people with the power she has. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her unshaken heart. The kingdom's ruined, people will resurrect it. The name once hated, and now rises again. But no one will fall for the tears. She's done with the lie, she's done being silent. And the king cried and he was deceived. Tried to twist his face. It's not her fault we have a weakness king. A king who knows nothing in the public key. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth, speak your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, wear the crown. In your beautiful fire, I won't back down. Think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your schemes, but I am the storm. I shatter your dreams. Never again, no more deceit. I'm unbowed, unbent, on my own feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken. Hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things that started. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises linger now. He saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth. They couldn't say they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and spin your lies, but in the depths the beast will rise. Drag me to hell, wear the crown. In your pit of fire I won't back down, won't back down. You think I'll stand tall, but justice, truth, and equality fall. They promised her wings, but could them instead. Let the kingdom rise, they unleash their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise. A kitten so weak, concealed by tigers. Walked away from their poison throne. It still helps the people with the power she has. Now the cross wanted to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her unshaken heart. People resurrected and the name was hated, never rises again. I know what will she fall for, the sweet embrace. She's done with the lie, she's done being in silence. And the king cried that he was deceived, tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not her fault we have the weakest king, a king who knows nothing, a puppet. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, in your pit of fire I won't bow. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. Justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your speaks, but I am the storm. I shatter your truth. Never again, no more deceit. I'm unbowed, unbent, on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken. Hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life. Beneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spraying seeds of doubt, whisper to shame and bring her down. They say let's keep their plan. Their intentions are drawn in the sand. Oh, but the eagle's heart is brave and clear. She steps into the lair without fear. So you make sure to join me. You can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me about in the nest of treachery and deceit. but stick to the plan. The whispers vanish like sand in the sand. Oh, but the eagle knows she's strong and free, facing the storm with dignity. So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive, you may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me unbowed. Through the shadows and the lies, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. Oh, the colors crumble and fade, in her strength they can't invade. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive, you may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me on the shadows and the lies, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the sky. Oh, their cruel plans crumble and fade, in her strength they can't invade. So you may try to destroy me, you can keep me alive, you may throw my ashes to the wind, let it be known, you will find me unbound. Storm breaks the darkest sky, eagle soars her wings up high, vultures all the rest of schemes unfold, and in her nest the eagle burned them. Underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, with a script to shame and bring her down. They say let's stick to the plan, their intentions are drawn in the sand. Oh, but the eagle's heart is brave and clear, she steps into the lair without fear. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive, you may throw my ashes to it, but let it be known, you will find me unbowed. In their nest of treachery and deceit, the eagle stands tall on her own 2 feet. She sees the game, their desperate play, with every step she clears the way. They say let's stick to the plan, their whispers vanish like sand in the sand. Oh, but the eagle knows she's strong and free, facing the storm with dignity. So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive, you may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me unbowed. Through the shadows and the lies, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things that had started. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises that linger now. They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and spin your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, I'll wear the crown. In your pit of fire I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall, and tall with justice and equality for all. They promised her wings, but cut them instead. Let the kingdom rise, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise. And so weak, concealed by tiger's eyes. She walked away from the poison road. It still helped the people with the power she had. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her shaken heart. The kingdoms rule, people resurrected in a name. A name once hated again. No one will she fall for the twisted embrace. She's done with their lies, she's done being silent. And the king cried and he was deceived. Tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not our fault we have to weaken his king. A king who knows nothing of public key. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, wear the crown. In your pit of fire I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your schemes, but I am the storm, I shatter your dreams. Never again, no more deceit. I'm unbowed, unbent, on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken, hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things that had started. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises had lingered now. They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and spin your lies, but in the justice, truth, and equality for all. They promised her wings, but clipped them instead. Left the kingdom rot, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise. So weak, concealed by tigers' eyes. She walked away from the voices unknown. It still helps the people with the power she had. Now the cross wants to tear her apart. They cannot touch her shaking heart. The kingdoms in ruin, people resurrected a name. A name once hated that now will rise again. But no one will be fall for the twisted embrace. She's done with the lies, she's done this. And the king cried that he was deceived. Tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not our fault we have the weakest king. A king who knows nothing of public key. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and say your lies, but in the depths of things will rise. Drag me to hell, where the crown. In your pit of fire, I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your schemes, but I am the storm, I shatter your dreams. Never again, no more distance. I'm unbowed and bent on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken, hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, with the script to shame and bring her down. They say we stick to the plan. Their intentions are drawn in the sand. But the eagle's heart is brave and clear. She steps into the air without fear. So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me unbowed in their nest of treachery and deceit. The eagle stands tall on her own 2 feet. She sees the game, their desperate play. With every step, she clears the way. They say listen to the plan. Their whispers vanish like sand in the sand. Oh, but the eagle is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hopes to continue the good things that started. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises had lingered now. They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the curse she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitment that won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, I'll wear the crown. In your pit of fire I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. For justice, truth, and equality for all. They promised her ways but couldn't instead. Let the kingdom rot, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise, a kitten so weak, concealed by tiger's eyes. She walked away from the poison, and still helped the people with the power she has. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her unshaken heart. The kingdoms and ruin, people resurrected in that name, and the name was taken, then now rises again. But no will she fall for the sweet embrace. She's done with their lies, she's done with silence. And the king cried that he was deceived. Tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not her fault we have the weakness king, a king who knows nothing in the public key. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, I'll wear the crown. In your pit of fire I won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your schemes, but I am the storm, I shatter your dreams. Never again, no more deceit. I'm unbowed, unbent, on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. I'll remain unbroken, unshaken. Hear my call, I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises had lingered now. They saw her as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, equality. They promised her wings, but clip them instead. Let the kingdom rot, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise, a kitten so weak, concealed by tiger's eyes. She walked away from the poison throne, and it still helps the people with the power she has. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her shaken heart. The kingdoms is ruined, people resurrected in a name, and the name was hated and now rises again. But no more will she fall for the truth she embraced. She's done with their lies, she's done being silent. And the king cried that he was deceived, tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not our fault we have a weakness king, a king who knows nothing, a puppet king. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lie, But in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, never come. In your pit of fire won't back down. Think I'll break, but I'll stand tall. Justice, truth, and equality for all. I've heard your schemes, but I am the storm, I shatter your dreams. Never again, no more deceit. I'm about unbent, on my own 2 feet. Drag me to hell, watch me reign in the fire and the fury. Remain unbroken, unshaken, hear my call. I'll rise above, I'll conquer all. She is a queen with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne. She said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to help the tiger become a king. She hoped to continue the good things that had started. Little did she know that she was betrayed. He claimed the throne but broke his vow. Empty promises did linger now. They saw her as a threat, not as an ally. Plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They drowned in fear, they couldn't face, so they goodbye to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, and my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the depths of the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, I'll wear the crown. In your pit of fire, won't back down. I'll break, but I'll stand tall. With the justice, truth, and equality for all. They promised her wings, but them instead. Let the kingdom rot, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the king's hollow disguise, a kitten so weak, concealed by tiger's eyes. She walked away from the throne. It still helps the people with the power she has. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her unshaken heart. The kingdom's in ruin, people resurrected in name. The name was taken, now rise again. But no more she's fallen for the deceivers. She's done with their lies, she's done being silent. And the king cried and he was deceived, tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not a fault we have a weakness king, a king who knows nothing, a puppet your lies. But in the depths of fearful lies, screaming hell and the crown. In your pit of fire, I won't back down. You think I'll play, but I'll dance wall. Justice is truth and equality for all. Underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, whisper to shame and bring her down. They say let's stick to the plan. Their intentions are drawn in the sand. Oh, but the eagle's heart is brave and clear. She steps into their lair without fear. So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you won't find me unbowed. In their nest of treachery and deceit, the eagle stands tall on her own 2 feet.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Tagal lang ako bumaba. Nakikialam mo tayo makikihada.
She clears the way.
Sino ba na dyan? Si Aida! Baby Breeze! Mami Amelia, Sis Domitnix! Thank you so much, Sis Myra and Sis Edka Berte. Salamat sa inyo! Gracia! Gracia, pa nag-send ka na ng Gcash mo? Kasabunutan ko ito pa huli-huli. Bagay, hindi pa naman nakikita nung anak ko. Nako, si Delimang Uwas, dumating na. Makikihada. Imbitado ka ba? Kayla Delima. Magkikita na naman kayo ni PRRD.
Through the shadows and the shadows, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. Oh, the humble and the vain, in her strength they can't evade.
Ang nagluluto ng shabu sa
So you
BGMP.
may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive. You may throw my ashes and let it be known.
Ano lang yan, sa politics side namin. Tulong-tulong lang. Para maiba ang maiba ang buhay. Maiba ang pananaw ng mga tao. Actually, nagtatrabaho ako kaso lang ay, may ginagawa pa amo. Sabi niya 10 minutes daw. Every 10 minutes.
So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind. Let it be known, let it be known. You will find me unbound. Underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, whisper to shame and bring her down. They say let's stick to the plan. Their intentions are drawn in the sand. Oh, but the eagle's heart and clear. She steps into the air without fear. So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive. You may throw my to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me unbound. She sees the game, desperate play. With every step, she clears the way. They say let's stick to the plan. Their whispers vanish like sand in the sand. Oh, but the eagle knows she's strong and free, facing the storm with dignity. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You make me throw my ashes into the wind, but let it be known, you will find me about. Through the shadows and the lights, they say eagle rises, spread through the skies. Oh, they're cruel and humble and fade. In her strength they can't invade. So you may try to destroy me, you can see me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, let it be known, let it be known, you will find me unbound. Through the shadows and the lights, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. Oh, their cruel hands crumble and fade. In her strength they can't invade. So you may try to destroy me, think you can stay alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, let it be known, let it be known, you will find me alive. The dawn breaks, the darkest skies, these souls they tell high. The schemes unfold, and that's the evil of them. She is a queen, with fire in her eyes. They wanted her to take the throne, but she said no. All she wanted was a simple life, to be a mom to her little ones. A friend begged and convinced her to hope that the tiger would become a kid. She hoped to continue the good things that had started. Little did she know the trick. He claimed the throne but broke his vow, and promises had lingered now. They saw her as an ally, plotted her downfall by spreading lies. They were fearful of the trust she'd bring. They worked in shadows to stop her reign. They saw the fear of the truth they couldn't face, so they conspired to erase her grace. Drag me to hell, I dare you to try. I'll stand in the flames, my commitments won't die. You can twist the truth and spin your lies, but in the depths the phoenix will rise. Drag me to hell, like the crown. In your pit of fire, won't back down. You think I'll break, but I'll stand tall, with the truth and equality for all. They promised her wings but clipped them instead. Let the kingdom rot, they unleashed their greed. She saw through the caged disguise, a kitten so weak, concealed by tigers' eyes. She walked away from the poison throne, and still helps the people with the power she has. Now the cross wants to tear her apart, but they cannot touch her shaken heart. The kingdom's ruined, people resurrected in them, and the ones hated that now rises again. But no more will she fall for the twisted embrace. She's done with their lies, she's done being in silence. And the king cried, that he was tried to twist the truth and save his face. It's not our fault we have to witness king, a king who knows nothing, a puppet king. dare you to try. I'll stand as a friend, but it won't die. You can twist the truth and speak your lies, but in the dust of the phoenix will rise. Shining another crown.
As of the moment, present are the Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and the Majority Leader, Senator Toldo Lentino, the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Lisa Ontiveros. As of the moment, and online, I forgot, online is Senator Cynthia Villar. Let me show on the screen also the video feed of Senator Cynthia Villar. So, the chairman will now deliver his opening statement. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to the first hearing of the subcommittee of the Blue Ribbon Committee, which was given the responsibility of investigating the Philippine war on illegal drugs. Allow me to thank Senate President Jesus Escudero, the chairperson of the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Pia Cayetano, and of course my colleagues here in the Senate. And we are just being joined by Senator Pato de la Rosa, for the trust you have placed on this representation to chair this subcommittee. Our assignment will not be an easy task. I shall conduct this investigation without fear or favor, and I will simply follow the evidence. As the chairman of this subcommittee, I have construed our instruction to investigate the Philippine war on illegal drugs to begin with the Duterte administration, which was the first administration to use the term war on drugs to signify its prioritization of the enforcement of our anti-illegal drugs laws, all the way up to the present time. Under our Senate rules, the Blue Ribbon Committee has jurisdiction over matters relating to investigation of malfeasance, misfeasance, and non-feasance in office by officers and employees of the government. Malfeasance is intentional conduct that is wrongful or unlawful. Non-feasance is failure to act where there was a duty to act. Misfeasance is conduct that is lawful but harms another person due to carelessness or an accident. Therefore, with the permission of my colleagues, I want to start our investigation by examining first the Duterte administration's enforcement of our anti-illegal drugs laws. How effective was the Duterte administration's war on drugs? Did it follow the law and rules? Was it compliant with the letter of the Constitution as well as with the values and principles contained in our Constitution? I am thankful to the House of Representatives Squad because I believe they have saved us a lot of time with the allegations which have been made before them, many of which we can take notice of being of public knowledge, a la judicial notice. We can take notice of the grievances of people. Our hearings will be an opportunity for those who have been accused of malfeasance, misfeasance, or non-feasance, or even just put in a bad light to respond to the allegations should they wish to do so. These hearings will also give the senators a chance to find out more about how the Philippines conducts its drug wars, which is a matter of great public interest. Let's remember what the Constitution tells us. Public officers and employees must at all times be accountable to the people. Serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency. Act with patriotism and justice, and lead modest lives. The state shall maintain honesty and integrity in the public service and take positive and effective measures against graft and corruption. According to a case by the Supreme Court, it bears to emphasize that public office is a public trust. Thus, public officers are exhorted to, at all times, serve the public with transparent accountability. So, let us all keep an open mind. Let us follow the evidence. With thousands of deaths caused by the Duterte administration's war on drugs, we have caused one death too many. Sobrang dami naman lamang lahat. We don't even have the death penalty on our statute books. And even assuming that we had this, the state would not have executed more than 6,000 death convicts in 6 years. No state with a conscience would have done this, and this would have merited international condemnation. Let us therefore answer the cries for justice from our people. Let us reform not just the Philippine National Police, but the entire notion of public service. Ang sabi, public office is a public trust. Ano bang ibig sabihin nito? We know that something is terribly wrong somewhere. Together, let us find out what and where. Let us be objective as we analyze our problems. And let us, as much as possible, be scientific or systematic as we determine our solutions and our way out of this difficult situation we find ourselves in. So I say again, let us follow the evidence so we can uncover the truth. We want to know the truth, not only we can set us free, but also so we can strengthen the rule of law and then heal our land. So we ask for the people's prayers. May the Almighty and all-knowing God guide us in this endeavor. When Senator Joel Villanueva arrives, the chairman is designating him as the vice chairman for this particular hearing. So maraming salamat po sa oras ninyo, and I also now want to acknowledge Senator Bongo, Vice President, and Senator Robin Padilla. They have also arrived after the initial list of senators was mentioned. Okay, can I suspend for a few minutes to allow the arrival of former President Rodrigo Romualdez Duterte? Okay, we will also, to give the other invitees time to come in. We will now allow, the chair will now allow his colleagues in the subcommittee to deliver their opening statements, and we will follow the order of arrival. Should they wish to, okay. Senator Bongo? Okay, we will Senator Cindy Villar, do you wish, ma'am, to deliver an opening statement? Okay. We now proceed to the next person on the list. Senator Bato de la Rosa, if you wish to time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, truth-telling needs no dressing up for the occasion. Telling the truth demands nothing more than just that. Telling it, testifying to it. Lying, on the other hand, requires fabrication. Intricate, deliberate, elaborate planning. One lie is tied to a system, an entire web of other lies. In order for the story, the fabric, to hold together. Nitong nakaraang mga araw, Mr. Chair, Ako'y tinanong kung ano raw ang mga ginagawa kong preparasyon para sa pagdinig natin ngayong araw na ito. Ang sagot ko po ay wala. Sapagkat ang pagsasabi ng totoo ay hindi humihingi ng anumang espesyal na paghahanda. Ang katotohanan, baligtarin man, simula sa dulo o sa gitna, ay masasabi ng malaya sa kalooban. Sasabihin naman ng iba, gano'n naman pala, bakit hindi ka na lang umattend doon sa hearing ng House? My position on this too has remained the same. I do not wish to be the first to break our tradition of interparliamentary courtesy. If our counterparts in the lower house do not exercise interparliamentary courtesy, this humble representation does. But most importantly, I do not wish to be a guest of their gag show. Mr. President, kung ako ay makasarili lamang, kung ako ay swapag na tao, unang pagtawag pa lang nila, nandoon ako makatin to clear myself. But because I am a member of the Senate, I have to protect the tradition that being observed by this institution. Kaya hindi na lang, Mr. President, pag hindi na ako senador, I will do that every day. Kung gusto ka, doon lang ako tumira sa kanila. Pero sa ngayon, ako senador pa, please naman, sana respetuhin nila yung ating interparliamentary courtesy. Ayaw kong magiging president, Mr. President. Pagdating ng araw, in the future, lahat ng mga senador, bubuisit sa kakatawag sa kanilang pangalan kapag ang kanilang pangalan ay nag-replicate sa investigation na ginagawa ng other house, ay punta na lang ng punta at wala nang magawa na legislation. Kaya po ako nilito yun. Hindi lamang bilang isang vice chairperson ng committee ito, kundi bilang isang resource person. As a former PNP chief during the DUTERTE administration, I have been tagged multiple times as the face of the war on drugs. The same war on drugs openly supported by both the Senate and the House of Representatives, and of course supported by our people. Perhaps I am one of the best persons to contribute to today's discussion. I am here, Mr. Chair, to tell the truth, and as I do so, witness the web of lies come undone, one thread at a time. Today, I say duty calls. My duty to the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Daghang salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. The chairman apologizes for forgetting our tradition here in the Senate that the Senate officers, when they are present, they are given priority in line, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. So, let me now recognize our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Estrada, if he cares to deliver his opening
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, my esteemed colleagues, and to all our resource persons, particularly former President Rodrigo Romo Duterte. First and foremost, I would like to commend this subcommittee for its immediate action to discuss this pressing issue that has shaped our nation's landscape, the Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. The War on Illegal Drugs campaign, which started to fight problem that jeopardizes our community's safety and well-being, has generated a lot of discussion about its strategies and ramifications. Hindi mapagkakaila na ang inisyatibong ito ay palawak ng kamalayan ng publiko hinggil sa malaking problema sa illegal na droga at sa mga panganib na dulot nito na nagbunsod ng mas mataas na pag-iingat sa ating mga komunidad. Habang kinikilala natin ito at ang pangangailangan ng tunan ang mga krimen may kaugnayan sa illegal na droga, mahalaga rin na isaalang ang mga karapatan ng tao at dignidad ng lahat ng individual na apektado. Let's approach this issue with an open mind and a commitment to identifying a policy that genuinely benefits the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po, Sir Chair.
Thank you, Senator Estrada. Next will be our majority leader, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed with my opening statement, just a point of parliamentary inquiry. Are we now using, because I used to be the chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee, and we amended the rules last year, August 17, 2023 to be exact. Are we now adopting the amended rules of the Blue Ribbon, Mr. Chairman?
To answer the question of the majority leader, we are of course operating under the new rules of the Blue Ribbon, Mr. President. Blue Ribbon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Reason why I asked the question because our jurisdiction is embodied in a new set of rules. The purpose of which is to define the limits of our power and how and for what purpose the power is to be used. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for adopting the said rules. Gusto lamang pong idiin sa mga nakikinig po ngayon, lalo na po sa mga abogadong naririto, that you should have in your possession or you must have probably read the rules that I have just mentioned. Otherwise, siguro yung mga kliyente nyo, hindi dapat pa kayo bayaran ngayon kung hindi nyo nabasa yung rules. No offense to members of the bar present here, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have been studying meticulously long lines of cases, and it would appear that the morass here, Mr. President, of this Senate hearings motivation is probably understandable. There is indeed, to the minds of those knowledgeable in law, a seeming conflict between a presumption of regularity as to what this committee will be doing and the presumption of innocence insofar as the rights of those perhaps not yet indicted, resource persons present here today. Mr. Chairman, balancing the general public interest as against individual rights is probably the duty of this committee, and that is your job today, Mr. Chairman. In proceeding with today's investigation, I have studied the long line of constitutional authority emanating from the Constitution to the recognition by the Constitution itself of the right of the House of Representatives or the Senate to formulate its own rules. And under para ipaliwanag yung mga dapat ipaliwanag. Kinikilala po namin ang inyong karapatan, kinikilala rin po ng komite ito ang karapatan ng lahat na naririto at dapat po yan galang. The Senate's power to investigate is not merely a procedural exercise. It's a profound duty that enables us to uncover the truth, foster transparency, and safeguard public trust. Yet, in our pursuit of truth, we are guided by the unyielding principles of the Bill of Rights, a cornerstone of our democracy that protects the freedom and dignity of the Filipino. Yun po yung sinabi ko kanina. Mahirap yung trabaho ng chairman dito ng committee ito to balance public interest as against individual rights. The Bill of Rights ensures that even as we seek accountability, no individual rights to protection from self-incrimination, no individual rights to due process, protection from self-incrimination, no individual rights to due process, protection from self-incrimination, no individual rights to due process, protection from self-incrimination, mahirap yung trabaho ng chairman dito ng committee to balance public interest as against individual rights. The Bill of Rights ensures that even accountability, no individual rights to due protection from self-incrimination,
Yan ang isa sa mga pangako niyang sana hindi na lang niya tinupad. Maraming nagsasabi, nagbibiro lang daw si tatay. Pero sa ngayon, hindi tayo nandito para magtalo pa kung anong ibig niyang sabihin sa libo-libong na sinabi ni President Duterte na papatay niya tayong mga Pilipino. Today, we will take him as his word. Ngayong umaga, iimbestigahan natin ang madugong war on drugs at ang mga batas at polisiya na nagpahintulot dito. Malaking bagay po ang partisipasyon ni dating Pangulong Duterte bilang chief architect ng nangyerang ito. Kulang ang mga investigasyon kung hindi siya tatanungin. Ngunit, hindi ito tungkol lang sa kanya. Dahil bawat biktima ng EJK at mga naulila nila ay biktima ng sistematikong pang-aabuso. In the end, the perpetrators were even rewarded. Pare-pareho ang resulta ng investigasyon. May organized kill list, summary executions, may mga aligasyon ng planted na ebidensya, hanggang sa nabalot na ng takot. Mga nanlaban daw kasi sabi ng ating mga pulis. Kung kampanya talaga ito laban sa droga, bakit tinatayang 122 na bata ang napatay, kabilang ang 1 taong gulang na sanggol na walang kamuwang-muwang? Nanlaban? Yung 32 na namatay sa Bulacan sa loob ng iisang gabi noong 2017. Lahat ba yun nanlaban? Talaga? Eh yung 26 kataong patay sa isang gabi rin noong 2017 sa Maynila naman. Nanlaban. Para sa maraming biktima, hindi madali ang manindigan para sa kanilang mga karapatan. Kaya sa kasagsagan ng war on drugs noong 2017, hinawakan ng aking opisina ang kaso ni Kian de los Santos at kinukup namin ang mga testigo sa kanyang pagpatay, kasama ang mga menor de edad. Nawa, sa pamamagitan ng hearing na ito, masimula ng pagkamit ng hustisya at paghihilom para sa kanila sa iba pang biktima. At sa lahat ng nagsasabi na ang war on drugs ay parusa daw para sa mga naliligaw ang landas, my message to you is this: there is no honor in punishment like tokhang. It should not be an honor to be called the Punisher when thousands of innocent people, including babies, have died in your name. Hindi kailanman ipagmamalaki ng mga Pilipino ang war on drugs na yan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Padilla is next. Senator Bongwe visa prioritization. Senator, okay, you're next. Senator Padilla. Then I'll go back to Senator.
Salamat po. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu Allah Rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Isa pong pagbati ng kapayapaan sa inyong lahat, sa amin pong tagapangulo, Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, Pinunong Minoria, Aquilino, Coco Pimentel, Duterte, mga magandang umaga po. Sa amin pong Pro Tempore, Senator Jingoy Estrada, sa amin pong Majority Leader, Francis Tolentino, Sir, at sa amin pong Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros, at siyempre po sa amin pong pinakamatigas na Senado, Senator Bato de la Rosa, at sa amin pong malasakit King, Senator Go, at sa lahat po ng mga bisita, at siyempre po sa Iron Man, ang hinahangaan po namin pinakamagaling na Pangulo ng Pilipinas, PRRD, Digong, Mayor. Isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po ay nakikinig sa mga opening statements ng aking mga kasama. Sila po ay Batikan, mga Batikor, mga abogado, mga kilala na po na nagbibigay ng point of view sa legal na usapin. Ang aking pong pahayag ay naratibo ng isang convicted criminal. Ako po ay convicted. Ako'y nakulong. Ako po'y nabuhay kasama mga kriminal sa bilibid. At kilala ko po ang underworld. Siguro po, aring sa ibang bagay, mas maraming nalalaman ang aking mga kasamang senador, pero pag pinag-usapan po natin ang mga kriminal dito sa bayan natin, ako po ang magsasabi sa inyo. Napakadami na pong kriminal sa atin na walang puso, ang mga halang ang kaluluwa. Napag-usapan po natin ang mga biktima ng sinasabing war on drugs, pero hindi po natin napag-usapan ng mga biktima ng mga drugista. Kung paano pinapatay ang kanilang mga anak, pinapatay ang kanilang mga asawa, pinapatay ang kanilang kapitbahay, kung paano sinira ng droga ang mga buhay ng mga pamilya ng OFW, kung paano po sa loob mismo ng bilibid, kung saan po ako nakulong ng 3 taon at ginawa ko pang pelikula ito, ang pangalan ko ng pelikula, maaari niyo pong panoorin, Hari ng Selda, dito po ay binunyag ko na sa loob mismo ng bilibid ay nagluluto ng shabu. 1998 po yun. Kung bibilangin po natin yung taon na yun, hanggang sa dumating Iron Man, ilang taon po yun. Ganun po kahaba ang mga panahon na nangyayani at talagang naghahari ang mga drug pusher sa bilibid. Alam niyo po, mga mahal kong kababayan, wala po, totoo po. Ang kamatayan ng buhay ng isang tao ay yan po ay bigay ng Diyos. Yan po ay kayamanan, yan po ay regalo sa atin ng Diyos. Pero, mga mahal kong kababayan, ang ating pong bayan ay nasa bingit ng napakalaking kapahamakan. Kung hindi po tatitindig ang ating kapulisan, kung hindi po tayo, ang ating mga law enforcement, tayo po ay tatalunin ng mga sindikatong naghahari na nagluluto na ng mga droga kung saan-saan. Mga mahal kong kababayan, ang datos po ang magsasabi na nung sa panahon ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, masasabi ko na po na natakot ang mga kriminal. Wala pa po siyang ginagawa. Doon lang sa commercial niya na last Christmas yun na to, natakot na ho ang napakaraming kriminal. Natakot na ho ang napakaraming turugista, napakaraming pusher ang nag-surrender. Wala pong nangyayari. Sa salita lang po yun. Mga mahal kong kababayan, kung sisisi natin lahat ang mga namatay dito sa administrasyon ni Rodrigo Roa Duterte, abay nagkakamali po tayo. At alamin po natin kung ano ang drug underworld. Kung ano ang mga drug syndicates. Ako na po ang nagsasabi sa inyo. Regular na to, tuwing magpapalit ng administrasyon, naglilinis ang mga sindikato. Magkakaroon talaga ng maraming mamamatay dahil naglilinis. Para pagpasok ng bagong administrasyon, yung kanilang mga alagang, mga kriminal, mga alagang, mga pusher, mga tapos na. Sana po, sa usapin na ito, maging realistic po tayo, mga mahal kong kababayan. Kung kailan ba natin na ibalik sa mga kababayan natin ang kalsada. Nung panahon na yun, nagigiinuman sa tabi, nakahubad, ang mga babae, hindi makapaglakad, hindi ka makapaglakad ng may cellphone ka, agawin ng cellphone mo, loob ng bahay mo, papasukin ka. Mga kababayan naman. Huwag naman natin haluan ng politika ito. May mga bagay dito sa mundo na kailangan maging realidad tayo. Buong mundo, problema ang droga. Kung walang tatayo para lumaban dito, paano na ang kinabukasan ng mga anak natin? Paano na ang kinabukasan ng bayan natin? Kaya sana po ang hinihiling ko sa lahat, dito sa pagdinig nito, iwasan ng politika. At tingnan po natin kung saan talaga tayo tutungo ang bayan natin. Mga kababayan, lubog na po tayo sa utang, lubog pa tayo sa tubig, pati ba naman sa ganito, lubog pa rin tayo. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Bongo, please.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Good day to all my esteemed colleagues and to all resource persons present here today. Allow me to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the families of the victims of Typhoon Christine as well as those who lost their properties and livelihood. Please know that your Senate will be working extra hard to address your pressing concerns. Marami tayong gustong imbestigahan at bigyan ng pansin lalo na po sa pangangailangan po ng mga nasasalat. Rest assured that your senators will do so at the proper forum. In the meantime, we are here to discuss another pressing issue that concerns not only the previous administration but the future of our nation. Gusto ko pong lumabas na ang katotohanan para makafocus na po tayo sa pagserbisyo po sa ating mga kababayan. Lalo na ngayon, marami pong nasalanta na nangangailangan po ng tulong at ang daming naghihirap. With this, let me emphasize that everything I will say here will be on my oath as a senator. To be clear, my presence here is not only as a member of this committee but also as a resource person kung kinakailangan para maiwanagan tayong lahat. Andito tayo para nalaman ang totoo, nais nating lumabas ang katotohanan. After all, there is only one truth, and it can stand for itself, and there is no need to defend it. Mr. Chair, I trust that the truth will be thoroughly and fairly brought out by this committee, fittingly presided by our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, we respect its mandate to investigate the war against illegal drugs in aid of legislation. In fact, I filed a resolution to investigate the war on drugs dahil gusto nating malaman ang totoo. Gusto nating makapagsalita ng malaya at na walang takot ang mga naimbitahan dito, walang public shaming, walang trial by publicity, katotohanan lamang po at hindi politika. The Filipino people must realize the truth. At kung ano ang naidulot ng kampanya laban sa illegal na droga at kung nakinabang ba ang mga Pilipino. Mr. Chair, bago mahalal si dating Pangulong Duterte, talamak talaga ang illegal na droga noon. Napasukan ito ng sindikato at karamihan dyan armado kahit ang hanay ng pulisya na infiltrate, systematic talaga ang problema. Kaya naman kailangan po ng kamay na bakal para solusyonan ito. Kaya nga nanalo si dating Pangulong Duterte dahil sa kanyang campaign promise to get rid of illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption na mga salot po ng lipunan. Mr. Chair, ang sambayan ng Pilipino na po ang humusga. Kung nakakapaglakad ba sila sa gabi na walang takot sa daan, pati po yung mga OFWs natin sa abroad, nagkakaroon sila ng peace of mind dahil ligtas ang mga mahal nila sa buhay na nakakauwi po sa gabi na hindi nasasaktan at hindi nababastos. Noong panahon ng panunungkulan ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, 55% o halos 6 sa bawat 10 barangay sa buong bansa ang naging drug-free. Resulta po ito ng pagkumpiska sa lampas 76 billion na halaga ng droga na pakalalat noon sa ating malansangan. Base rin po sa datos, 79% o halos 8 sa bawat 10 Pilipino ang sumusuporta sa kampanya laban sa illegal na droga. Sa unang 5 taon naman ni Pangulong Duterte sa pwesto, mahigit 70% ang ibinaba ng crime rate sa buong bansa. Bukang bibig po yan ng ating mga kababayan kung gaano sila kapanatag, lumabas sa lansangan, kahit sa 10 oras ng gabi dahil alam nilang ligtas sila at ang kanilang mga anak. Ako mismo, meron po ako nakakasalubong sa mga 7-Eleven na nagpapasalamat na ligtas na raw po ang kanilang mga anak. Kaya naman po, nananatiling mataas ang approval at trust ratings ni Pangulong Duterte mula simula hanggang pagtatapos ng kanyang termino. Ito ang patunay na kinikilala ng sambayanan ang mga positibong pagbabagong dala ng kanyang pamamalakad. The war on drugs of the previous administration, lest we forget, enjoyed widespread public support across all sectors. Mr. Chair, hindi po natin maikakaila. People are now seeing the difference on how once upon a time they felt safe in the streets and their communities. Mr. Chair, nakakalungkot dahil bumaliktad na po ang panahon bago na po ang ihip ng hangin, ang pinagsikapan at pinaghirapan po ng nakarang administrasyon na linisin ng bansa, laban sa kriminalidad at droga, ganun na lang po ngayon kung baliwalain. Mr. Chair, ganun ba natin itrato ang sakripisyo ng mga alagad na batas noon? Imbis na pasalamat tayo sa kanila, at sila po yung naging bayani noon, sila po ngayon ay tila binabasura. Noong panahon ng war on drugs, panay puri ang naririnig natin, napakaganda po ang ginawa ni PRRD. Bakit makalipas po ng 3 taon, puro paninira at paninisina? Paano naman po yung mga taong nagtrabaho at tumulong para maibalik ang peace and order? At paano rin po yung mga magagandang naidulot sa mga Pilipino ng laban kontra droga? But, Mr. Chair, this does not mean that the Duterte administration sanctioned human rights abuses. Ang tanging hangarin ni dating Pangulong Duterte ay linisin ang ating bansa at labanan ang mga naghahasik ng lagim, lalo na po sa pagdating sa illegal na droga. Sa pagkakaalam ko, kailanman ay wala siyang pinapatupad na anumang sistema, kapalit po ang buhay ng sinuman. Ayaw natin na mismong mga alagad ng batas ang lalabag sa karapatang pantao at ayaw rin nating mangyari ang mga durugista ang maghasik ng lagim sa bawat kalye na ating dinadaanan. Noong panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte, kung malagay sa alanganin ang buhay ng mga pulis, kung manlaban ang suspect, unahan na nila dahil pulis ang mamatay sa ginagawa lang naman nila ang kanilang tungkulin. In fact, noong 2018, sa maalala ko po, pumunta po kami ni dating Pangulong Duterte sa Norsagaray, alas 3 po ng umaga, sa burol po ng isang pulis na binaril po ng drug addict. Naunahan po siya. Yan po ay isa sa mga halimbawa na nakakalungkot na ginagampanan po ng tungkulin ng ating kapulisan ng kanilang trabaho. Maliban sa paggawa ng batas, ay taasan ang budget ng mga pulis para wala silang rason na hindi nila magampanan ang trabaho nila. Di ba, maalala niyo po, noong 2018, inuna nating idoble ang sahod ng pulis sa entry position nila, kasama na po dyan ang mga uniform personnel. Estudyante pa po ako, 1980s, 90s, takot na takot po ako sa pulis. Checkpoint, walang ilaw, maraming hulidap, laglag bala, extortion. Pero nung panahon ni Pangulong Duterte, balik po ang respeto sa mga pulis. Kaya full support tayo sa mga uniform personnel. At lalo-lalo na po sa mga nagtatrabaho para sa bayan. Dagdag pa dyan, dapat bigyan natin sila ng sufficient operational support, legal support in line of duty. In fact, I filed Senate Bill 422 to provide free legal assistance for uniform personnel who on any charge related to the performance of their official duty. Sakaling may arestuhin sila, meron silang operational funds o panggastos, kailangan talaga nilang suporta. Kulang talaga ang kanilang pondo. Paano naman sila makakagalaw kung abonado pa sila? Kaya po, nandito tayo in aid of legislation to craft laws and check if kailangan additional budget para magampanan nila ang tama kanilang tungkulin. Let me reiterate, my fellow legislators, I was once quoted in relation to PRRD's anger towards these ninja cops, no? Dahil full support niya po siya sa mga pulis, tapos meron pang mga ninja cops. Nag-imbestiga tayo dito, Senado. Natanong ako tungkol dito at sinabi ko, galit talaga siya sa mga ninja cops. At dahil dito, tinakot niya talaga para ma-intimidate sila, para matakot po sila. Iba po ang pananakot para ma-intimidate, iba naman po ang usapan, ang reward. Alam ko, walang reward system na ipinapatupad si former President Duterte laban sa sinumang sibilyan, mapadraglord man o karaniwang tao na sangkot sa illegal na droga. Walang basihan ang mga paratang na binitawan sa mga patinig na di umano'y reward system kapalit ng buhay noong panahon ng war on drugs ng Duterte administration. At habang nasa usapin tayo ng pera, taliwas po sa sinasabi ng iba, minsan po, hindi po ako authorized, hindi ako mahawak ng pera. Sinasagot ko lang po ito dahil sa mga pagdinig, no, na nababanggit po ang ating pangalan. Never po ako naghahandle ng budget of finance matters, kahit nung mayor pa po si Pangulong Duterte. Taliwas din po sa sinasabi ng iba. And in fact, maraming nadadamay, si Muking, who is not employed in the Senate, was personnel in the office of the President noon, at tulad ko, scheduling, administrative work, mga clerical work. I'm sure lahat kayo nagpapa-appointment po sa amin through Muking. Noong unang panahon, sobrang busy po yun. Marami pong opisyal na lumalapit sa amin na even during the time of the pandemic, no, nangailangan ng tulong at hindi po namin tinatanggihan yan sa abot ng aming makakaya, ay pinapansin po namin lahat na nanghinaing. Nais ko rin klaruhin ang naging trabaho o role ko po sa administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Duterte. I was appointed and faithfully served as Special Assistant to the President or SAP from 2016 to 2018 as per Section 2 of Executive Order 2016-01 and SAP. I exercised mere oversight functions of three independent and cross-functional offices, which are OSAP, Office of the Appointments Secretary, and Presidential Management Staff. As stated in the Executive Order creating OSAP, our functions were limited to scheduling, appointments, and presidential engagements. Our mandate did not include sensitive matters like police operations. Walang kinalaman po ang aking opisina o sino mang staff nito noon sa operasyon at organisasyon sa government security sector, mga military o kapulisan, whether directly or indirectly, we had no participation in these operations. In 2018, I left the executive branch when I resigned in order to run for and eventually be elected as senator in 2019 as a legislator and chairman of the Committee on Health during the time of COVID-19 pandemic. I supported and coordinated closely with the executive branch to be able to formulate policies and legislation that would improve our response to the pandemic. We passed Republic Act 11469 or the Bayanihan to Heal as one law, Republic Act 11494 or the Bayanihan to Recover as one law, and Republic Act 11712 or the Public Health Emergency Benefits and Allowances for Healthcare Workers Act, among others. Beyond my mandate as a senator, nangako po ako kay Pangulong Duterte na hindi po siya iwanan at lalay pa rin po ako sa kanya sa pangailangan niya po in my own personal capacity. Kaya naman po, sinasamahan ko siya at kadalasan po ay sa personal ko po itong kapasidad at lalo-lalo na po sa kanyang mga pangailangan medikal, lalo na po na tumatanda na siya, kakaedad na po si Pangulong Duterte, pangako ko sa kanya noon. At hanggang ngayon ay hindi ko siya pababayaan. I am one of the most accommodating persons. Alam niyo po yan. Bukas po ang aking opisina, kahit alas 12 ng gabi, pwede kumawag sa akin. Karamihan po sa inyo, maging masamahan natin sa lower house. Ako po ang nasanayan, tawagan. Kung may gusto po silang iparating kay Pangulong Duterte, kahit senador na po ako. Invitation sa birthday, at lahat ng mga reklamo. Pinapakinggan ko po yan. Siyempre, hindi ko naman alam ang lahat ng sagot sa mga reklamo. Kahit si former President Duterte, hindi niya rin po lahat alam sa lahat sa dami po ng kanyang ginagawa. Kaya naman, kung may mga gusto magpa-verify ng mga information, maraming reklamo, scammers, manloloko, extortionists, we refer it to CIDG, NBI, doon tayo tumatawag para laman ng information. Ito siguro ang tinutukoy ng mga ilang opisyal, no? Including Police Colonel Leonardo, na sisikapin nating sisiyatin, no? Dahil sa amin talagang malapit at humihingi ng tulong. Kahit nung nasa office of the President pa ako, kapag may concerns or reports that are confidential in nature, pinapasa ko po yan sa kinaukulang ahensya. All the reports na directed kay President Duterte, siya lang po ang pwedeng magbasa, classified information, or documents ang tawag dyan. Ngayon, nandito po tayo para malaman kung may naging pang-abuso ba sa hanay ng kapulisan at nagamit ba ito sa pansariling interest. With this information, we can then craft the necessary legislation to better serve our countrymen. As Chairman of the Committee on Health and Demography and Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, we want to find ways to improve our continuing fight against illegal drugs through the creation of meaningful policies. As we know, the drug menace is also a health issue. Drug dependents should be treated as victims in dire need of medical, psychological, and spiritual health, with a chance of being successfully reintegrated into society as healthy and productive citizens. Para itong sakit sa lipunan na ayaw natin kumalat. Kagaya ng kahit anumang sakit, importante po dito ang prevention at early detection. Maghanap po tayo ng paraan para hindi lumala at hindi malulong ang ating mga kababayan dito. Tulungan natin gumaling at magbabagong buhay ang mga nalulong sa droga. The past administration had shown equal concern for the rehabilitation and reintegration of drug dependents by directing executive branch of the government to support the establishment of drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation centers. Meron po mga rehabilitation centers na ipinatayo, umpisa pa lang po ng administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Kasama na po dyan ang sa Bukidnon, malaking tulong po si Senator Mig Subiri dyan, Nueva Ecija, and Las Piñas. Kaya lang po, sa kalagitnaan, hindi na po nagagamit itong mga rehabilitation centers sa Nueva Ecija. Kalahati lang po ang na-occupy. Ang war on drugs ay dapat whole of government, whole of nation approach, kaya may rehabilitation at reintegration. In fact, former President Duterte issued Executive Order number 4 creating an interagency task force for the establishment and support of drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation centers. We saw the biggest voluntary surrender of more than 1 million drug users and personalities, which is a feat that has never been seen in the country's history. Ang dami pong sumurrender nun. Kaya then, GPNP, 1.6 million po ang sumurrender. First 6 months po ito. Kulang nga po yung mga lugar no, kung saan sila magsusurrender. Nagkulang po ang mga preso dahil sa dami po ng nagsurrender. Nagsurrender po sila dahil sa paniniwala nila na seryoso po ang war against drugs ni Pangulong Duterte. Bilang mambabatas, trabaho natin na suriin ang mga pulisiya laban sa droga noon at ngayon. At makagawa ng mga bagong batas na kinakailangan upang maisulong ang drug abuse prevention, mapagtibay ang law enforcement, masagip ang mga nabibiktima upang magbagong buhay, at mapalakas ang rehabilitation efforts. Bigyan po natin sila ng pagkakataon na magbagong buhay po. For my part, as early as 2019, I already filed a bill, Senate Bill 428, which would establish drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation centers in every province. I also filed Senate Bill 2115 to have vocational and livelihood programs for rehabilitated drug dependents. Bilang chairman po ng Committee on Health, Sports, and Youth, naniniwala po ako na isang health concern po na maaaring matugunan sa pamamagitan ng ayos na rehabilitation at maging sa pag-promote sa sports. Hanggang ngayon po, sa kakaikot po sa buong Pilipinas, isa rin po ako sa author or sponsor ng National Academy of Sports. Iniinganyo ko talaga mga kabataan to get into sports, stay away from drugs, to keep us healthy and fit. This approach is also in line with the thrust of this administration that attention must be also directed towards the rehabilitation and recovery of victims. Apart from the accessibility of facilities, ito po ay napaka-importante. Sana po ay magtulungan tayo dito. We also have to look into the process to be admitted to these centers. Currently, a commitment order from the court is required to be admitted to rehab centers. Marami pong mga drug user ang gusto pero napakahaba po ng proseso. Kaya kadalasan naisip nila na huwag lang magparehab ang resulta, try to heal on their own. Walang intervention, bahala na. Kailangan natin ayusin ito dahil time is of the essence sa mga gustong magbagong buhay. We also have to look into mandatory counseling for victims and empower DSWD to help victims of this societal ill. As chairman of the Senate Committee on Youth, I also suggest crafting laws that would include in the school curriculum the knowledge and information necessary to prevent vices such as illegal drugs. We, as legislators, must work together to prevent abuse of power and protect and respect and uphold human rights. I have consistently worked to increase the budget for the operations of the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Our efforts must be geared towards fulfilling their mandate in accordance with the law. Gamitin natin po ang investigasyong ito at hearing na ito upang siguraduhin walang pang-abusong mangyayari tungo sa ating isang hangarin na labanan po ang droga. I urge both houses of Congress, magtulungan po tayo dito. Kilala niyo po ako. I am committed to developing accessible rehabilitation centers for individuals facing drug addiction, and I am more so dedicated to ensuring the protection of and respect for human rights. Again, I am one with this committee in finding out the truth in the hopes that we could craft meaningful legislation for our beloved citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Senator Cynthia Villar said that she will no longer deliver an opening statement. So I gave her time to you. Senator Bichis. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there are 8 senators present, 7 physically, 1 virtually. So we have overwhelming quorum to proceed with our hearing. And my dear colleagues, I gave you some simple ground rules beforehand. So I hope we can comply with the simple ground rules that your chairman is requesting all of us to observe. So at this point, at this point, we will ask the committee secretary now to acknowledge and make of record the resource persons and or witnesses present this morning, and afterwards to immediately administer the oath to all of them. Committee Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following resource persons or witnesses are present. Former President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Former Senator Leila de Lima. Former Chairman of Dangerous Drugs Board, Catalino Cuy. Chief of Hospital, DOH Drug Abuse Treatment and Rehabilitation Centers, Dr. Jose Liabres. From DSWD, Kevin Bumagat. Chairperson of Commission on Human Rights, Attorney Richard Palpal Latok. Retired General Romeo Carama, Inspector General of Internal Affairs Service, Attorney Brigido De Jesus Dulay. Lieutenant Colonel Jovi Espinido. From Davao City Police Office, Colonel Lito Patay. From PNP Drug Enforcement Group, Colonel Hector Rijaldo. Also present is Major Emil Garcia. Former PNP Chiefs, Retired General Archie Francisco Gamboa, Retired General Debold Sinas, Retired General Vicente D. Danao, former PIDEA Director General Aaron Aquino, former Presidential Legal Counsel and Presidential Spokesperson Attorney Salvador Panelo, former Chairman of Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission Mr. Greco Belica, former Mayor of Iloilo City Jed Patrick Mabilog, Chairman of Free Legal Assistance Group Attorney Jose Chel Yocno, Founder of Program Paghihilom, Father Flaviano Villanueva, widow of Joselito Gonzalez, Miss Cristina M. Gonzalez, representative of parents of Kian Santos, Mr. Randy de los Santos. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Can we proceed with the administration of the oath?
Mr. Chair,
Wait a minute, please.
before we administer the oath, may we know if Kerwin Espinosa was invited?
Sige, ganito muna. Let's administer the oath to all those present, and then let's now inventory who we invited and did not appear. Yung pagkawin natin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please administer the oath.
Kindly stand up to all our resource person. Kindly raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? For the record, Mr. Chair, everyone answered affirmative.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Okay, Committee Secretary, may mga tanong din kami. Sino ang ating initahan na hindi naman pumunta ngayong umaga?
We invited retired Colonel Rohina Garma. She sent a request to allow her to avail of the granted medical leave furlough approved by the Honorable Quad Committee. And
Next, sino pa?
yes, we also invited Edilberto Leonardo, but currently he is infected with COVID-19. We also invited Gerardo Padilla, but we did not get any reply. Padilla, sir, former director of the Directorate for Reformation.
But he got our invitation. Is that confirmed?
Your Honor, there's no acknowledgement, but we sent our invitation.
Sige, so meron pa ba? Sino ba?
We also invited General Oscar Albayalde, former PNP Chief Guillermo Eleazar, and also General Leonardo Carlos. Kerwin Espinosa, sorry, Your Honor, we sent our letter, but no reply.
So with that, Mr. Chair, may I put on record that next hearing, these people should be required to attend.
Yes. Hindi pa yata tapos. Go ahead.
We also invited retired General Peña and retired General Wilkins Villanueva. They promised to attend the next hearing, sir.
Are you sure you're comprehensive in your list?
Yes, sir.
Sino pa? Yan na?
Not yet, sir.
Ayan, not
We
yet.
also invited Mr. Guban. However, he just received the letter today and he is under the custody of House of Representatives. And then we also invited Mr. Kerwin Espinosa. Yes, but we cannot locate his address yet, so we will seek the help of PNP also. And that's it, sir.
Are you sure that's it?
Sir, we also invited Ermina Espino, but we cannot locate her address.
Wait, Mr. Chair, may I know the reason why Mr. Guban is not around?
He just received the letter today.
He just received the letter today.
Yes. We sent the letter to Quadcom of House of Representatives.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the COMSEC, how can you not Espinosa when he attended the hearing of the Quad Commission? Committee?
Your Honor, we asked the Quadcom Committee Secretary for his address, but he did not reply.
Who did not reply?
The Quadcom Committee Secretary.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator Bato, yes.
I would rather that next hearing, we have to require the presence, Mr. Chair, because I can only surmise with their absence that they don't want their statements that they have given before the House of Representatives to be debunked before this body, Mr. Chair. Ayaw nilang lumabas ang katotohanan pag dito. That's it. That's my only observation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd just like to amend the motion of Senator Bato that we issue a subpoena to SEC against all those who were invited but did not attend in today's hearing.
correction daw. Ma'am Espino is here?
Yes.
Mina, so okay. So,
I'm sorry.
Sabina at testificando. Yes, okay, ganito.
I'm sorry.
Okay, ganito gawin natin, okay? It has been manifested that Mr. Guban is under the custody of the House.
Yes, sir.
They should have allowed him to attend. He has been requested by Senator Bato kasi to be here. So the two others under the custody of the House are sick. Isa with COVID-19, isa undergoing a previously scheduled important medical procedure or examination. So we understand, we are reasonable people. Doon lang ako nagtaka kay Mr. Jerry Guban, bakit hindi siya pwede if he is under the custody of the House. How come the House did not allow us to have him here before us, my colleagues? So anyway, at any rate, the remedy of this committee, as suggested by my colleagues, is the issuance of a subpoena to all.
Subpoena at testificandum, I stand corrected, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Siguro we appeal to the House that for those people that they know the address is off, I mean, share the address. Share the address of these people. And then, of course, the committee will also exert utmost efforts to find these people and get their addresses. So, ganoon na muna. In the meantime, my dear colleagues, ganoon, we issue a subpoena to all those in the original list of invitees.
We will
na
comply,
hindi
Your Honor.
pumunta ngayon, o even those with excuse letters, subpoena ang susunod na issue.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may I know what would be the next move that this body is going to take if, after we have given issued the subpoena, still, they will not be allowed by the House, since the House is having custody over their living body. If they will not be allowed to attend before this hearing, what will we do?
I will coordinate with the House chairpersons. Actually, I talked to Chairman Ace Barbers, and nabanggit din naman niya sa akin yung medical request of Colonel Garma. Kaya I had an idea na may conflict sa schedule. But si Jerry Guban, I'm surprised bakit hindi nila mapadala rito. So, but we'll coordinate. Siguro doon na muna. Okay, basta understanding natin dito, subpoena will be issued to those who did not, who were invited, or even those who we failed to notify. Subpoena na tayo diretso para sa next hearing, hindi sayang ang panahon natin. Sino pa dumating? Yes, hindi na isya. Nasabi ko. Can we ask the committee secretary, kasi late dumating si Ma'am, Ermina Espino. Ma'am Ermina Espino, please, mag-o-taking po tayo. Si committee secretary, go ahead.
And Mr. Chair, may I move that in the next hearing, we include in the subpoena one attorney Enrico Rigor, from the anti-illegal drugs group of Camp Crame.
Please, committee secretary. Pero in fairness to Mr. Rigor, no? He was not invited for the hearing. Pero diretso na tayo sa subpoena.
And also, Mr. Chair, another one to be invited is
Sino pa? Sige po. Pwede na submit in writing. Pwede naman submit in writing kasi especially kasi new names po yan sila.
I remember them. Ruling Dayan. Ruling Dayan, the former driver of Senator De Lima, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We will write.
I don't know. Nagkulong. Basta, we have to.
We will find out the personal circumstances, the present personal circumstances of Mr. Dayan. Sige,
Yes,
Mr. Chair, before that, since this hearing will entail a lot of time, siguro pwede na i-coordinate ng ating committee na pakuha na ito si Guban sa House of Representatives.
Suggestion of our Senate President Pro Tempore, let's exert to coordinate with the House. Basta dito pa morning na, so ang hearing natin, we have to observe some kind of a discipline, make good use of our time, try to suspend our hearing by 3 or 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Mr. Chair.
Can we finish with Spino? Baka malimutan pa natin. Let's administer the oath to this one person, late arrival.
Ms. Ermina, kindly raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Senator Risa.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pwede rin po bang maimbita sa next hearing ang DOJ Secretary Remulla at yung current chief ng PNP-IAS?
Chief of PNP-IAS, Attorney Dodulay, is here. He's here. And ready siya. I think he's ready. He also took his oath.
Salamat, Chief. And then si Secretary Remulla na lamang po.
Secretary Remulla,
Salamat.
we will send an invitation letter. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A while ago, you answered in the affirmative that we are now adopting the new rules. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, to expedite the proceedings when we invite witnesses or resource persons, we should likewise ask for their sworn statements in advance.
Yes, we did, but some were not able to comply. So then mamaya, if given our liberality, we will allow them give us the gist of what they know. Okay, so, tapos na. preliminary matters, tapos na po. So, given the nature of our committee, no, this is a subcommittee of the Blue Ribbon. So, the chair decides to hear first families or persons who claim to have been victims of this Philippine war on illegal drugs. Okay. Victim families. Oh, yes.
Would it be more prudent if, since we have former president here to give him the chance to have an opening statement?
Yes, once he's recognized, the former president can give his opening statement. But can you hear first, the nature of our subcommittee, ladies and gentlemen, is a room, Blue Ribbon. So this is about malfeasance, misfeasance, non-feasance. Ano muna natin, let's introduce into our records first. What are the complaints, grievances, or observations, criticisms on the Philippine war on illegal drugs? Yun muna. Then we will now ask the former president, as the president who declared war on drugs, to now to deliver his statement and his testimony. That's the idea, given the nature of our committee. That's it. So, but I forgot to acknowledge, of course, Senator Mark Villar is here, and our Vice Chairman, designated na po, Senator Joel Villanueva, for this particular hearing only.
Yes,
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
if I
Chair.
may.
Yes.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, it has been a tradition during all committee hearings that give courtesy to our resource persons to have their opening statement. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I move that we give these our resource persons their opportunity to give their opening statements, if they have any, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
if we add to the motion of Senator Jinggoy, if it is a motion, if you look at the former president, he's already sleeping, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman. So baka mamaya makatulog dito, please. Kung pwede, unahin natin siya. With due respect. Alam natin, tanda na siya, and inaantok. Baka mamaya makatulog, Mr. Chair. Baka pwede unahin natin siya. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For humanitarian consideration, Mr. Chair, yun lang sa akin.
Okay, so there's an appeal, so can I suspend so that we can come up with a consensus?
Ang akin pong pahayag ay naratibo ng isang convicted criminal. Ako po ay convicted. Ako'y nakulong. Ako'y nabuhay kasama ang mga kriminal sa bilibid. At kilala ko po ang underworld. Siguro po, maaaring sa ibang bagay, mas maraming nalalaman ang aking mga kasamang senador, pero pinag-usapan po natin ang mga kriminal dito sa bayan natin. Ako po ang magsasabi sa inyo, napakadami na pong kriminal sa atin na walang puso, ang mga halang ang kaluluwa. Napag-usapan po natin ang mga biktima ng sinasabing war on drugs, pero hindi po natin napag-usapan ang mga biktima ng mga durugista. Kung paano pinapatay ang kanilang mga anak, pinapatay ang kanilang mga asawa, pinapatay ang kanilang kapitbahay. Kung paano sinira ng droga ang mga buhay ng mga pamilya ng OFW. Kung paano po sa loob mismo ng bilibid kung saan po ako nakulong ng 3 taon at ginawa ko pang pelikula ito. Ang pangalan po ng pelikula, maaaring niyo panoorin, Hari ng Selda. Dito po, ay ibinunyag ko na. Nasa loob mismo ng bilibid ay nagluluto ng shabu. 1998 po yun. Kung bibilangin po natin yung taon na yun, hanggang sa dumating ang Iron Man, ilang taon po yun. Ganun po kahaba ang mga panahon na namayani at talagang naghahari ang mga drug pusher sa bilibid. Alam niyo po, mga mahal kong kababayan, wala po, totoo po. Ang kamatayan ng buhay ng isang tao ay yan po ay bigay ng Diyos. Yan po ay kayamanan, yan po ay regalo sa atin ng Diyos. Pero, mga mahal kong kababayan, ang ating bayan ay nasa bingit ng napakalalaking kapahamakan. Kung hindi po tatidig ang atin, kung hindi po tatayo ang ating mga law enforcement, tayo po ay tatan ng mga sindikatong na nagluluto.
Mr. Chairman,
Session is hearing is resumed.
may again recognize Senator Ejercito to reiterate the motion. Estrada.
Estrada, yes.
To reiterate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we give the opportunity to the former president to have his opening statement. I so move, Mr. President.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it was never the intention to deny the former president to give his opening statement, but upon motion of my colleagues, we are going to give the president the first priority now to give us his opening statement. Mr. President, to give us his opening statement. Mr. President, you're recognized.
Before anything else, Senator, I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me para once and for all malaman natin ang totoo. So I would like to request sa inyo na huwag niyo akong ituring president o kaibigan. Treat me as a witness. And tignan natin kung lalabas yung totoo. So, with your permission, at maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat for inviting me. I'd like to start my Monday as President of the Republic was to protect the country and the Filipino people. Do not question my policies because I offer no apologies, no excuses. I did what I had to do. And whether you believe it or not, I did it for my country. The war on illegal drugs is not about killing people. It is about protecting the innocent and the defenseless. The war on drugs is about the eradication of illegal substances such as shabu, cocaine, heroin, marijuana, party drugs, and the like. As the menace ruins people, families, communities, and relationships, and tears apart the social fabric which binds society together in peace, harmony, and brotherhood. It is not unlike slogans which serve as calls for a better future, such as the war, on waste, war on corruption, and war against climate change. I have always viewed people addicted to illegal drugs as victims and patients requiring medical help and not as criminals. That is why the war on drugs slogan came into being, coined as first as a message to the people of Davao City to stay away from illegal drugs. But at the same time, I had a drug rehabilitation facility constructed in Davao City, a city government expense, manned by Davao City government doctors, psychiatrists, nurses, and health workers, among others, to look after the complete rehabilitation of those addicted to illegal drugs. I believe then and I still believe now that rehabilitation and not fear of death or incarceration to be the key to the return of the addicted individuals back to the mainstream of a just and forgiving society. But no mistake about it, I hate drugs. I loathe the purveyors, the merchants, and the pushers of this demonizing element. I have not failed to emphasize this from the very day of the campaign when I ran for the presidency in 2016. This was my covenant with the Filipinos who believe in me. and to this day, most still agree with what in government have achieved. It is unfortunate that drug-related crimes are on the rise again. Every day you can read about children being raped, people getting killed and robbed. And just recently, a drug den was raided within the Malacanang complex. This clearly manifests that the purveyors of this menace are back in business. Ano? The Filipinos are anxious and distressed. Self-preservation is still the first law of nature. It is instinct. It is recognized in our laws as self-defense. That is why I have always told the police authorities and operatives to be mindful of this basic law of nature. However, I tell them not to abuse their authority and power, and hindi ko talaga pinayagan niyang abuso ng pulis o sundalo kailanman sa buong buhay ko. And as mayor for so many years, and as president, in the guise of protecting themselves. But when your very life is placed at risk, and it can be snuffed out in a matter of seconds, then and only then must you act accordingly. Repel the aggression only in self-defense. Alam mo, matagal ako nagturo sa aming bayan sa Police Academy. When I was a prosecutor, to augment my income, bago akong nagturo ako sa police. Ang sinabi ko talaga sa kanila, when you are arresting a criminal, you are not supposed to request him to surrender. Rather, you have to overcome the resistance. However, pag ayaw, it's the duty of the police is to overcome the resistance kung ayaw mag-surrender. At kung may baril, at kung tingin mo, sabi ko sa mga police doon sa academy, mamamatay ka, barilin mo sa ulo, patayin mo at least one less criminal in the community. Yun ang utos ko when I was a fiscal and I was a professor doon sa Police Academy. Yun ang turo ko sa kanila. No quarters given, no quarters asked. Criminal ito. Repel the aggression only in self-defense. Do not make orphans of your children and widows of your wives. I don't want that in my conscience as mayor and president. Hindi ko mabigat yan sa konsensya ko. I have warned, but before that, My job as president was never easy, and it was not meant to be. I have tried to do the best I can to address the problem of illegal drugs firmly and without compromise. For all of its successes and shortcomings, I alone take full legal responsibility sa lahat na nagawa ng mga pulis pursuant to my order. Ako ang managot. At ako ang makulong. Huwag yung pulis na sumunod sa order ko. Kawawa naman, nagtatrabaho lang. Yun ang gusto kong sabihin sa Pilipino at mabuti niyaya ninyo ako dito. Once and for all, yan ang gusto kong sabihin sa tao. I have warned all of you as your president. Then, and as a private citizen now, drugs will destroy the Filipino. It will destroy my country. And I will never allow it. Baski ako empleyado sa gobyerno o private citizen, I will do what is necessary to protect my country, my community, at yung mga anak natin. This is a matter of principle. Papagpapatayan ko yan. Maraming salamat. I'm ready to answer your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. But now I think it's better to hear victim families, and then we'll open the floor for questioning and discussion. So, among the victim families present today is Randy de los Santos. Randy, yes. Please give us your testimony.
Senator Pimentel.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel.
Yes.
I just want to make a manifestation. If you
Go
will
ahead,
allow me.
go ahead. Sorry. Yes, go ahead, De Los Santos. Yes, Senator Villar.
I just want to manifest that the first request to our family when President Duterte became president in 2016 was to build a drug rehabilitation center in Las Piñas. He came to inaugurate the drug rehab center. My only disappointment is that the complaint of the people that it is hard to enter, to be admitted in the drug rehab center. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Mr. De Los Santos. Okay. Try to keep it concise and direct to the point, Mrs. De Los Santos. Go ahead.
Magandang umaga po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa lahat po ng miyembro ng Blue Ribbon Committee at sa mga resource person na narito po ngayong umaga. Ako po si Randy De Los Santos, ang tiyuhin po ng napaslang na 17 panggulang noong August 16, 2017. Nagkaroon po ng isang police operation, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa aming lugar. At sabi ko ng mga pulis sa kanilang report ay bumubog ng barel, lumaban si Kian De Los Santos. Sa pagdinig ng mga kaso, hindi ko yung totoo. Napatunayan po namin sa korte na si Kian ay hindi nalaban at pinatay. Intention ng pinatay ng mga pulis. Mga ilang araw, Ginoong Tagapangulo, habang nakurulong ang aking pamangkin, naglabas po ng kasinungalingang statement ng pamunuan po ng PNP. Noon po ay pinamunuan at kagalalan ng senador Bato de la Rosa. Ang sabi po ng statement ay yung tatay daw po at yung uncle ay kilala sa aming lugar na siga, kinatatakutan, at nagbebenta ng droga, at ginagamit po si Kian de los Santos bilang tagapagbenta nito. Yun ang tagapangulo, totoo po. Kilala ko kami sa aming lugar. Pero hindi po konektado sa illegal na droga. Kilala ko kami bilang mga saksi ni Jehovah na nagbabahay-bahay, kumakatok sa mga pintuan at babahagi ng salita ng Diyos. Marahil ang kagalang-galang na Dr. Robin Hood Padilla ay makapagbigay po ng kanyang pananaw sa kung ano bang uri ng pagkatao kaming mga saksi ni Jehovah. Brother, magkasama tayo noon. Kasama ko po ang inyong ina. Ginoong tagamulo marahil po ang malisyoso at maling pagbibintang na ito ay naka-apekto po sa amin. Inalis po ako sa trabaho, Ginoong tagapangulo. Dahil sa maling akusasyong ito. May mga magulang ko, may anak ko. Dahil sa statement na yon, na di umano, marahil, pinanggalingan, ay sa Intel daw po. Laki-laki ho ng budget ng Intel eh. Bakit ho ganun? Tinanggal ko sa trabaho. Dahil po dyan, binalot ng takot ang aming pamilya. Namamatahan sa publiko at sa National TV na kami po ay identified bilang taga-benta ng droga. Noong panahon yun, nakakatakot na ho eh. Baka kami na ho isunod. Dahil dyan, ang aking kapatid ay kinuha po ng Public Attorney's Office para dalhin sa WPP. Teka lang po, naiwan po ako sa labas. Ako ay tsuhin eh. Bakit hindi ako sinama? Sa mga panahon yun, Ginoong Tagapangulo, takot po ako. Dahil markado na ho ako eh. Pero narito po ako ngayon bilang kinatawan po ng program ng Paghilom bilang field coordinator. Sa aming pong programa, Ginoong Tagapangulo, meron po kaming 312 pamilya na inabot na kapwa namin mga biktima. Lahat po sila, Ginoong Tagapangulo, ay pinatay. Pinasok ang mga bahay. Police operation. Sa akin pong pagtingin, wala po ni isa man ang imbestigahan na dapat po sana ayon sa batas, sabi sa Quadcom, na kapag po napatay pala, ang isda dapat na imbestigahan. Kasuhan ng mga pulis at doon, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, hindi po ako depensa ng mga pulis na ito, alagad ng batas na ito, ang kanilang pagiging inosente. Pero nakalulungkot po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, na sa record po namin, may mga affidavit po na pinapirma ang mga kapulisan at sinasabi doon na hindi na raw po sila handa na sampahan ng kaso o hindi na po sila interesado pa na magdemanda sa nangyari sa kanilang mga pamilya. Nagkaroon din po ng mga kasinungalan, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa mga pampublikong dokumento, kagaya po ng mga death certificate na nakalagay ay natural cause po ang dahilan ng pagkamatay. Pero meron po kaming Project Arise na kung saan yung 5 taon na pag-i-expire po ng mga kapwa namin biktima na wala pong kakayanan para ipagpatuloy sila sa kanilang pinlibingan. Ito po ina-exum namin. Dinadala namin kay Dr. Fortun. Kahit po buto na, nagsasalita pa ng katotohanan. At isa na ho rito, Ginoong Tagapangulo, Your Honors, ay yung matapos po yung 5 taon na renta po ni Kian de los Santos, in-exum po namin yun eh. Tapos po, dinala kay Dr. Fortun. Akala ho namin, okay na eh, naimbestigahan ho eh. Pero may bala po, at ito po ay on record, maaari po nating tanongin si Dr. Fortun sa kanyang mga natuklasan. Ginoong Tagapangulo, ako po bilang kinatawan ng aming pamilya ng aking kapatid, nag-usap po kami bago po ako magtungo sa kagalang-galang ng komiting ito. Ano bang aking sasabihin nun, Tol? Ano bang gusto mong iparating sa ating kagalang-galang ng mga senador at sa ating Tagapangulo? Dismayado po ang kapatid ko, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa nangyari. Hindi pa ho namin nakukuha ng buo ang hustisya. Kung maaalala po ninyo, tatlo po yung aming isinampang kaso laban sa mga kapulisan. Murder, planting of evidence ng bail, at planting of evidence ng droga. Ginoong Tagapangulo, napatunayan na namin ito sa korte. tila may pa rin po yata sa amin ng justisya. Nanalo kami sa RTC. May gawad po na danyos, hindi pa po namin nakuha ito. Ginawang Pangulo. Ang kapatid ko ngayon na stroke. Kalahati po ng katawan niya ay latang gulay. Sa mga bagay pong ito, ginawang Pangulo, at bilang kinatawan po, bilang field coordinator ng program Paghilom, nais ko pong ipabati sa inyo na lahat po ng 312 ng mga pamilya na sa aming pangangalaga, hindi po sila nalaban, ginawang Pangulo. Ako po mismo ay personal na bumisita sa kanilang mga burol, ng mga panahon ng kaburol ito. At nakakwentuhan po sila. Naalala ko po, pahihintulog po ninyo, yung binanggit ng aking kaibigan na Jehovah's Witnesses noon. Yes, na Jehovah's Witnesses noon. Ang sabi daw po ay, kapag ka namatay ang isang tao, makakilala mo kung sino siya. Sa burol, buti nga, namatay yung tao ngayon, nakasalbahin yan eh. Pero kapag ka namatay po ang isang tao, sasabihin, sayang, nakakapanghinayang, napakabuting tao niyan tumutulong. Marahil ito pang naobserbahan ng ating mga media na narito, na halos 2 linggo na cover sa burol ni Kian. Marahil po nagtanong-tanong kayo, ginawang Tagapangulo, sa karakter ni Kian de los Santos. Hindi ho siya. Wala ho siya sa listahan. Hindi po siya ginawang Tagapangulo. Nagbebenta ng droga. Inosente po at nag-aaral po ang aking pamangkin sa isang pribadong paaralan. Kahit po medyo may kataasan, ay ginagampang po ng aming pamilya. Nasa ibang bansa ang aking hipag upang ibayan o FW po para maglalaan ng pangangailangan.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Randy de los Santos. Pero kahit po kayo mag-execute ng affidavit, kung lahat ng gusto nyo ikwento, pwede nyo pa ilagay. Can we now listen to the next victim family?
Next question.
Sabay-sabay na natin lahat.
Makalimutan. Habang mga press ko pa sa utak natin.
Okay. Can I suspend for a minute? Okay, hearing is resumed. Senator Bato de la Rosa, recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to express my condolences to Mr. Randy de los Santos. Alam po nyo, nung namatay si Kian, ako'y galit na galit talaga. Sino pong maniwala na bata nagtutulak ng droga, pinatay? Eh, ako may anak rin ako. Kung mangyari yun sa anak ko, galit na galit ako, Mr. Chair. Kaya ako I tried my best talaga na yung kaso na yan. Kasi bata binaril. So kailangan managot talaga gumawa niyan. Pero meron akong nasasabi, if I can fully remember. Sinabi ko, nung tinanong ko yung mga nakabaril kay Kian, Sir, ang explanation na sa akin. Kaya nangyari yun, Sir. Dahil meron kaming nahuli na po, Sir, na isa dyan sa Caloocan, at itinuro yung isang babae na tumboy na pinanggalingan na kanyang droga. Tapos, ang sabi nung poster na nahuli namin, Sir, yung droga nung tumboy na yan, masyadong diskarte, hindi siya nagbibigay direkta sa amin ng dinadaan doon sa tindahan ni Kian, kung saan si Kian nagbabantay, at pinipick up lang, si Kian wala naman alam doon sa droga yun. Basta iiwan lang doon. Kung si Kian nagbabantay ng tindahan, iiwan sa tindahan, doon pinipick up namin yung lugar. Kasi sa yung suspect na puser na tumboy. Kaya sir, nadamay si Kian. Siya po, bakit yung binaril? Wala, hindi na masagot. Pero actually sir, doon talaga sa tindahan ni Kian namin kinukuha. And ako yung nagtataka, bakit did I mention the name of a certain Randy De Los Santos as involved in drugs? Ang alam ko noon, nabanggit ko during one of my interviews, na yung sabi ng polis, nakaloka na ngayon nakakakulong, siya yung tatay ni Kian mismo. Sir, tingnan mo yung mukha. Naubos na yung ngipin, naubos na yung gums, siya kagamit ng druga, Ayusin yung tanong ko, bakit hindi ang tatay pumunta dito? Bakit yung uncle ang nagreklamo? Yun ang sabi sa akin ng polis. What can I do? I received that information. Sir, tingnan mo, interview yung tatay ni Kian. Tingnan mo yung mukha. Natunaw yung panga. Natunaw yung ngipin. Yun sir. Sabi sa akin ng police operative na Caloocan. So, senior ko lang sa media. Dahil kitang-kita naman kung tingnan mo. Kaya nga, bakit na-involve yung uncle? I don't think, I'm not sure. Please refresh me, my memory kung nabanggit ko yung pangalan of Mr. Juan Randy De Los Santos as involved in drugs. I cannot remember, Mr. Chair. I just hope this body can be enlightened. Dahil that's why I insisted to respond, Mr. Chair. Although ayaw akong i-interpolate yung ating witness, but anyway, if that is the ground rules of this committee, I submit, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We will interpolate all of them together, Mr. President. Suspend. Is assumed that I thank Senator Padilla for reminding this representation that his name was also mentioned. So, if he wants to react, go ahead.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Gusto ko lamang patunayan, unang-una, na ang mga Jehovah's Witness po ay non-political. Never silang na-involved sa politika. Pangalawa po, naiintindihan ko kayo. Nararamdaman ko yung nararamdaman ninyo dahil ang kapatid ko po, once upon a time, napatay din po. Siya din po ay binansagan ng Karnap King. So naiintindihan ko po, nararamdaman ko po ang sakit dahil nung nangyari po ito, ako po ay napakabata pa nung pinatay yung aking kapatid at sinabing siya ay Karnap King. Siya po ay ganun din, summary execution. Kaya naintindihan ko po kayo at nakikiisa po ako sa inyo. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Padilla. Can we, makinig tayo naman sa testimony po ng isa pang nagkiklaim na victim family po sila. Ma'am Gonzales, Justina Gonzales. Sige po, bigyan ko kayo ng mga 5 minuto, more or less.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
You can remove your face mask.
Ako po si Cristina Gonzales po, asawa ni si Lito Gonzales ng taga-Antipolo po. Tulad po nung sinabi nila, ang alam po ng lahat na nagbebenta po kami ng droga. Opo, totoo po yun. Pero po yung ibinibenta po namin galing po talaga po sa pulis. Kaya po malakas din po ang loob namin ng mga panahon na yun na magbenta dahil nga po galing sa kanila. Na kumbaga, wag daw po kaming matakot na mahuli o nga po dahil nga po galing sa kanila. Pero nung nga po nasabing maglinis na nga daw po, sinabihan po nila yung asawa ko na paalisin ko na daw po ng Antipolo kasi nga maglilinis na nga daw noong mga panahon ng 2016. Pero hindi po umalis yung asawa ko. Ang sabi niya po, baka daw po lumamig lang, hindi naman po siya para galawin. Pero yun nga po, July 5, kinuha na lang po siya sa bahay, sabi nga po maglilipat bahay lang. Pero hindi na po nakauwi yun. Nabalitaan ko na lang nga po gano'n, nasa morgue na nga daw po.
Mr. Chair. Tapos ka na. Kailan kayo nag-umpisa magbenta ng droga?
Bali ano po nung 2016 po.
2015. Hindi pa presidente si Presidente Duterte.
Hindi pa po.
Ha? Hindi pa. Who was the... Ma-identify mo kung sino yung kinukuha mo ng drugs sa mga polis?
Yung nagbibigay po sa amin ng droga.
Kilala mo?
Opo.
Sino?
Si Sir Allen Cadag po.
Who?
Allen Cadag.
Pulis siya?
Pulis Antipolo po.
Police Antipolo. Maybe we can invite him here. Mr. Chair. Sino pa? Bukod doon sa police na yun?
Yung sa asawa ko po sir kasi hindi ko masyadong kilala po kasi nagbibigay sa kanya.
Asawa mo napatay na?
Opo, yung pinatay po nila.
So sino pa yung mga kilala mo mga police na kinukunan ninyo ng droga? At binibenta
Yung
ninyo?
po sir, madalas pong magsama sa asawa ko si Sir Olaco po at saka si... Basta yun po yung nagsasama po sa asawa ko na madalas po nilang pinaglilinis nga daw po ng mga dugo sa sasakyan. Kasi nga po kapag may mga pinapatay po sila, yun po yung sasakyan na nililinis ng asawa ko. Doon po.
Sige po, nagtanong lang kami kasi masyadong maiksi yung actually nagbagit ka pa ng July 5, pero anong taon? Pakibagit ang taon?
2016 po.
2016, okay. So July 5, 2016, asawa, pero anong pangalan ng asawa mo? Ulitin pa.
Silito Gonzales po.
Silito Gonzales, okay.
Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chairman, this is also to clarify. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is also to clarify the statements made by our resource person. Yung timeline ng Mr. Chairman, I think that's important. No? Kailan napatay yung kanyang asawa, kailan po yung hanggang kailan po siya nagbebenta ng droga na binibigay ng pulis. Siguro yun.
Sige ma'am, pipiliin na blanks natin ma'am. Tatanong ni Santo Villanueva, kailan kayo nag-umpisa ng nagbenta ng droga dahil sinusuplayan kayo ng polis? Umpisa at saka dulo, yung huli. Sige pa, Mike.
2015 po hanggang 2016 nga po ng June. Kasi po July, tigil na po talaga yung asawa ko.
2015, anong month?
March po yun.
March, okay, sige pa, okay. Thank you. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nag-attempt ka ba na i-report sa otoridad yung police na nagbibenta ng droga at nagtakot sa asawa mo?
Nagsampa na po kami ng kaso sa kanila.
Kailan?
Ay, yung protection order ko po pala.
Yung police na yun, sinasabi, anong pangalan nun?
Yung nagbibigay po sa amin.
Yes.
Allen Cadag po.
Allen Cadas.
Cadag.
Mr. Chair, can we invite certain Allen Cadag? And to continue, Mr. Chair, pagkakaalam mo, nasaan siya ngayon? Yung police na yan.
Hindi ko na po alam kung nasaan.
Kasi alam mo, Iha, kung sungkong ka sana sa otoridad, alam mo ba yung nangyari noon na lahat ng mga ninja cops pinaghahabol namin, lahat ng ninja cops na wala kami makuhang ebidensya para mapin down sa administratively or criminally, pero meron siyang report na siya yung ninja cops, ay pinagtatapon namin sa Mindanao, Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, Maguindanao. Pinagtatapon namin doon para matanggal dito sa lugar niyo para hindi na makapag-operate ng droga. Sana nag-report kayo sa otoridad, alam sa chief of police.
Pinaalis na po kasi ako ng Antipolo nun, sir, kasi nga daw po, isusunod na akong mapapatayin.
Ayun. Kung natakot ka, sorry kung natakot ka, basta you should have reported that to us para matanggal yung tao niya. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Ma'am, tinatanong ka lang namin kasi para may added details kami. Pero actually, ang aking request siguro, since si Atty. Michelle Jokno, I think parang dinidibo na rin naman sarili mo sa pagtulong sa mga ganitong klaseng victims eh. Pwede ba bang pakitulungan kami gawa ng affidavit si Ma'am Gonzales para nandun na lang orderly yung kanyang kwento. Pwede ba yun? Tulungan niyo kami.
Abogado po siya.
May abogado siya? Sino po abogado niyo, Ma'am Gonzales?
Si Attorney Dino Lilian po.
Andito ba siya ngayon?
Wala po.
So, sige, makiusap na lang po tayo sa kanya. Gagawa kayo ng affidavit para at least alam na namin yung basic mo na kwento, pero kung mga detalye nandun din po. So, with the permission of Senator Padilla, discuss po na tayo. Sige, Senator Monteveros.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair, Senator Robin. Dagdag na detalye, Christina. Sino naman po yung pulis na may-ari ng kotse na nililinis nyo para malinis yung dugo?
Kay Marlon Olaco po at kay Sir Baste kung tawagin.
Marlon Olaco at Sir Baste. Ano pong apelyido ni Sir Baste?
Ayun lang po kasi yung alam ko sa sinasabi ng asawa ko.
Si Marlon Olaco ba ay pulis at si Sir Baste ay pulis din?
Opo, mga pulis po.
So pareho pong pulis. Mr. Chair, kung pwede lang quickly matanong yung PNP resource persons natin, kung yung Marlon Olaco at yung Sir Baste, kung kilala nila, nasa active service pa. Kung sino pong pwedeng matanong sa PNP.
Hindi, ma-retired na po ito. Sino ang ating, sino ang from PNP ngayon na nasa HQ na invited natin? Na present?
Siguro, Chair.
Sige.
Yes.
We will ask the PNP HQ to have also a representative here, but yung sa time gap natin, we will write them to confirm.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Sige, Senator Padilla, katos share point.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Gusto ko lamang pong sundan yung sinabi ng ating pong resource speaker, si Ms. Cristina M. Gonzales. Yun po yung nilalaman po ng aking salita kanina. Natunay po talaga na nagkakaroon ng paglilinis. Yun po yung sinasabi niya na pagka magpapalit po ng administrasyon, kaya po kanina, pinag-uusapan natin yung 2015 hanggang 2016. Kasi noong 2015 po, yun na po yung umpisa ng tinatawag na natin paglilinis ng mga ninja cops. Kasi papasok na po yung bagong administrasyon. Yun po yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Cristina Gonzales. Natunay po na nangyayari sa underworld. Na kapag ganyan po talaga, napapasok na po yung isang administrasyon na meron po talagang political will na talagang durugin niyang drug syndicates at paglipana po ng droga. Talaga pong yung mga may alaga, yung pong mga tinatawag natin po talaga na talagang yung mga iskalawags po talaga, talaga maglilinis po yan. Yun po yung sinasabi. Kaya po yung 2015, bago pumasok si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, naglilinis na po yung mga tinatawag natin iskalawags. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. So, narinig na natin yung at least we have two real life incidents na namatayan po yung pamilya. We have nag-testify po sila ito under oath. No? But then narinig natin from nabanggit yung programa ng paghilom. I think that is Father Flaviano Villanueva. Sige, Father, tell us what that is at anong ginagawa nun, and then because of your involvement dyan, ano naman ang iyong mga observations or conclusions. Father, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are other witnesses po na kasama ko, and they also have tales to tell. And let's just recognize them. Arlene, Ellie, and Arsenia. Now, let me begin by being asked by an EU ambassador, what does a priest do with the victims? Ang tugon ko po dito, dalawang tanong niya. What does a priest do with the victims? And how can this madness ever take place? Ang una kong sagot ay, sa SVD, tinuruan kami na hindi lang magbahagi at magpatotoo sa katotohanan. The Word became flesh, and we seek the flesh and serve them in the flesh. The second was I told the ambassador, for you to understand the drug war that took place from 2016 to 2022, you have to go back to Davao. And in that, I have a presentation. If it's ready, I'll briefly run through it as a guide, but not all. And doon sa Davao, there are testimonies. In my presentation.
Father, give your presentation within 5 minutes, kaya?
Kaya po.
Kaya. Go ahead. Sige pa.
And in this presentation, let me say that these are from fact statement made in public. Hindi ko po personal to, but these are all made in public. And the second would be facts from my own experience and encounter. Let me begin by what the former president uttered. In the second, next slide, please. Following the death squad would be the statement, they are saying that I'm part of a death squad. True. That is very true. I'm just pointing a point. Followed by, next slide, please. The other slide. If you are doing an illegal activity in my city, if you are a criminal or a part of a syndicate that preys on the innocent people of the city, for as long as I am mayor, you are a legitimate target of assassin. At ito po ay pinatutuhanan sa susunod na slide ni Arthur Las Cañas, who said, and I quote, Duterte is the lord of all drug lords in the southern Philippines. He is the most dangerous person in the southern hemisphere. End of quote. Another person na nagpatutuo po ay walang iba kundi si Edgar Matubato. Ang kanya pong winika ay, it was Mayor Duterte himself who recruited us. He was present when we were organized during a meeting at the Old Men Sang Hotel. He called us the Lambada Boys. Our work was to kill and only to kill. At the start of the Lambada Boys, actual killing served as our training to kill people who were defenseless and who were caught unaware. This is the Davao template. And moving forward, and just to sum it from the records made, meron po 1,000 hanggang at least 1,000 ang namatay sa 1998 to 2008. Moving forward, what did we discover in the DDS template? Let me provide 4 elements sa nakita ng mga testigo. And these 4 elements, the next slide, would present to us, meron nakitang shabu, isa hanggang 3 sachet, peraso lang, hindi pang mayaman, panggamit at pambenta para maitawid ang pamilya. Hindi ko po sinasangayunan ang mga adik sa dahilang 15 taon din ako gumamit. At kaya ko po piraso ang ganitong pagtatanggol sa mga inakasuhan na adik, naniniwala kami pag-asa sila. Hindi dapat paslangin o pasabugin ang bungo. Pangalawang bagay na nakikita ay ang revolver. Meron mga patunay na ang revolver ay tampered. Ang revolver ay ginamit 3 beses sa iba't ibang crime scene. Short of saying, recycled. Ang katawan ni Jonas sa susunod na slide, pangalan niya po Jesus Jonas. Ito po ay nakita noong October 8, 2016. Ang sabi, always, palaging sinasabi, nanlaban. At kung tingnan natin sa pangalawa, susunod na slide pa, nariyan po ang pulis, ngunit kapansin sa susunod na slide na merong handcuff marks. May handcuff marks at ang kanyang mga daliri ay bali-bali na. Tanong lang simple, paano siya nakapulot at pumutok? Sa unang araw ng pagiging Pangulo ng dating Presidente, 39 po ang patay. Sa susunod na slide, bukod ito po si Gilbert, masabi ko lang, Barker. Tinatay habang tatrabaho. Sa first 100 days, in the next slide, we will see that there are at least 3,600 killed as part of the so-called accomplishment. The following slide will give us better numbers or more gruesome numbers. 39 killed on July 1. The number of killings average or peaked at 49 on what we have called a one-time big. 33 was the average number of killed. There were 122 children. Sinasabing collateral damage daw. 58 killed in a day, in 3 days. And let me just say, given this carnage and along with death-appalling statements instructing police to kill, this points to one thing. There is a bad killer or killers at the loose. If this is not addressed, then we are doomed.
Father, your 5 minutes are up, so okay.
1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute. Good.
Micah was killed 3 years old. And ang kalungkot na nabilmit ng ating ginagalang na senador, shit happens. Alvin Pineda, ang tanong niya, bakit ito binaril ni Omar? And in the last 30 seconds, let me present, sa 312 na sinabi ni Randy de los Santos, nung lumalago na po ang programa ng 200, nagagawa ko ng munting katanungan, ilan ang nagdodroga? Ang sagot nila, 120. Ibig sabihin, meron 80 walang kinalaman sa droga. Inosente. Ang sunod kong tanong sa kanila, sino ang nagdodroga nung pinaslang o pinatay sila ng pulis o civilian police? Wala po nagdodroga sa amin, pinatay sila. Ang isa pang magic number, 0. Sa kanilang salaysay. Hanggang sa ngayon, ipaglalaban nila, walang pinaslang. Sino po ang mga principal? Alamin natin sa quad hearing. If I may just share.
Is that, Father? What is
These are the list
Sige,
of
go ahead.
members that we have.
Members ninyo ng programa. Programa pag
329 names. Pinaslang lahat. Lahat ay may affidavit. Lahat ay pwede magpatotoo. Lahat po ay may pamilya na wala ng breadwinner. At ngayon ay naghihikos, ngunit lumalaban ang hangad, katarungan sa bansang Diyos. Hindi dapat palakpakan ang pumapatay. Dapat ito kinakalinga at hinihilom. Marami po salamat.
Father, ganito. Kaya kayo maraming alam sa issue na ito kasi kayo ang nagpapatakbo ng programa, program Paghilom. At dahil sa ikaw nagpatakbo niyan, ano yung interaction mo? Doon sa 312 families o sa 200 families?
Both po.
How many families yung ka-interaction mo? 312 families yung ka-interaction mo. Kasi namatayan sila lahat. Yun po.
Yes po.
That's why doon na makabase lahat itong sinabi nyo.
And that is in coordination with Randy de los Santos being my field coordinator.
Kasi si Kian is one of the 312 na nakasalista. Sige po. So definitely organize na yung data ninyo. Tama?
Yes po.
So can the committee request for your organized data?
We will, upon checking po with our lawyers, what we could share and what is highly confidential for their safety.
Sa tanong marami na tanong. Inano ko lang yung itong Nilalagay ko lang sa context yung bakit tinawag natin si Father Flavie as a witness. Kasi although hindi siya namatayan, hindi siya ano, but 312 families ang inaruga ng kanyang organization, program Paghilom, at meron kang interaction with them. Okay, sige. And then meron kang sabi mo, Senador, na sabi, shit happens. Sino yun? Are you referring to?
Yung po yung nabanggit ni Senator Go nung namatay si Micah.
So, Senator Go?
Sorry.
Senator,
Apologies.
Senator Bato, sige, as a matter of right, the Senator can react if he wants to.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just would like to put in context. Paano ko sinabing shit happens? Indeed, I said that. Shit happens. Because sa amin sa police, sa military, during operations, when you don't have complete control of the operational environment, you expect shit happens. Shit happens. Yun nga, nangyari nga. Namatay yung bata, tinamaan yung bata, talagang, for me, for us, shit happens. Nangyari yun. So what's the fuss about blaming ourselves for sinabi ko, talaga nangyari. Hindi perfect yung operation. Hindi mo kontrolado ang environment. May tinamaan na bata. So anong tawag ko dyan? Perfection happens? There's no perfect operations. Sometimes shit happens. So I said that, but that does not mean to degrade the soul, the departed soul of that child na namatay. Ang problema lang sa inyo, Father, you are trying to capitalize my words for propaganda purposes. That's very bad, Father. Masama ko yan. Huwag niyong gamitin, you do not take the word out of context para i-propagandize yung isang issue. Ako, sinabi ko shit happens because I'm blaming myself as the PMP. Nangyari ang hindi dapat nangyari, namatay yung bata, tinamaan. Really, shit happens. Pero, when the media presented it, when the media articulated it in their papers, wow, iba na. Bato is demonyo na yung bata parang masaya pa dahil lang namatay yung bata. Mali po yun, Mr. Chair. So, patanong ko lang sa Father, when you said that you use drugs for 15 years, ano po yung drugs na ginamit mo, Father?
Shabu po, babang shabu.
Pare ka na noon?
Siyempre, hindi pa.
Hindi ka ba pare?
Natural po.
So, 15 years. How old ka nag-start gumamit na siya po?
Father, ako sagutin niyo.
Mr. Chair, simula po ako ng 16.
16?
Opo.
16 plus 15, that's 31. Kailan lang ka naging pare?
2006.
2006. How old were you? 2006?
31 po.
31. So meaning, nasa loob ka pa ng seminaryo, gumagamit ka ng
Meron po akong tinatawag na relapse, Mr. Chair.
Relapse. That's good. I congratulate you for reforming your life. And being a good example. I congratulate you. You're a good example to this community.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Pero hindi po ako gumagawa at nagpa-fabricate o pinapalobo. When you said that you do not intend to hurt the feelings of the bereaved, by the word itself, you already did. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Well, depende sa inyo yan. That's subjective, Mr. Chair. Kasi sa akin, when I say shit happens, that's for us to blame ourselves. That shit happens. That is not intended for the people or the victim.
Can we contextualize? Aminado naman si Senator Bato, konektado ito sa 1-year-old na namatay, kaya kayo napasalitang shit happens.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can we pa? Ilan?
Mr. Chair, 3 years old.
3 years old daw.
Nangangarap din maging polis.
Sige, Father, ikaw familiar sa what happened doon sa 3 years old na namatay? Sige nga, so that we will see the...
Sa pagkaalala ko po ay ito po ay isang police operation. At inuhuli nila yung anak, ay yung tatay, at dahil ito ay nadamay yung anak, no? Nadamay yung anak at namatay yung anak. I wouldn't want to give any
Saan
other...
po yun?
I wouldn't want to give any...
Place and then date, and then sa incidenting yun, yung 3 years old lang ang namatay.
Kasama po yung ama, Mr. Chair.
Kasama ang ama. So, that is the context, ha? Yan yung context, ha, na nangyari ito.
Yes, Mr. Chair, wala naman talagang pulis gustong pumatay ng bata. Kaya nga sabi ko, shit happens. Tinumaan yung bata sa crossfire. Kaya nga, nangyari yun. But,
Father, sa investigation ninyo, official police operation yon, na-confirm din sa HQ?
It was po.
Okay, may mga pangalan ng operatives.
I think meron po, Mr. Chair, and ayaw kasi mag-appear po nung...
Pakiorganize na lang yung data kasi isa na yan sa pag-usapan natin ngayon eh. We are interested in that police operation na may 3-year-old na namatay. Kasama ng niya papa siguro.
Mr. Chair, na-autopsy din po ni Dr. El Fortuno ng bata. So she can objectively provide the truth in this committee. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, another question. Yung inimbestigahan ninyo, Father, na mga kaso, marami yun, sinabi mo. And you have evidences. Meron kayong proof na sabi mo nga, binalian na kamot. Sabi mo, may mga revolver na paulit-ulit na ginagamit as exhibit. Then, sa haba ng panahon, Father, ilan na pong kaso na file ninyo pertaining to those cases that you have investigated? Ilan na pong kaso na file ninyo?
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Respond to the best of your ability.
Okay.
Pero hindi naman, I don't think responsibility ninyo to file the cases. Pero sige,
Precisely.
Mr. Chair, but since concerned siya, advokasya niya yan, he should see to it that justice must be served to these victims.
Hindi po ba mas responsibility ng pulis yan?
Responsibility nga ng police, Mr. Chair, pero siya nag-imbestiga, he's provided otherwise, kung hindi siya tumulong para mapahal yung kaso na yan, halata na ginagawa niya, puro propaganda. Nagpo-propaganda lang siya. Nagsasabi siyang ganon. Hindi pa siya interested na makuha ang justisya. Hindi niya pinalawag sa pulis kung susunod itong mga gago na ito. Because I, for one, I want justice to be served. Lalo na yung mga inosente na pinatay. Dapat talaga, Father. Baka mas pwede pa maging pare kung tutuusin. Kasi gusto ko talaga, if I have the goods, I have the evidence to show that, well go. Bali na, halatang binugbog na bago pinatay eh. Di ba? So, you should pinalawa po sana yun, napahal yung kaso. Kung hindi mo pinalawa, well, masasabi ko hanggang propaganda ka lang, Father.
Mr. Chair. Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Brief interjection lang. May expression kanina na what's the fuss. I think dahil lahat tayo, lahat around the table, ayaw nga natin na may nangyayari ganito na may batang nako-crossfire. And a good number of us, ayaw din natin ang buong sitwasyong ito na nagkaroon ng EJKs, nagkaroon ng war on drugs. And secondly, Mr. Chair, for the record, ilang beses na rin nagkaroon ng pagdududa sa motibo ni Father Flavi sa pagharap sa ating komite. I think na he doesn't deserve that dahil pinipresume po ng ating komite na all our resource persons humaharap sa atin in good faith. So kung maaari ko lang i-make of record yan, Mr. Chair, na buong loob akong nananalig sa good faith ni Father Flavi sa pagharap sa atin at pagpresenta nung karanasan at ebidensya na meron ang Project Paghilom. For the record, Mr. Chair.
Father, you don't mind being asked these hard questions naman, di ba?
No, except that
Okay, answer to the best of your ability.
Salamat po. And Mr. Chair, I would like to acknowledge the intervention of Senator Riza. Hindi po uso at hindi po nasa bokabularyo ko ang pag-bloat ng katotohanan at pagpapropaganda. Ito po ay ginawa ko sapagkat bago pa magkaroon ng patayan sa nagdaang administrasyon, meron na tayong isang lugar kung saan tinatawag na kalinga, nagpapaligo, nagpapaaral, at meron pang only rice ang mga homeless. 2015. But when 2016 started and came in, dahil ang pinatay mostly are breadwinners, I was already thinking in advance na ang mga naiwan na pamilya, kapag hindi natulungan dahil breadwinners na namatay, they will also end up in the streets. So to address that issue, we created program Paghilom to help provide the core competence of psycho-spiritual interventions. Yun po ang hugis ng hustisya na nais namin paabot. Let us take note that justice has different facades. Isa lang po ang korte, o ultimate ang korte. But being able to rise up in the morning para magtrabaho, ang anak kahit kandila, magsulat at mag-aral mabuti, para sa akin, katarungan na po yun. Hugis po na katarungan yun. Now, to address the cases, there are cases that have fallen into our hands, and they are ongoing. I will not outline it here, but submit the records. Second, if there are really cases of laban, let me now throw this question. Di ba ho, sa investigasyon, sa crime scene, ang isang pine-preserve po dyan ay yung baril na ginamit. 6,000 po daw ang nalaban. So dapat merong 6,000 baril with corresponding documents. One way to let the public know that the war on drugs was real and true to its word, let us see the 6,000 handguns. That's a question po.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po.
If I may, I hope in the next hearing, we can invite the Director of Forensic Service of the PNP para mailatag niya yung whereabouts nitong mga lahat ng mga ebidensya na na-recover. And for the record, Mr. Chair, just like parating kay Father, I appreciate what you're doing, Father. Thank you for what you're doing. Pasensya ka na kung hindi ka nakapagpapile ng kaso, parang you limit yourself to propaganda. But then again, you said na may nakapile kayong kaso. And I encourage you, please, file kayo ng kaso. Kasi kawawa talaga yung namatay. Mag-file kayo ng kaso. I am one with you in seeking for justice to these victims. File kayo ng kaso.
Salamat po. Madami pong kaso. Hinahabla na po. Salamat.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Before can we ask Attorney Dulay to sit here with us? He's the Inspector General of the ES, para just in case. Yes, go ahead, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. One follow-up question kay Father Flavi. Father, dun sa pagkamatay ni Mika at yung ama niya, kinonfirm ba ni Dr. Fortune na talagang nagkaroon ng shootout sa pagkamatay ng dalawang mag-ama?
Mr. Chair, Senator is referring to itong dalawa po. I think na-confirm niya po. I hope I'm right, but please don't quote me. Pero alam ko po na autopsy po ni Dr. Raquel.
Salamat, Father. So, Mr. Chair, kung maaaring maimbitahan din po sa susunod na hearing si Dr. Fortune. Salamat.
Nakaplano na po yan. Pero doon po kay yung bata na sinabi mo, yung bata na sabi mo na discover ni Dr. Fortune na may gunshot wound. Hindi na yata disputed ng bata o gunshot wound. Tama?
Yes.
Okay, so that is klaro. Senator Tolentino, I think, wants to ask
Father, magandang tanghali po, mayang multo. Pinagigit mo kanina na maraming kang senior na mga pangalan o ng mga pangalan dito hindi naman namin mabasa. But you mentioned the words highly confidential. Parang hindi ba lumalabas na yung pag-share mo ng information would be selective, subjective. Paano po ito? Saan ang hangganan na ito? Kung ano lang yung gusto nyo ibigay. Kasi ang gustong patunguhan ng committee nito ng hearing ay malaman nga kung ano yan. Pero kung bibigay kayo ng konti, mag-withhold kayo, paano po yun?
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Nung sinabi ng highly confidential, unang-una po ay meron po sila kanya-kanyang mga abogado. And I believe that there is also a proper forum kung saan ito po ay lilitisin bukod po dito sa ating magiting na house. So yun po yung context ng highly confidential. If we could and only we could give it all, we would upon their approval po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Salamat, Majority Leader.
Salamat po.
Salamat. Until, please stay on in the hearing, Father, kasi kami mga dagdag na tanong pa sa inyo in the course of the other testimonies. At this point, the Chair would like to call on Attorney Dean Shell Jokno to make the presentation in his capacity as the Chair of the Free Legal Assistance Group or FLAG. And the committee understands, Dean Shell, that you have with you a survivor of an attempted extrajudicial killing. So kung maaari pong isama nyo rin po yung kwento niya sa inyong presentation. So, Attorney Shell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Your Honors. May I request that the slides be put on the screen? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ang kampanyang kontra illegal na droga ng Administrasyong Duterte ay hindi lang basta-basta nagsimula sa kalsada at barangay. Ang pinagmula ng war on drugs ay isang utos o command na galing mismo sa pinakamataas na opisyal ng Philippine National Police at yun po ay nakikita ninyo sa right side ng screen. Next slide, please. Ang una po niyang reference sa kanyang command circular ay ang pronouncement ni President Rodrigo R. Duterte to get rid of illegal drugs during the first 6 months of his term. Next slide, please. Sa PNP-CMC 16-2016 nanggaling ang utos na magsagawa ang PNP ng panibagong anti-illegal drugs campaign na binansagang Project Double Barrel. Next slide. Ang konsepto ng operations sa Project Double Barrel ay unang-una ito ay ilulunsad sa unang araw ng Chief PNP at pangalawa ito ay may dalawang sangay, kaya Double Barrel po ang tawag, Project Tokang and Project HVP. Next slide, please. Ayan po ang diagram ng Double Barrel. HVP ay high value target at Project Tokang ang lower barrel. Ano ngayon ang ibig sabihin po? Next slide. Ng Project Tokang. Yan yung alam natin ng mga house-to-house visits ng police sa mga pinaghihinalaang sangkot sa illegal na droga. Next slide. Ano naman ang Project HVT? Ayan po yung tawag na high-value targets, yung mga involved na drug personalities sa international at domestic drug trafficking. Next slide, please. Kaya ang tanong po ay, ano ang pinagkaiba ng Project Double Barrel sa mga dating anti-drugs campaign ng pamahalaan? Dalawa po ang pinagkaiba. Next slide. Unang-una, may utos sa loob ng command circular na yan na mag-neutralize at mag-negate ng mga suspected illegal drug personalities. Pangalawa, ang utos ay gumamit ng drug list para tugisin ang mga sangkot umano sa illegal na droga. Next slide, please. Siyempre po, alam naman natin lahat, ang trabaho ng pulis ay mag-imbestiga, magkalap ng ebidensya at magsampa ng kaso laban sa mga salarin. Kaya ang tanong ay, bakit nag-iba ang utos sa Project Double Barrel? Imbis na mag-aresto at magsampa ng kaso, bakit neutralize at negate ang iniutos ng CMC 16-2016? Imbis na magkalap ng ebidensya para sa korte, bakit drug list ang iniutos nitong command circular? Next slide, please. Paulit-ulit po ang utos ng command circular na ito na mag-neutralize. Mismo sa purpose ng circular na nakalagay na dapat i-neutralize ang mga illegal drug personalities sa buong Pilipinas. Next slide, please. At sa loob ng circular, nandiyan po naka-highlight sa dilaw, yan yung mga paulit-ulit na command to neutralize, and to negate. Next slide, please. Wala naman po sa batas ang salitang negate at neutralize, kaya libre ang pulis na unawaan ito base lamang sa kanilang sariling interpretasyon. Kumbaga, Your Honors, ay bahala na sila magpasya kung ano ang ibig sabihin nito. Ang tanong po ngayon, siyempre, ano ang pagkaintindi o pag-unawa ng pulis sa utos na mag-neutralize at mag-negate? Next slide. Ang mga susunod po ng salitang paggamit ng neutralize at negate ay galing mismo sa mga opisyal ng PNP. Next slide, please. Si PNP spokesperson, Senior Superintendent 2016, mismo ang nag-announce noon na ang ibig sabihin ng neutralize ay pinatay o killed. At mismo siya nag-announce na papalitan na nila sa mga report ng double barrel. Imbis na killed, ang ilalagay nila ay neutralized. Next slide. Ang mga susunod naman ng mga police reports ay sinulat at nanggagaling mismo sa mga units ng PNP sa Santa Ana, Manila. Makikita dito, paulit-ulit din ang ginagamit ang neutralized kaugnay ng Project Double Barrel at ang pagpatay sa suspect dahil umano siya ay nanalaban. Ito po yung isa. Next slide, please. Ito ay isang information report galing sa PNP Santa Ana. Elements of Santa Ana Police Station will step up for the suspect's immediate apprehension and neutralization. Kung ang ibig lang sabihin ay hulihin yung suspect, bakit pa dinagdag ang salitang neutralization? Next slide, please. Yung suspect po dito ay nailagay sa isang drug watch list at medyo maliit lang, pero may makikita kayong handwritten notation sa tabi ng pangalan niya, killed, at yung petsa kung kailan siya pinatay. Next slide, please. And one more. Next slide, please. As predicted in the PNP information report, ang tatlong suspect, Mr. Manawis at dalawang bunuan, ay na-neutralize o napatay sa isang bypass operation dahil sila raw ay nanalaban. Next slide, please. May hawak pa po ang flag ng mga 20 sets pa ng mga police reports galing din sa Police Santa Ana na ganun din, halos eksakto word for word ang paggamit nila ng salitang neutralize. Ang nakita po namin pattern, una, bago magsagawa ng police operation na identify na yung suspect bilang target for immediate apprehension and neutralization. Pangalawa, halos lahat sila ay nasa drug watch list. Pangatlo, nung nagkaroon daw ng bypass operation, lahat sila ay nanlaban at pinatay. Next slide, please. Pero hindi lang po sa ang Santa Ana Police ang gumagamit ng neutralize, pati sa Tondo, meron din po. Next slide, please. Ito ay sa isang operation tungkol sa pagkakapatay kay Rex Apari. Died during police operation. The operation resulted in the neutralization of the suspect. At hindi lang po yun. Next slide, please. Si Colonel Espenido na nandito po ngayon ay nung tumestigo sa Quadcom ay umamin na ang ibig sabihin na neutralize ay kill. Next slide, please. Tinanong po siya ni Congressman Owaminal, does that include referring to neutralization? Colonel, na pagpatay sa target, ang sagot po, kasali na, Your Honors. At hindi lang po siya, next slide please, pati ang PDEA Chief, si Director General Lasso, ay sinamin din na ang ibig sabihin ng negate at neutralize ay kill. Next slide please. Tinanong po siya ni Congresswoman Luistro, can you please enlighten us ano pong ibig sabihin ng negated? Answer ni General Lasso, it is neutralized, Your Honor. I mean, he was killed already. Negated for the case of Mayor Halil would then mean that he is dead already. Yes, Your Honor. That is why it was neutralized already. Sagot, yes, Your Honor. Next slide, please. Ibinulgar din ni Colonel Roina Garma sa Quadcom ang reward system na itinupad sa Duterte drug war. Hindi ko na po babasahin ng lahat ng nasa sinagot niya, pero ang sabi lang niya, may reward po yan, ang Davao model ang kanilang sinunod. First is the reward if suspect is killed, second is the funding of planned operations, and third is the refund of operational expenses. At gusto ko lang pong i-emphasize ang sabi niya, rewards were only given for killings for arrest only reimbursement of expenses. Next slide, please. Iba-iba din po ang halaga ng reward depende kung small time o big time. Umaabot daw around 20,000. Ang big time umaabot ng 500,000 hanggang 1 million piso. Next slide, please. Kaya ang naging resulta po, killing frenzy sa kapulisan. Kaya sa tingin ko, umabot sa 20,322 ang napatay nung una pa lang 17 buwan ng drug war. Ang numero pong 20,322 ay galing mismo sa Korte Suprema, isang extended resolution na sinasay nila ang 2017 year-end accomplishment report na galing sa Office of the President. Next slide, please. Marami pong mga kamag-anak ang lumapit sa amin sa flag, kamag-anak ng mga EJK victims. Pero marami din sa kanila ay natatakot magsampa ng kaso dahil malamang baka balikan sila o yung mga kamag-anak nila. At kahit ngayon, marami pa rin pong takot dahil many of those involved or responsible ay naka-uniforme pa. Next slide, please. Pero meron po kaming isang testigo na kasama po ngayon, isang survivor ng EJK, si Roger Herrero, na nung siya ay binaril, akala ng pulis siya ay patay na, nakahanap siya ng tulong, nadala siya sa ospital, nung nalaman ng pulis na buhay pa siya, kinasuhan siya ng robbery, nakakuha siya ng acquittal, dinismiss ang kaso robbery laban sa kanya, at siya naman ang nagsampa ng straight murder laban sa mga pulis. Na-convict po ang 4 na pulis of attempted murder. Ito po ang picture ni Roger Herrero. Nandito po siya sa loob ng ating session hall. Roger, maaari po ay kayo magtumayo. Si Roger Herrero po. Next slide, please. Maraming salamat, Roger. Maaari pong may magtatanong, robbery naman ang charge. Paano siya naging biktima ng drug war? Next slide, please. Pero mismo ang taga-NBI ang nagsabi po sa amin sa flag na ito ay ginawa ng pulis kasama ito sa drug war dahil ang reward ang end goal ng mga pulis. At sabi pa niya, the PNP changed their narrative in simple crime operation when the incident reached the NBI because suddenly charge of robbery was filed. Para din ito yung kaso ni Carl Arnaiz. Kung maalala po niyo, after Kian de los Santos sumunod na pinatay si Carl Arnaiz, ang sabi naman ng pulis nung lumabas yung balita na napatay nga siya, ay nang hold up daw siya. Pero actually, na-convict yung mga pulis din sa kaso ni Carl Arnaiz, hindi lang ng pagkapatay, kundi pati planting of evidence. Kaya po, kami nababahala sa mga nangyayari at sa mga nangyayari mga kaso noong panahon ng war on drugs. Na ready po anytime mag-testify si Roger Herrero. Nasa committee po. Thank you.
Roger Herrero, no?
Yes.
Sige, are you done?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, ikaw, Attorney Jokno, marami kang kliyente na victim families ng EJK, kaya familiar ka sa issue na to? Yun po ba yun?
Meron po, at meron kaming hihain na kaso sa Korte Suprema sa ngalan ng tatlong kliyente namin na pa rin nakapending sa Supreme Court.
Kliyente means say, namatayan na mga pamilya?
Tatlo po sila. Yung isa, si Jefferson Soriano, ay survivor din ng EJK. Yung isa, si Rowena Pari, ay nanay ng napatay na nanlaban daw. At yung pangatlo ay relative po rin ng isang EJK victim.
Okay. Pero EJK po ito, since familiar ka naman sa background facts, yung mga attempted EJK or victim ng EJK, sa ngalan ng war on drugs ang operation ng police?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Siguro kaya nyo naman siguro i-organize mo yung data, bigyan nyo po kami ng information.
Sure.
And dahil dyan sa pag-aaral mo sa na-encounter mo ngayon yung Memorandum Circular 16-2016.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino po nag-issue nun?
Si Chief PNP noong panahon na yun, si ngayon Senator Ronaldo Bato.
Anong date yun?
Ronald lang, Ronald.
Ronald.
Walang O.
Sorry.
Anong date yung MC?
July 1, 2016. First day po niya sa pag-upo bilang Chief PNP.
And as an experienced lawyer, napansin mo doon ang pag-insert ng anong mga salita? Na alanganing salita?
Neutralize po at negate.
Negation ata nang nandun, ano?
Yes.
Anong mas madalas gamitin doon? Neutralization?
Neutralization.
Yung negation, ilan times nabanggit?
5 beses po nabanggit yung neutralize at 2 beses nabanggit ang negate.
So, sa pag-aaral, just in case you know, sa mga police material, is this the first time na ginamit ang neutralization, neutralize, negation, negate?
May mga 1 or 2 na mga police documents na nakita ko po yan. Pero wala akong alam na may ganyan sa mga utos sa drugs, lalong-lalo na sa war on drugs. Kundi ito lang CMC 16-20.
Pero yung mga naalala mo na-encounter mo yung terms, in what context mo naman sila na-encounter? In police documents?
I think it was pointed out by then Justice Carpio in one of the hearings, the oral argument during the Almora case, the war on drugs case. Siya po ang nagbanggit po sa amin nung kami na nakaharap sa Supreme Court.
Alam mo, diniscuss ko na sa staff ko yan eh. What would be a better word to replace neutralization or negation if you do not have killing as included in the meaning of the word? Sige nga, can I benefit from your presence, Attorney Joe?
Kaya nga po ako nagtaka dahil alam naman natin na ang tungkulin ng pulis ay manghuli, mangkalap ng ebidensya at magsampa ng kaso. Yun yung hinahanap namin sa command circular. Mang-aresto kayo, kumuha kayo ng ebidensya, mag-file kayo ng case. Nung nakita na namin paulit-ulit yung negate at neutralize, sabi po namin, bakit ito ay nilagay doon? Kung ang purpose ay mang-aresto, bakit hindi na lang ginamit yung salitang aresto?
Mr. Chair?
Okay, at Senator Bato?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I just would like to react. Yung insistence ni Attorney Jokdo about using the word lies, na puro killing lang ang gusto niya palabasin. If you can remember, Attorney Jokdo, during our senatorial debate doon sa UST, almost 6 years ago, sinagot na kita tungkol dyan. Kasi insisting ka na pag-neutralize, patay agad. Sinagot kita extensively doon sa debate na yun. Kaya siguro ako nanalo. Ginawa ako senador ng taong bayan. Dahil nasagot ko yung tanong mo na yun. If I will give you the Google meaning of neutralize, ito po nasabi. It is a verb. Render something ineffective or harmless by applying an opposite force or effect. So ano ibig sabihin yan? Render something ineffective or harmless by applying an opposite force or effect. Ano yung opposite force or effect na sinasabi? Yan ang sinasabi mong negation operation. Paano gagawin yan? Kasi sabi mo, gusto mo magpulis-pulisan eh. Gusto mo yung term ng pulis, talagang i-insist yung gusto mong meaning. Yung negation operations ay pagkandak ng operations against the suspects. Pag magkandak ng operations, chances are na pwede mo siyang ma-aristo, pailan mo ng kaso, para makulong at hindi na siya makapag-commit pa ng further crimes. Ineffective na siya sa kanyang mga criminal activities. Ngayon, sabi mo patay. Yes, pwede mayroong mamatay dyan sa neutralization kapag ang suspect ay lumaban sa operation because by all means, ang police has to defend themselves. Self-defense. Ewan ko. Tanungin natin itong former Chief PNP kung ano ba talaga ang meaning ng neutralization. Dahil alam ko, police, military, at maraming organization gumagamit ng term ng neutralize, binibigyan lang kasi ng masamang meaning nitong mga anti-Duterte na people. Ngayon, kinukot mo pa yung PDEA director. Yes, he's free to make his own meaning, his own definition of that term. But ito ngayon, tatlong former chief Mr. Chair, and I ask General Gamboa, when I say neutralize, anong ibig sabihin yan? You have the floor.
These three former PNP chiefs came after the PNP chief pa to. So tama. So,
Correct.
yes.
And if indeed that memorandum that I signed, cited by Attorney Jokno, was true, then they were covered by that memorandum. And I would like to seek their opinion as to the intent of that memorandum. Is it really killing? Otherwise, kung gusto kong patayin yung mga suspect, bakit pa ako gagamit ng neutralized term? Gagamitin ko ang to kill. Bakit ko pa gagamitin yung term ng neutralized, Mr. Chair? Can I hear from General Gamboa, Mr. Chair?
So, in order sa kanila, sige, who came, sige, ganito sa records ko, after, naging Chief Albayal, after Bato de la Rosa, Albayal, de Gamboa, Cascolan, Sinas, Eleazar, Carlos, Danao. Ganun na nangyari, sige. Okay, the question of Senator Bato, he wants to direct first to lawyer po pala itong lawyer, former police chief, Attorney Archie Gamboa. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to put everything in the proper context because if you only deal with how Attorney Jokno has interpreted the command memorandum circular, you will have that kind of bias. Now, as an opinion, there are at least 3 laws that prohibits disclosure of classified documents. There's NAPOLCOM Circular 2016-002. There's Republic Act 3019, Section 3. And there's Republic Act 6713, Section 7. All of this prohibits on the part of the government employee to divulge plans like this. For your information, that plan that was presented is classified as confidential. There are limits to the access of that. Why? Because while it may not endanger national security, peace and order, and public safety, it might be prejudicial to the interest, prestige of national government activities. It may cause administrative embarrassment. It may cause unwarranted injury, and it may be advantageous to other nations. I am telling this because first and foremost, those documents are not supposed to be accessed by the public. But this responsibility lies on the government employee themselves. Pero ito, wala na tayong magawa, Mr. Chair, dahil lumabas siya. Now let's go back to how policemen would interpret this. Before we became members of the Philippine National Police, we were members of the Philippine Constabulary. And the word neutralization can often be found in operational plans of the military. It's always there. So probably, as we transition to the now Philippine National Police, we carry the same interpretation. Now, if you look at the entire CMC, the Command Memorandum Circular, in the coordinative portion, it emphasizes respect for human rights as embodied in the 1987 Constitution, respect for police operational protocols. It's all there. So if you take it in its entire context, you don't necessarily mean neutralization is killing. Because it may cause, no, there's a question of bakit nag-iba ang shift ng strategy ng PNP to double barrel? Bakit merong tukhang, merong HVT na sinasabing nade-determine ng drug list? When you are a member of the military, even in our campaign against the insurgents, we always start with the order of battle. The order of battle is the list of communists, be it armed guerrilla or even legal fronts. Because this is where you start your work. Because if you start from nowhere, where are you going to go? That's why in our campaign against illegal drugs, we start with the drug list, those that are listed. And then from there, we develop strategies first to look at them, maybe if we can file the appropriate cases or conduct probably bypass operations. Ang mahirap kasi, if you take this into just one context and one page, actually I have listed that during the CMC 2016, there was a mention 4 times, page 3, page 12, page 15, and page 16, and negation in page 5. But if an ordinary policeman would interpret this, it means it will still be based on how the law operates. As a chief PNP and as a lawyer, I would not allow that will go out of the bounds of the law. Mahirap kasi pag kunin mo yung context na isang page lang, or dito ka lang sa neutralization. Why don't you go through the different pages? This is a memorandum circular covered by almost 18 pages. And take the interpretation in its entirety. Hindi lang doon sa neutralization. I don't know what would be the reason, but that's how a former chief PNP and a lawyer says it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
But is the word neutralization commonly used in police documents? Sige, Chief.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Even in the military, sir.
In the police, kaya kinocontextualize. Pag tayo, kinocontextualize po. Kayo ba police? Military?
No, sir.
So, in the police context, common ang word na neutralization.
Yes, sir. Even if you can see on the different 6 memorandum circular, you see it.
Kaya nga, that's one document. And then, I'm now asking you, before ka naging chief, siyempre, lawak na experience mo. Madalas mo na-encounter sa police career mo ang word neutralization.
Yes, sir.
So just as you made the study kung ilang beses ginamit siya dito sa document, can you give us a study kung ano yung mga police documents na na-encounter mo ang neutralization at saka negation?
I am just saying, sir, that the 6 memorandum circular issued during 2016 to 2022, the neutralization and negation always used in the different circulars. And this has passed through at least 3 chief PNP signing the circular.
And did it all start with this particular memorandum circular, number 16-26?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Kaya nga, so after this, madalas na gamitin si neutralization. Yun ang point.
Even on the memorandum circular signed by Chief PRRD, maybe because of the misinterpretation, the neutralization has already been defined.
Has already been?
Defined in the definition of terms.
Albayalintay na. Sige po. Chief, itong aking records dito, ano ka? You were chief of October 14, 2019. Kino-consider ka naman chief noon? Up to...
Yes, sir, as officer in charge, but limited on the...
Up to September 2, 2020.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alam mo ilan ang casualty sa war on drugs? Do you know? Sa term mo?
I think 662, sir.
662.
Yes, sir. We have already list on the different died in police operations on the different terms of the chief PNPs.
Yes. Basta in your particular name, 662.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Lisa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. I'll be asking follow-up questions after all the former chiefs PNP have spoken. Pero I think may nanggit po si former chief PNP Archie Gamboa at least 3 importanteng punto. Una, talagang magkakaiba yung sa militar or even the PC before, bilang military organizations na gumagamit ng yung list of targets, at saka yung use ng word na neutralization. Iba talaga sa context ng kanilang dating counterinsurgency operations ng PC at ng AFP until recently na pumipit sa external defense. Ibang-iba supposedly ang PNP. That's why nagpasa ang Kongreso noon ng PNP Reform and Modernization Act to create the new PNP. So ibang-iba po yung paggamit ng neutralization or negation sa PC noon at sa AFP, maaring hanggang ngayon, kesa sa PNP. Pangalawang importanteng binanggit ni former Chief PNP RG, sinabi nga nila na why would they want to arrest rather than have those effect of killing? Kasi po, yung isang pag-uusapan na natin in this hearing or perhaps the next hearings, Mr. Chair, merong tinawag na nangyaring perverse incentive. Lumabas na po sa isang resource person. Pag-aresto, walang reward, walang incentive. Pero pag napatay, may incentive. At may gradations pa ng magkano yun, depende kung low level or high value yung napatay or pinatay. And pangatlo po, I just would like to return dun sa piniresent so far ni Attorney Jokno, Attorney Chal, na pati doon sa mga nakuha nilang after reports ng PNP sa mga napatay, yung mga nakalista earlier for neutralization or negation, nakalagay po killed. So, in the course of the years of the drug war, in the course of the years of the EJKs, talagang napagpalit-palit na yung neutralization, negation, at yung pagpatay as a description and siguro in the nature ng mga human organizations sa pagkaintindi even during the operation. So just for the record, Mr. Chair, bago yung ating iba pang former chiefs PNP.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I have given this body the Google meaning of the word neutralization. This time, I would like to share with you the police meaning of neutralization as defined in page 188 of the Police Operational Procedure Manual. And it says, neutralization, a police intervention in strict accord with the use of force continuum and or principle of proportionality on the use of force purposely to contain or stop the unlawful aggression of the offender. This may include an arrest, capture, surrender, or other acts to subdue the suspect. Wala nakalagay dito na kill sa definition ng PNP Operational Manual, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mahirap kung magbigay ng meaning somebody from outside the PNP ang mag-interpret sa isang police term. It should be people from within the organization be given the chance to interpret this term accordingly, Mr. Chair.
May we know when the PNP officially and formally define the word neutralization? Because sa notes ko, mayroon dash 21, so it gives me the idea it's 2021.
Regardless, Mr. Chair,
Am I correct or not?
yeah, this is 2021. Dahil nga sa palaging minimisinterpret ng publiko yung term na neutralization, the PNP come up with the correct meaning.
Is it a fact that in the command memorandum of circular number 16-2016, where the word neutralization appears, wala pa siyang definition noong time na yun?
Wala pa, Mr. Chair. But it doesn't mean kung walang nakasulat na definition, isama mo na puro patay-patay na lang ang gusto mo sa neutralization.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you want to continue with the ex-chief? Senator Bato, do you want to continue?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Same question, kung natatandaan niyo pa, same question is Senator Bato. So, the bold sinas, we have yes sir, General Retired the bold sinas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me. Nagbigay na po ni Senator Bato at saka ni Sir Archie po ang definition. Yun po talagang in-adapt namin, Your Honor. hindi po kagad patay. Because the context talaga, kasi kaya yung operational procedures, kasama po yun sa tinuturo at saka nasa mga training at saka mga discussion. Hindi po kagad patay. Dapat we do the, after mag-case build up, the arrest, capture, kung mag-surrender, surrender. Tapos kung mayroong imminent threats na talagang lumaban, doon po talaga nag-engage ang police po. Kaya nga pinakita rin po kanina na may mga instances na pag hindi ready ang police, kami po ang mapapatayan. It does not mean na pag sinabing neutralize, ang sinasabi namin sa mga tao sa baba during our conferences, our coordinating conferences meeting, ay patay. Hindi po yun, sir. Ang una talaga is to neutralize, to stop their operations, to stop their aggressions on equal force, just enough to neutralize them. Yun po, sir, ang kuha namin. Yun po ang ginagamit na term, na pinasa na po namin sa baba. Immediate killing, sir, ang kuha po namin. So we have the same stand po, sir, with Senator Bato and Sir Archie, sir. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, just very quick intervention, Mr. Chairman, because I was listening attentively whether as to when the word neutralization came into the picture and the definition came in later, as you mentioned, 2021. So my next question, or probably a practical question, would be, how do you come up with a list of persons that you need to neutralize if you don't have the definition of neutralization? I think it's a practical question, Your Honor.
Take that up sa...
I just want to put that on...
Tuloy lang natin si ano. Pero hindi, may nasabi kasi si General Sinas na yun lang, sabi mo, yung interpretation na yun ang pinaabot mo sa baba. So, ibig sabihin, nag-issue ka ba ng mga circulars when you were Chief PNP? Na you interpreted neutralization?
No po, sir.
How did you do it?
We do with our conferences, with our...
Verbal?
Yes, sir, verbal po, sir.
Sige, General Danao, please, same question daw ni Senator Bato.
Yes, sir. Honorable Chairman and other members of the Senate. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Sir, I was assigned as the officer in charge of Philippine National Police from May 2022 up to August. So it's only 3 months, that was at the time of election. And from 2016 to 2018, I was just a mere directorate or staff of the Directorates of Intelligence and the CIDG. But as far as the neutralization word is concerned, as being discussed before during the high drug war, for me, sir, I would take it as the neutralization is a form of police operation. First, there is the voluntary surrender of the suspects of illegal drugs. That is one. And it could also be through the legal arrest of the suspects through bypass operation, through conduct of search warrants, and other forms. It could also be through checkpoints. Kasi minsan, sir, may mga checkpoints dyan na makikita in possession, sir, yung illegal drugs ng mga suspects. And it could also be, the word neutralization could also be the meaning, the killing of the suspect. So yun, sir. So depende, pero yung sinasabi siya ng interpretation, how we conduct operations sa baba, sir. Nasasabi na killing, parang medyo wala naman kung gano'n. But it is only how to the people on the ground on how they interpret it as such.
Thank you. Okay, ganito.
Mr. Chair,
sige, just if possible, briefly lang, Attorney Jokto, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, I think the comments that were made missed the point entirely. Kasi ang tanong talaga dito ay, bakit pa nilagay yun sa isang command circular? At may point out ko rin po, naalala ko rin na Senator De La Rosa na mismo kayo po noong 2016 ay ginamit nyo din po ang salitang neutralize. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. But may I point out that Senator De La Rosa in 2016 also used the term neutralized to refer to a bounty being raised to have him killed by supposed generals who were allied with the drug or those people involved in drugs.
What's your source?
This is
check din namin.
Amit Legaspi, GMA News, published September 28, 2016, dito po sa GMA News Online.
Mr. Chair, siguro mamaya kung ma-share sa atin yan, magkakareact ako properly.
Please share with the
Wala akong context.
Kaya kung tinanong, para yung staff, ma-check kagad ng staff.
Just a few more points, if I may, Mr. Chair. General Gamboa mentioned the use of the order of battle, pero matagal na po yan na-ban. Bawal na po gumamit ng order of battle sa ilalim ng Anti-Torture Act. So kung sabi niya ay yun ang ginagamit nila sa counterinsurgency, yun din ang basis nila sa drug list, wala na po yun eh. Pinagbabawan na po yun na matagal na ng ating batas. And finally, the point that confidential daw yung circular na ito at dapat daw hindi kami nakakuha ng kopya. Kami mismo ay nag-request sa PNP nung para sa kaso sa Supreme Court at binigyan po kami ng certified true copy na sinabmit po namin sa Supreme Court.
Pero, Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. A follow-up question, Attorney Jacob. Apart from semantics, may basis po ba sa karanasan na yung naging interpretasyon ng iba sa neutralize o negate ay pumatay?
Ayun nga po, yun na ipakita kong mga slides kanina na mismong galing sa Pulis Santa Ana, Pulis Tondo, mismo kay Colonel Jovi Espenido, sa PDEA Chief. Lahat po sila ginagamit nila yung salitang neutralize. Ang ibig sabihin ay kasama na doon yung pagpapatay.
Mag-ready ka muna ng Colonel Espinido, tatanungin kita. Pero ito lang, para just educate this representation or the Committee General Gamboa. General Gamboa, bakit mo nasabi in the first place na top secret or secret ito na wag i-circulate itong command memorandum circular? Bakit? Why?
Sir, Mr. Chair, as I have said, the sanction goes to the government, not to the employee, not to.
But why? Bakit? Because circulation, it was really designed for limited circulation?
No, sir. The circulation is controlled. There are different classifications of the documents in the police. Like there's secret, there's top secret.
Anong marka nito? There's no marking.
It's supposed to be confidential, sir. It's supposed to be a cover page. And down below should be stated confidential. But probably because the PNP already officially released it, that's why they removed it.
But there's something wrong kung may separate page doon ang confidential and yet sub-document itself walang tatak na confidential. So if ever nakikinig ang PNP sa atin, if that is what you want to happen, takan nyo ng confidential yung dokumento mismo, wala lang ito. There's no more trace that is confidential. Anyway, okay na po yun, just for my information. Colonel, ikaw yung ito sasabihin ko sa kanila, hindi ka naging PNP chief, pero talagang sa ground ka. You conduct police operations, etc. And I think you have an admission under oath that you interpreted the word neutralization as not naman siguro meaning kill, but as including the possibility of killing. Sige, just explain to us ano yung ibig sabihin.
Good afternoon to, Mr. Chair, sa lahat. Good afternoon. Sa akin naman, as an operatives, matagal sa non-commissioned officer, sa amin, Your Honor, ang pag-intindi, pag may neutralization, may report pagkatapos ng trabaho sa status. So, neutralized, then the remarks is nahuli or namatay. Not totally, sa interpretation namin, na nakalagay dyan yung neutralization, patayin, magtrabaho lang to stop anything as long as illegal. So sa remarks, nakalagay na doon ang specification. Nahuli, nandoon, pinahil sa court ang complaint at saka namatay. Your Honor. Kami ang mag-implement kasi sila yung mga officer kaharap ko ngayon, sila ang gagawa ng circular. Pero the truth is, ako number one ang nag-implement. Paano implement ang neutralization? Hindi nakapokus sa neutralization, kundi nakapokus kung sino ang target na illegal na hulihin ba or mamatay kasi yun na, may firefighting na ang nangyari. But not totally nakalagay sa isip namin as non-commissioned officer na nasa field, nasa ground na yun, patayin kasi neutralization, Your Honor. Kasi kami ang magharap sa korte kung sakali. Sundin din. Maski hindi na naman, patayin lang kasi neutralization, no. Kaya sinabi ko sa Quadcom Committee on Honor, Mr. Chair, na pwede. Sa lahat pwede. Possibility as long as real trabaho, kung ano talaga yun ang harapin mo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Sige. Senator Bato, clarify the situation.
Meron kasi sinabi, Colonel Spira, pwede. Ano mo ibig sabihin nun sa pwede? Na pwedeng mamatay?
Lahat possibility, Mr. Your Honor, kasi sa situation na nandyan, mangdaming experience ko for my 28 years.
Yeah, pwede mamatay kung ano?
Kung lumaban.
Yun. Laruin mo kasi you are living space of doubt na pwede.
Pwede sa lahat.
Pwede kung
lumaban. Yun ang sinabi ko.
Sige, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Colonel, ganito, okay. Kunyari, hindi neutralization yung word na ginamit. Arrest. Ano. Pag lumaban,
ganun pa rin. Mr. Chair.
So, okay. Senator Risa, yun.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Related dun sa isang puntong binanggit ni Police Lieutenant Colonel Espenido, balik lang kay Attorney Jokno, may pattern naman po bang nakita yung flag related sa mga kaso di umano ng nanlaban? I mean, kapani-paniwala ba na lahat self-defense on the part of the law enforcer yung pagpapatay sa mga ito na sinabing nanlaban?
Dalawa po yung nakita namin. Unang-una, sa Santa Ana na police reports na naibigay sa amin, meron silang tinatawag sa PNP na information report. Ito yung report na doon nila nilalagay yung mga information about the suspect, galing sa mga informant nila. At this is used pre-operation. Sa mga information reports na nakita namin, nandun na yung salitang immediate apprehension and neutralization of that particular suspect. Second, yung pangalan nila ay sa maraming kaso ay nasa listahan din ng drug watch list for that particular area. And then later on, pagka nag-operate na ang police doon, meron silang report na nalaban, kaya napatay. Nung curious kami po noon, kinompare namin pati yung language, yung mismong wording ng iba't ibang mga police report tungkol sa nalaban. At yung isang very striking sa amin ay halos identical yung ginamit na salita. Kumbaga parang cut and paste yung mga ginamit na salita. I can provide the committee with copies of these police reports.
Please do, Attorney Chel. Salamat kayo.
Kung pwede, more than just providing us with a copy, Attorney Jokno, if you parang give us parang memorandum of position paper na in-organize mo na yung observations mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para you direct our attention to what you have noticed.
Yes, sir.
Ito, Colonel Espenido.
Mr. Chair, just to respond to the pattern of Senator Risa.
Sige, Father, go.
Once again, going back to our documents, listening to the narratives of the families, wala po. From the 312 that we have, no one fought back. Politiko po, wala po nanalaban sa kanila. Salamat po.
Salamat, Father Flavi.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, if I may, habang on deck si Father Flavi, at mamaya itatanong rin kay Attorney Chel. Father, tama po ba na your sedition cases were filed against you? Kasi kaugnay ito ng banta na hinaharap, hindi lang ng people on the ground, pero yung mga gustong magdepensa sa mga EJK families.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Father. For the record, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I may ask a similar question kay Attorney Jokno, kay Attorney Chel. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Attorney Chel, could you describe briefly how was it to be an opponent of the war on drugs during its peak? Anong klaseng mga hamon ang hinaharap ng mga human rights advocates? Kasama na po yung galing sa legal community.
Ako po ay naging, sasabihin na lang natin, biktima ng isang late night speech ng dating Pangulo na paulit-ulit niya akong personal na nilalait at there were definitely dangers involved in assisting victims of the EJKs. Wala naman pong mga direct threats, pero minsan ay napapansin namin na mayroong mga lumilibot-libot at lalo na pag kinakausap namin ang mga testigo at biktima ng EJK survivors ay very security conscious kami dahil alam namin yung dangers nun. Naalala ko rin, Senator Risa, yung sa kaso nila Kian, na yung mga witnesses po ay nandun sa kay Bishop Ambo at may pagtatangka na kunin sila ng pulis. Mabuti na lang may mga media na nandun at nung may balita na may ganyan nga ay hindi na tinuloy.
Salamat kay Mr. Chair. And I believe, speaking of dangers, we also have here today as resource persons former Senator Laila de Lima and former Mayor Jed Mabilog. Perhaps at the proper time, Mr. Chair.
I'll give them time na Mayor Mabilog and Laila. They want to make some opening statement. After this question of mine to Colonel Espino. Ilang years ka, please? Grabe yung mga operations mo, high profile. Paruhinog, ikaw? Early morning raid sa bahay? Yes. Ilan pa raid sa bahay? Yes. Simultaneous yung area sa search warrant 16. Basta operative yan, general, mga operative yan. Sa entire 28 career mo, 28 years career mo sa police. Ikaw ba'y nakatanggap ng whether writing or sa pananalita na ginamit ang word na neutralization bilang code na patayin mo?
Sa pagtanda ko, wala akong specific na sabihan na neutralize. Huli ay arrest. Marami huli ay arrest.
So, ikaw ba'y nasabihan na code word yun arrest? Code word yun hindi, Mr. Chair. Ikaw ba'y nagagamit na ng ibang word na code word sa patayin mo?
Wala. May isa, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yung trabahuin. Trabahuin, trabaho yung gano'n. Trabaho yung gano'n. The result din, Mr. Chair, hulihin, yun lang talaga palagi.
Pero anong maintain mo? Ano yung nahuli yun. Naalala mo pa pangalan ng kanina sa sadyala nung trabahuin mo na nahuli ang NDA.
Mayor ng Gadara Samar. Mr. Chair, with the person of Mayor Cabuños at saka may abuyan na police na warranted.
Anong year yun?
2011, 2010, 2011.
Yung pagtatanong sa iyo, pang credibility questions na po ito kasi hindi naman drug war, hindi. So, pang just to test yung credibility.
Yes, are we commencing questioning Colonel Espino, Mr. Chair?
Sana ng time lang, may opening statement si Mayor Mabilog at saka si Senator Laila de Lima. And then after their opening statements, kung meron man, kung kayo pipilitin, then may na-open na questioning. But we will follow the order. May order tayo, tapos mag-10 minutes po tayo. Pero kung pwede mag-request, iklihan natin mga 5 minutes per senator. Okay, so ladies first, Senator Laila de Lima, just in case you want to deliver a statement. Yes.
Very short.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Very short, Your Honor. Mr. Chair and the honorable members of the subcommittee conducting today's inquiry. We can destroy and we need to destroy drugs, but we cannot destroy lives. Yan po ang sagot ko dun sa very passionate defense of the former president as to his policy of killing alleged drug offenders, alleged drug pushers, alleged drug users. We can destroy drugs, but we need not destroy lives. I just wish to emphasize that. I said that in my privileged speech in August 2016, after I filed a Senate inquiry, a resolution calling for Senate inquiry. This man, the former mayor of Davao City and the former president of the Republic of the Philippines, for so long have evaded justice and accountability for the thousands of those killed in the name of the so-called war on drugs. Hindi pa natin siya napapanagot after all these years. And these killings had started nung time pa niya as mayor. Yung phenomenon ng Davao Death Squad. Pinatuloy niya at nagiging klarado dun sa mga naririnig natin sa House of Representatives Quadcom hearings that yun din ang ginawang modelo ng war on drugs starting 2016. I was hoping that Colonel Garma and the others who already testified there at the Quadcom hearings, including also Carolina Espinosa, would be here, so that our discussions, our presentations would be in sync with each other, or that we listen to them again, and then I will respond to them. Now, I responded to the crisis that we faced starting in 2016, as I said, by filing the resolution and by delivering a privileged speech. Ang problema, hindi ko po yun natuloy. Yung aking pag-imbestiga noong mga nangyayaring patayan early on doon sa nung naging Pangulo, si Rodrigo Duterte. Malungkot po ako. Actually, I have mixed feelings now. People have been asking me, how do you feel that you're again appearing before the Senate for the first time? I'm setting foot in the premises of the Senate. Ang sabi ko, mixed feelings dahil sana nga noon pa, hindi na natin hinintay yung libo-libong mga pinatay. Pero naggagalak naman ako that I think we have the right environment now. Sana po, marami pa ang lumantad para magsabi pa kung ano talaga ang tunay na layunin ng Project Double Barrel. Yung kulang ko kasi noon, nung nag-imbestiga ako, when I presided over the Senate committee hearings, yes, we were able to present. Actually, konti lang, dalawa lang ata out of the 13 available CHR witnesses. But because I was eventually ousted as the chairperson of the committee, after I presented Mr. Edgar Matubato, hindi na po yun natuloy. Pero, ang talagang magiging kulang ng investigation na yun ay yung mga insider na makakapagpatunay sa atin na yung Project Double Barrel is the very program that was used in eliminating and in killing drug suspects. Because malinaw sa mga naging pronouncements ng dating mayor, ng dating Pangulo, na yan ang pinaka polisiya na niya in addressing the drug problem. Nasabi na ho kanina, yung mga examples, at marami pa ho yun, I have a whole collection of his statements, which really categorically show very clearly, manifestly, that he was inducing, encouraging the killings. And it cannot just be purely rhetoric. Kasi sinunod yung mga binanggit niya. Sinunod yung kanyang mga sinasabi na kailangan patayin ng mga yan. Mananlaban man o hindi, ang problema sa nanlaban, hindi ho paniwala. Siguro may ilan-ilan na may mga nanlaban talaga. Pero sa karamihan, sa mga lumabas na mga kwento ng mga kaanak ng mga biktima, ay karamihan sa kanila ay hindi nanlaban. Ano ba yung nangyari sa akin? Hindi lang sila nakontento na alisin ako bilang committee chairperson, but sinundan po ako ng katakot-takot na acts of persecution. Kasama na yung halos araw-araw na minumura, halos araw-araw na pinapahiya, halos araw-araw na I was deprived of my honor, and because they tried to destroy my reputation. At hindi pa ho sila nagkontento doon, nag-file sila ng mga gawang mga kaso para subukan ako na mapatahimik. Hindi po sila nagtagumpay doon. Kahit nasa loob ako sa kulungan, I continued to monitor what was happening. I had with me already the records ng Senate investigation, at least nung ako pa, yung nag-preside. I even filed and submitted a comprehensive dissenting report doon sa naging majority report by the committee, the Gordon report. I filed a dissenting report. I also had the records of my investigation of the DDS phenomenon. Pero isa pong ang pwede natin makita doon is that hindi natin mga natapos yun kasi nandyan yung atmosphere of, or the atmosphere of fear, the culture of fear and impunity. Sa Davao, meron kaming ilan-ilan na kausap na sekreto, pero hindi naman sila pumayag na i-present sila publicly doon sa DDS inquiry ng CHR. Now, doon naman sa Senate inquiry, sabi ko nga, hindi naman talaga tinuloy. Kaya hindi kagulat-gulat na yung naging conclusion ng majority is that the killings were not state-sponsored. Kung binigyan sana ng pagkakataon na talagang ituloy yung investigasyon na yon, na mas magiging seryoso ang investigasyon, walang malaman lang iniisip na whitewash ng investigasyon because the then president was still at the height of his power, ay siguro pwede natin na-prove yun. Hindi nga po yun nangyari. Ngayon tayo umaasa na dahil dyan sa mga lumalabas na ng mga revelasyon, pwede. At nandyan na yung mga ebidensya na mga state-sponsored mga killings na yan. So, one last point, Mr. Chair. Because,
1 minute, yes ma'am.
All right. Now, gusto ko sanang magpaalam sa committee that in my presentation, not today, because yung presentation ko dapat na ano rin, isusundan ko yung kina Father Flavi and then kay Attorney Jokno. Now I want also to present new angle. Gusto ko sanang itay pa talaga, ilink pa talaga sa DDS killings yung mga nangyaring patayan since 2016 or pagpatay under the name of war on drugs. I would wish to ask for permission that that's going to be the focus, especially so na lumilinaw ngayon Sinimulan na nung testimony ni Colonel Agarma na yun ang ginawang model. I would not have the time now to really explain all of that. But I can really come up with a comprehensive summary ng mga sinabi noon ni Edgar Matubato, yung mga sinabi subsequently ni Arturo Las Cañas, at first denied that there was a DDS, denied responsibility for the killings, denied that it was then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte responsible for that. But in a subsequent appearance, wala na po ako noon, nakakulong na po ako, he recanted and gave us this very comprehensive story, lalo na dun sa kanyang ICC affidavit. I would want to present.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Can you wrap up? Okay na po, ma'am?
For now.
Okay, sige po. Ganito po. We will give you the time, pero pwede ba mag-request ng committee, can you give us a preview of what you will be presenting? Siguro if you can organize also your observations and your findings in a memorandum or position paper type document, then
I will
please
do
give
that.
us. Thank you.
I will do that, Your Honor, including the dissenting report and then including all of the observations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just very short. Can we have the assurance of Senator De Lima to be around once Kerwin Espinosa and Ronnie Dayan will be present in this hearing? Because I'm going to ask him questions. Pag andyan na yung dalawa, Mr. Chair.
May ano who is Ronnie Dayan?
Ronnie Dayan was a known driver of Senator De Lima. Mr. Chair.
Is he the partner of Senator De Lima?
Mr. Chair.
That was revealed by Ronnie Dayan during the previous hearing many years ago, Mr. Chair.
Let's focus on our topic. Okay, gentlemen. Okay, sige, ito. Already moved na yata yung kanina pa, no? Na Ronnie Dayan will be invited to the next hearing. Senator Laila de Lima has manifested their intention to attend the next meeting. So, the next hearing. So, tugma lang.
Yes, Your Honor, because that's where I will make a comprehensive presentation and also comment on those revelations by Mr. Kerwin Espinosa during the Quadcom, and perhaps he is expected to reiterate that here. I was hoping you would be here, including Colonel.
You will be there as a resource person, ma'am. You will be there as a resource person, not to defend yourself. Wala, hindi resource person po kayo. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions addressed to former Senator De Lima. During your time as chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights, when did you start serving as the chairman of the Commission on Human Rights, if I may ask?
I was appointed in 2008.
Up to 2010?
To 2010.
All right.
When I was appointed as Secretary of Justice.
Did you conduct investigations regarding EJKs?
Yes, the CHR and bank conducted public inquiry right there in Davao City.
May I know kung ano po yung mga lugar na inimbestigahan nyo tungkol sa EJK?
Tungkol pa sa lugar, it was actually the entirety of Davao City because of the phenomenon of DDS. At inimbitahan nga po namin the former mayor, who also appeared and acted as resource person, and mailan-ilan ng mga opisyal, maraming opisyal actually, the city councilors, barangay chairman, PNP officials. Only that, halos wala na nag-appear doon sa mga nakausap namin, discreetly, confidentially, who shared their knowledge about the DDS. These are also self-confessed DDS members, just like Edgar Matubato. Kaya lang po, in the 2009 inquiry, wala po sila Edgar Matubato and Arturo Las Cañas. Na-mention yung mga pangalan nila, pero wala pa po sila doon. Hindi pa po namin sila na-access at hindi ho na-present doon sa DDS inquiry.
So wala ho kayo yung results ng investigation. Were there any cases filed because of your investigation, Madam Senator?
Okay, when I was appointed in 2010, meron po ako aking mga personal investigation notes, pero wala pa ho yung naging resolution. Now, we turned over the records to the Commission on Human Rights, and then later, they came out with the resolution. That was, I think in 2012, June 20, 2012. Yung resolution nila, one of the recommendations is for the filing of an administrative and criminal cases against then former Mayor Rodrigo Duterte and some other officials. What I know is that this was referred to the office of the Ombudsman, but I think later on, Mr. Duterte was cleared of, there was no finding or no cases filed.
So the former president was cleared?
No, it was not really cleared because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the main reason why no cases were filed with the Ombudsman against former Mayor Duterte and then President Duterte is that nung linabas na po yung from the Ombudsman, he was already the president. So
during the course of your investigation, when you were CHR chairman, and you thought, and you think that the former president was involved in in killings in his hometown in Davao, why didn't you file cases against him?
The investigation was conducted. But the problem was that those who were in the know, yung konti ho, ng mga self-confessed DDS members at the time, they're not willing to testify.
When you were DOJ secretary, why didn't you file a case against the former president? You had all the means, you had all the power to do so. When you were secretary of the Department of Justice.
I actually referred the matter of when Edgar Tobato came to us for witness protection. Refer ko po ulit yung the DDS matter
so what
to
happened?
Wala po.
You were a very, very powerful member of the cabinet during the Aquino administration. You did not do anything?
It's not that I did not do anything. It's just that I asked the NBI to pursue further the investigation. Pero wala na po na i-submit sa akin na report. They were telling me that they had also so much difficulty accessing possible witnesses at the time.
All right, one more thing, Madam former Senator. Why is it only in Davao that you had this investigation? Bakit Davao lang? Why were you so focused and why are you so concentrated in investigating Davao?
We were focused on investigating the so-called DDS phenomenon because we have read some reports about it. Foremost of which was the report of the UN Special Rapporteur Phillips Alston. And he did come out with that report citing certain findings of the UN Special Rapporteur Philip Alston. And meron din pong report, yung Human Rights Watch, they called it, "You Can Die Anytime," also referring to the DDS phenomenon. So we felt that at the time, because of these reports, and our CHR regional office did confirm that there were killings, but they could not tell us, or they refused to tell us, that it was actually the doings of the DDS on orders of then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. But the insiders, the ones I mentioned kanina, I think there were 3 of them, which we interviewed secretly or discreetly, they did say there was such a thing as a group as the Davao Death Squad, and then formed by the former mayor, and then getting orders also from the former mayor, something that were validated later on by Edgar Matubato and Arturo Las Cañas.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would like to invite the attention of the former senator when she was still a sitting member of the Senate. With regard to the committee report of the Committee on Justice then, for the years, if I may read, for the years 2001 to 2009, under the Arroyo administration, 91,762 killings were reported, or an average of 10.196 killings per year, 850 killings per month, or 28 killings per day. On the other hand, for the years 2010 to 2016, under the Aquino administration, there were 85,878 recorded killings, with an average of 14,313 killings per year, 1,193 killings per month, or 40 killings per day. You were the Justice Secretary during the Aquino administration. Why did you not investigate these killings?
All right. May I start by saying that on the matter of EJKs in general, especially with respect to the killings of activists, I did recommend, and it was adopted, there was this Administrative Order number 35, creating an interagency committee to look into the various drug killings, to the various activist killings, targeting members of progressive groups, leftist organizations, and that was somewhat rampant during the time of former President Arroyo. Now, bakit wala pa po yung drug killings? Kasi nga po, pinapapursu ko pa sa NBI. It was not the real focus then of Administrative Number 35, which is the Special Interagency Committee to address extrajudicial killings. Now, talking about the Gordon report, you mentioned the Justice Committee report, which was subsequently headed by former Senator Dick Gordon. Sinabi nga niya po yun, na bakit yung EJKs lang, bakit yung ibang mga EJKs ay hindi natin kailangan imbestigahan, hindi natin inimbestigahan dun sa Senate Committee. Mukhang may problema po sa ganoon. Kasi ang nakita ng committee, ng majority committee in coming up with that committee report is that, well, hindi actually nila nakita na may special complexion at the time, at the start of the drug war killings, beginning 2016, under the Duterte administration. I'm not talking about the drug war killings, kasi wala namang ganong war on drugs specifically in the city, although among those, or many of those victimized, were also alleged drug offenders from petty criminals and other kinds of criminals. So, nakikita dapat yun, and that was the very point of my resolution that I filed calling for an inquiry, na medyo ibang fenomeno nito ngayon sa war on drugs, na ito, sa ngalan ng war on drugs, ay may mga pinapatay in numbers, substantial numbers, in the name of war on drugs. Kaya dapat, hindi yun naging issue talaga. Bakit hindi na lang natin imbestigahan yung buong mga pangyayari ng mga EJKs in various administrations? What they failed to appreciate, I'm talking about the committee report, is that the focus of my investigation ay yung mga duma na halos araw-araw na pinapatay since day one of the former president's assumption into office, and even before his official assumption into office, meron na talaga ng mga pinapatay araw-araw, halos araw-araw, nakita natin yun.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's supposed to be
Mr. Chair.
focus.
Teka muna, Senate President Pro Tem. Reminder to everyone, especially the members of the committee. Ang subcommittee natin, ang instruction natin, Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. Okay. I know malaking overlap niya sa EJK because marami siguro ngang napatay in the name of Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. But this is not strictly an EJK hearing or investigation, okay? Basta klaruin ko lang po sa inyo lahat, lalo na sa members ng subcommittee. May mother committee tayo, yun ang instruction sa atin. Investigate the Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. Okay, so if I may continue.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can you extend that statement of yours to all members of the Senate? Because I'm not a member of the committee.
Yeah, you will be.
I was just making to ensure that all members are oriented properly, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to wrap up my questioning to Senator De Lima. But I would like to put it on record that the resource person, the former senator, did not answer directly my question, Mr. Chair. And I might be mistaken of defending the former president. I am not defending the former president. In fact, if it is his turn to answer questions, I will ask questions also.
Darating pa tayo. Anyways, Senator De Lima will be present in the future hearings. Yes, Senator Risa.
Hello. Yes, salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Just a brief manifestation. Kanina mention was made of a resource person na imbitahin din natin to the next hearing. And a personal detail about that resource person. Gusto ko lang i-make off record na it is already common knowledge na dahil isang leader, si Laila de Lima, nung siya ay senador, at siya ay babae, wineponize talaga yung batas laban sa kanya in the most sexist and misogynistic way. Lalo na sa, unfortunately, at that time, yung kabilang house. So, I look forward dun sa ipepresent niya sa komiteng ito, Mr. Chair, yung kanyang pag-aaral, comparison, nung napag-alaman, nung CHR, nung siya ay chair, tungkol sa mga extrajudicial killings sa Davao City, at comparison nun sa nakita nilang ng komite niya dito sa Senado na EJKs, panahon ng war on drugs. And I look forward na hindi natin papayagang maulit yung pambabastos na ginawa sa kanya, lalo na sa kabilang house noon, at sa online trolling na ginawa laban sa kanya bilang isang leader at bilang isang babae. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, with full confidence that our committee, subcommittee, and our Senate will uphold that. Dagang salamat, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bato, De La Rosa.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just would like to be clarified because the beginning of the hearing, you told us that Senator Joel Villarreal is being appointed by you as the Vice Chairman of this subcommittee. So therefore, he's a member of this committee. He's claiming to be not.
No, he will be a member. Everything will be fixed, Mr.
I'm willing to be questioned by Senator Mr. President.
No.
If there's any question that I would like to
we will
raise.
fix everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I just would like to put on record my observation in this committee hearing that in this committee hearing, our resource persons are given 10 to 15 to beyond the 15 minutes time to speak up. Unlike what happened in the Quadcom in the lower house, wherein kawawa ang mga pulis na ginawang resource person doon. His question is answerable by yes or no. Yes lang or no lang. No more explanation. Pero dito, Mr. Chair, we are treating our resource person with dignity and respect. So I just would like to put it in record, Mr. Chair. And as a follow-up to the question of our majority or Senate Pro Tempore to Senator De Lima, Mr. Chair, isn't it the fact that NBI is operationally and administratively under the Department of Justice?
It is.
Yes. So if it is,
if you are morally convinced about the wrongdoings of the former mayor of Davao City, about these killings, bakit mo hinahayaan lang na walang report yung NBI sa iyo? You have instructed the NBI to follow up on this investigation. Tapos natatapos na lang yung buong year, 6 years of the Aquino administration, hindi ka nakapag-file ng kaso kay President Duterte. Is that malfeasance on your part as that Secretary of Justice wherein you are morally convinced na may ginawang masama si Pangulong Mayor Duterte. Tapos ngayon, walang NBI na walang ginawa, walang binalag na report, or baka sinabihan ka ng NBI, ma'am, ang ating kaso will not stand in court. Baka ganun sinabi sa iyo. Kaya wala na nangyari doon sa ginawa mong tasking sa NBI.
Can we request for a brief answer, ma'am?
My brief answer is that I did make some certain follow-ups, and there was reports from the NBI, verbal reports, when I asked about them and that what would they tell me, that nahihirapan sila access sa Davao ng mga possible witnesses.
Can I have the name of the NBI chief during that time na kinausap na sinabihan nyo? Word lang.
NBI Gier, was it Gier?
Paki-recall na lang, ma'am, and then once you recall, tell us. Okay, nandito pa kasi ako sa time na I'm giving the victims the chance nga to speak out, to air. Okay, nandito pa tayo. Dalawa na lang naman yung ang tatanungin ko. Okay, Mayor Mabilog, you want to say something? Pwedeng hindi, pwede meron. Nasa sayo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the subcommittee on the Blue Ribbon Committee. Good afternoon po. First and foremost, gusto ko lang po sabihin na I was not and never will be a drug protector. I don't know personally, nor did I benefit in any way from any illegal drug personality in Iloilo or elsewhere. Naging barangay chairman po ako, city councilor, vice mayor, and mayor for 6 years. And kahit naging mayor ako for 6 years, kahit wala po akong formal training as mayor on addressing illegal crime or illegal drugs, wala pong training na ibinigay po sa amin. I took this decisive action to combat the drug problem of the city. As a matter of fact, it was even recognized on the national level by both the PDEA and the police in 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017. So, as mayor in the beginning, as mandated by law, I am aware of my authority to set local policies and priorities related to crime and drugs. I am also aware that the law that dictates that the PNP and the PDEA handle crime investigation and response and the combating of drug trafficking and enforcement of drug laws while the mayor relies on the police and the PDEA to implement them. So until such time that my name was included in the list, and until that I was granted political asylum by the United States of America government, and that's why I'm here, Mr. Chair, at the behest of the Senate, as a matter of courtesy to this institution, to answer the best of my knowledge questions related to the inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Last na gusto ko i-recognize ngayong hapon na is upon the request of Attorney Jokes, si Roger Herrero. Pero wala siyang affidavit. So ganito na lang request ko, Attorney Jokes, no? Can you prepare the affidavit of Roger Herrero give it to us before his actual appearance before this committee. I will give him time sa second hearing as a victim.
We will do that.
Kasi mabigat na storya po nito. Okay, so now,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
bago
yes,
natin iwan po yung salamat kayo, Mr. Chair, before we leave the victim families, also for the information of the committee, nandito rin po kasama natin si Vincent Go ng tinawag nila sarili nila night crawlers. Sila po yung mga photojournalists na dinocument yung EJKs all throughout the war on drugs. So available din po sila, Mr. Chair, to answer any questions of the senators.
Vincent Go, sige.
Vincent Go, Mr. Chair. Salamat
Can I
kayo,
make the
Mr. Chair.
request to your organization, Night Crawlers, if you can make a 5-minute presentation sa next hearing? I expect na maganda mga pictures doon kasi I think you are photojournalist or photographer. So, sa next hearing na po, Mr. Go, please organize your data. So nasabi ko na yun. So, we will now go into the questioning proper by the senators by order of appearance, but we give priority to our officers. But ganito, wala kasi sila Colonel Garma and si Colonel Leonardo. But since public knowledge na naman yung sinabi nila, okay, widely publicized na, I will allow questioning on those matters kung gusto lang po ng mga members ng committee. Okay, so sila former Secretary Panelo at saka former Secretary Belica invited by Senator Bongo. I can give you 3 minutes for opening statement if you want.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. President,
may I interrupt you?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but I have to respond to the remark of Senator De Lima. It is only fair na bigyan niya ako ng 1 minute. And I have read, this is part of my speech, but I want to make it of record. Ito yung the long and short sa trabaho ko. Nung mayor ako, pati presidente ako, is that the jobs, nung dalawang trabaho was never easy. And it was not meant to be. I have tried to do the best I can to address the problem of illegal drugs and without compromise. Kasali lahat yung naririnig niyo. Whatever it is, hindi ako nag-compromise. Sinabi ko ito. Pagka pumasok kayo dyan, walang compromise, walang ariglo, walang usapan. Do not do it in my city. Nung presidente ako, sabi ko, bitawan ninyo. Kasi pag hindi, magkakaroon talaga tayo ng problema. Ito na ang itong ngayon. As I've tried to do the best I can to address the problem of illegal drugs firmly and without compromise. Yan ang gusto ko lang iiwan dito bago ako alis. O bago ako alis sa mundong ito. For all of its successes and shortcomings, it was not a perfect one. Maraming mali. Baka may maraming krimen. Alam mo, gusto ko lang iiwan ito sa Pilipino. I would never have any other chance maybe in the future. That for all of the successes and mali o ano, I and I alone take full legal, moral responsibility. Yan ang iniiwan ko sa inyo. I am ready for your questions.
Thank you. So, okay, so I assume, Attorney Panelo, Attorney Mr. Belica, no more opening statement?
I have, Your Honor.
Sige, can we observe strictly 3 minutes? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, Salvador Panelo, hereby depose state under oath that from July 2016 to October 2021, was the Chief Presidential Legal Counsel of then President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. From October 2018 to April 2020, I also served as Presidential Spokesperson of PRRD. As Chief Presidential Legal Counsel, I provided legal advice to PRRD on various matters and issued statements providing legal support for the actions of PRRD and his administration. As Presidential Spokesperson, I spoke on behalf of PRRD on matters of public interest, actions, policies, programs, official duties, and accomplishments of his administration. In connection with the Philippine War on Drugs, which is the subject of the investigation and aid of legislation of the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and an investigation of the Blue Ribbon Committee of the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines. I had no participation therein, apart from issuing statements on behalf of or in support of PRRD or responding to queries from the media on statements from PRRD on the matter in my capacity as Chief Presidential Legal Counsel and Presidential Spokesperson. During my tenure as Chief Presidential Legal Counsel and Presidential Spokesperson, and even there, I did not observe or otherwise acquire knowledge of any malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance in connection with the war on drugs by any government official, including former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Senator and former Special Assistant to the President Christopher Lawrence Bongo, and Senator and former Chief of the Philippine National Police Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Specifically, I did not observe or otherwise acquire knowledge of any reward system for killing of illegal drug personalities, any orders to kill drug lords, or to implicate political in the illegal drug trade, or any other illegalities alleged before the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Human Rights and Public Accounts, or the Quad Committee of the House of Representatives. From my point of view,
Can you wind up, sir?
yes, last paragraph.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
From my point of view, there was nothing illegal with PRRD's war on drugs because it was a legal and necessary response to the country's pervasive and destructive drug problem. PRRD merely complied with his constitutional duty, which is his prime duty, to serve and to protect the people, and his campaign promise and mandate to rid the country of the drug menace.
Salamat po, sir. Yes. Thank you. At you submitted an affidavit. Mr. Belica, pero keep it within 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Greco Belica, former Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission Chairman, and I am executing this sworn statement to comply with the directive of the Philippine Senate's Authority of Public Officers in an investigation subcommittee in relation to its motu proprio investigation in the aid of legislation on the Philippine war on illegal drugs. That President Duterte created the now defunct PACC through Executive Order Number 43, which was signed in October 4, 2017, that the PACC was created under the Office of the President to directly assist the President investigating and or hearing administrative cases primarily involving graft and corruption against all presidential appointees as defined by Section 5 EO 43 and perform such other duties as the President may direct. That on January 12, 2018, I was appointed as one of the 4 commissioners of the PACC and 1 chairman. Thereafter, in March 15, 2021, I was appointed as chairman of the PACC following the passing of my predecessor. And I left office at October 8, 2021 when I filed my certificate of candidacy to run in the election. That my previous position and function, as well as jurisdiction of PACC, did not extend to any investigations and operations on illegal drugs, but mainly focus on investigation over alleged graft and corrupt practices by presidential appointees within the executive branch of government. That paragraph A, section 5 EO 40 defines the scopes and jurisdiction of the PACC that states the Commission shall have the power on complaint or motu proprio and concurrency with the Office of the Ombudsman to hear, investigate, receive, gather, and evaluate evidences, intelligence reports, and information in administrative cases against all presidential appointees of the executive branch of government. Occupying the position of Assistant Regional Director or equivalent to the rank higher or otherwise classified by Salary Grade 26 up, including the members of the governing board and instrumentality. That consistent with Section 10 EO 43, complaints and cases filed or extended to PACC relating to possible violation of RA 9165 are immediately referred to PDEA, DOJ, PNP, and NBI for proper investigation. At the best of my knowledge and recollection, all illegal drug-related matters outside PACC's jurisdiction were referred to these agencies. That outside from my previous official position in the PACC, the only involvement that I personally had with respect to the anti-illegal drug campaign of the government, before and after President Duterte is in my personal capacity as a Minister of the Gospel and founding chairman of the Yeshua Change Agents Organization.
I will let you finish the paragraph. Just continue.
Through the YC, I have continued to help in the demand reduction program of the government, helping in prevention campaign of those at risk of illegal drug use, as well as the rehabilitation and recovering of former drug dependents.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Copy of your affidavit. Salamat po. Thank you. So now we will commence with our questioning by the senators. Upon the request of Senator Bato de la Rosa, is there a Colonel Grijaldo here? Colonel Grijaldo, upo po kayo dito kasama namin. Senator De La Rosa will be the one to introduce him maybe when he asks questions too, directed to Colonel Grijaldo. Okay, pursuant to our guidelines, we will now commence the questioning. We will have to start with our Senate officers. So I now recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada. You have 10 minutes, sir. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some questions addressed to the former president. Mr. President, kanina pa ho kayo tingin-tingin sa amin, hindi kayo lagi kayo tumitingin sa kanan. Hindi ho kayo tumitingin sa kaliwa. Papansinan po kayo ni Senator De Lima.
Wala maganda dyan, dito lang.
Anyway,
Mr. Chair.
to be serious,
Yes, Mr.
note,
Chair,
sir.
I beg the SB Pro Tempore to lead us in setting the tone that this is not a laughing matter. Or
I was not joking.
I was just para ma-lighten lang yung mood, Mr. Chair. Anyway, on a serious note, Mr. President, how do you assess the campaign against illegal drugs during your time, Mr. President? Do you consider it as a success, Mr. President?
Mr. Senator, it is a continuing problem for the country and for the entire world. The drug problem is a very serious and pernicious, virulent ailment that the country is facing. Panahon ko and the previous presidents. Yung panahon ko, hindi siguro ninyo nagustuhan, not you. Yung the entire country, I am addressing the entire country. Baka hindi nyo nagustuhan. But yun ang style ko. Sinabi ko nga, I tried to do the best that I could. Kung nagkulang ako, pasensya. Pero ang solusyon during my time was a call of duty of the president. Ako yun. Kasi ako yung presidente sa panahon ko. At hindi ako nagkulang, Mr. Senator. Nag-warning ako lahat narinig ng Pilipinas. Huminto kayo sa droga. Bitawan ninyo, drop it. Kasi magkakaproblema talaga tayo. Pag nakita tayo sa isang kanto at naghawak ko ang droga, problema na talaga yan. So, yun na. Kakaroon tayo ng problema. May patayan. But it was not a state-sponsored killing. There was never an official order to the police and the military and to the agents of government to kill. Andyan si Senator De La Rosa. Wala akong sinabi na gano'n kasi abogado ako. Ang sinabi ko, yung sinabi ko nung natuturo ako sa Police Academy, that in your fulfillment of duty, yung elements of self-defense would apply to you pag you are trying to arrest a person. Alam mo, ang trabaho ng pulis kasi, pag sinabi mong aarestuhin kita, hindi hinto dyan. The police must arrest and overcome the resistance para madala mo yung kriminal doon sa istasyon at mabuk mo para makulong. Yan ang problema at naawa ako sa mga pulis. Hindi mo masabi, bitawan mo yung baril at pag hindi sumunod, sabihin nila ng pulis, o sige, bukas makita tayo dito, huwag ka nang magdala ng baril. Hindi yun ang tinuro ko sa kanila, natuturo ako sa Police Academy. Yan lahat yan sila dumaan sa akin. Yan because yan ang turo ng sa College of Law. That's the law. Kung ano yung sinabi ko sa pulis, batas yan. Walang compromise dyan when you are arresting a person. If he resists, pag ayaw magpa-aresto, you have to overcome him. His resistance. Ngayon, pag lumaban, nagkaletse-letse, may baril, may magpatayan talaga. Kaya yan ang problema ng pulis, kaya naawa ako. Kaya ako rin nandito, guns, siguro, paano na rin ng guns, God sent yung invitation ninyo. Naawa ako dito sa mga pulis, na tinatawag ninyo at inaano ninyo, Yung trabaho ng pulis kasi involves personal contact. Walang trabaho sa pulis, sabi niya, halika dito. Bitawan mo yan, mag-surrender ka, sumama ka sa akin. It is always a confrontation. And if the other guy is armed, there will always be kamatayan or injuries.
Mr. President, if I may...
Yes, sir.
Kasi napapanood ko kayo sa TV, nung hindi pa ako senator, during your term, na meron ko kayo sinasabi, uubusin ko kayo, papatayin ko kayo. Ano po ibig sabihin? Sino po yung uubusin ninyo? Sino yung papatayin ninyo? Ito ba yung mga user, mga pusher ng illegal drugs?
Yes, sir. Lahat. Hold-upper, kidnappers.
Hindi lang sa drugs?
Hindi lang droga, sir. Lahat po. When I was mayor, kalaban ko lahat ang criminals. Huwag man yung mga estafa. Wala akong pakialam dyan mga yung check yung mga kidnappers sa Mindanao po, marami yan. At yung mga lawless elements doon, when they go on a rampage, they take over the entire municipality. I-hostage na lang yung municipality, yung bangko lahat doon, hino-hold up, at yung police hindi nakagalaw kasi nakapalibot sila and there are civilians. And they cannot start a war because the civilians eventually will be killed in the process. Pati sila.
Nung sinabi niyo pong uubusin ko kayo lahat, papatayin ko kayo lahat, ito ba ho yung naging resulta kaya marami hong naging patayan, Ginoong Pangulo?
Literally, yes.
So, pero wala ho kayong inuutos sa mga dating chief of police ninyo, chief of PNP na pumatay.
Warning lang na, istorya mo lang yan, sir.
Chismis lang mo? Chismis lang mo?
Alam mo, pagka mayor ka, o presidente ka, pag sinabi mo, hoy, huminto kayo dyan, masama yan, illegal yan, wala mangyari sa syudad mo. Pag sinabi mo, huminto kayo, papatayin ko kayo. Pag hindi sila huminto, the police would come in. Sabihin ko sa police, pag naghawak ng baril, ito yan sila, dumaan yan sa Davao lahat. Koy, ito, si Danao, lahat yan sila, dumaan ng Davao. Ang order ko talaga sa kanila, pag makahawak ng baril, patayin mo na para one less criminals. Bukas mag-hold up na naman yan, may problema na naman tayo. Ganon rin sa sir.
So, Ginoong Pangulo, Mayor po kayo ng Davao. Do you confirm the existence of the Davao Death Squad?
No, sir.
Wala po ang Davao Death Squad. So, ano po yung iniimbestigahan ni former Senator De Lima nung siya chairperson ng Commission on Human Rights? Ang iniimbestigahan po niya yung DDS, if I'm correct. Am I correct?
I don't know how
Senator De Lima, were you investigating the Davao Death Squad when you were chair of the CHR?
Yes. That was the focus.
But the former president doesn't confirm the existence of the Davao Death Squad.
That has been his position nung tinanong ko siya, nung nag-appear siya sa public inquiry. Na there's no such thing as DDS. But there are people, there are witnesses who said that there is such a thing as the Davao Death Squad. It may not be the correct the correct term, then it may be or explicitly called the Davao Death Squad.
Who coined that name, that phrase, the Davao Death Squad?
I think it was media, it was certain sectors, certain groups.
But it was not the CHR which you headed before, Madam Senator.
We knew it to be as the Davao Death Squad because of the various reports. But it did not originate from us, the term Davao Death Squad. What is clear to us is that there was this group of assassins, and some of them are actually part of the Davao City Police Office. And there are also the abanteros, the assassins themselves, with respective handlers. And already, Mr. Matubato and Mr. Escañas...
If I may cut you, Madam Senator, may quick interjection on the Senator.
Okay, our rules on interjection. I will have to ask the permission of the senator who has the floor if you want. And then, please limit it to maximum of 2 and very related to the topic we're discussing, okay? So,
Kahit one lang, Mr. Chairman.
1 or 2, yes. You want to?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair, and salamat sa SP Pro Tempore. Very quick, at the proper time, and this is related to the line of questioning of the SP Pro Tempore right now. At the proper time, I will ask the Chair's permission to play a never-before-played video that precisely talks about the Davao Death Squad. Exactly related sa line of SP Pro Tempore at this moment, Mr. Chair. Salamat, SP Pro Tempore. Salamat kaayo, Mr.
You
Chair.
permit it. Okay. Senator Bato.
Senator, may I?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Lahat itong sa right side ko, dumaan ito ng Chief of Police Director. Puro commander ng death squad yan.
I thought there was no existence.
Trabaho ng polis yan. Literally yung sabihin ng death squad. Yung isang senador, yan ang kakaupo dyan, si Senator De La Rosa. Death squad rin yan. Because they were police directors handling the controlling crimes in the city. So, pag sinabi mong death squad, it's a very loose term na ginagamit mo lang parang ganun sila. Lahat yan sila, si Danao, ayun mo. Dasal, kasi kasalanan niya siguro. Magkano bang ilan pa pinatay mo? Dumaan yan. Ito, De La Rosa. Tanungin ko sila ngayon. Tanungin ninyo. Openly, lahat yan dumaan pagka-police chief. Pati yan si Gamboa. Tanungin ninyo. Danao, kung may utos ba ako na patayin ninyo yung tao na nakatali yung paa, pati kamay sa likod, or assassinate them. Ang sinabi ko, ganito, prangkahan tayo, encourage the criminals to fight. Encourage them to draw their guns. Yan, buhay yan. Ayan ang sila dyan, yan ang instruction ko. Pati yan si Kuy. Encourage, pati yan si De La Rosa, encourage them lumaban. Pagka lumaban, patayin ninyo para matapos na ang problema ko sa syudad ko. Nung na-presidente ako, gano'n rin sa command conference. Diyan sa Malacanang. Yan ang utos ko. Bakit ko pagbigyan important? Mag-criminal, they go after the innocent people, robbing. Mabuti na lang sana kung aakyat ng bahay. Mayor ako matagal. Aakyat ng bahay. Magnakaw. Ripin yung bata, ripin yung babae, tapos papatayin. Kung ikaw ang mayor, how do you deal with the problem? Ano kaya ang tingin ninyo sa... Hindi... I'm sorry to tell you, I'm sorry to express to the nation. Unforgiving ako, hardliner, alam nila yan. Pati police alam nila. They are not ready siguro to talk about it. Sinabi ko yan sa mga police, putang ina kayong mga police, pag pumasok kayo dyan sa droga, kayo ang mauuna.
No need to strike it out if that is the real way that the mayor then phrased his sentence. Okay, as Chairman, Mr. President, fact-finding muna. General Gamboa, you were formerly Chief of Police of Davao. Yes, answer. Yes or no? Yes?
No, sir.
No. Okay. General Danao, former Police Chief of Davao?
Yes, sir.
Okay. General Sinas, former Police Chief of Davao?
No, sir.
No. Catalino Coy, former Police Chief of Davao?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about Karamat, former Police Chief of Davao? Ha? Sa mic.
No, sir.
Okay, para klaro. Okay. Sige.
Ako, Mr. Chair, ako, hindi ko katanungin.
Well, yes. We need to.
Chief of Police ako lang.
Because alam ko Chief ka na police, but former Chief of the Davao. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, kanina, you allowed me short introduction. Mr. Chair, yung DDS, yung term ng DDS, siguro sa amin dito, Danao, General Coy, Gamboa was never a chief of police, but assigned yan sa Davao, sa Police Regional Office 11. Ako, assigned ako ng Davao as City Director. At doon ako nagsimula yung career ko sa Davao City. Just this weekend, Mr. Chair, in-interview ako ng mga media ng Davao nung umuwi ako. And harap-harapan, sinabihan ko sila, kayo kasi, mga media ng Davao, kayo nag-imbento ng term ng Davao Death Squad. Pag may namatay, binabalita agad yun, Davao Death Squad. Kayo, nag-imbento ng term na yan. Sabi ko sa media ng Davao. And later on, one of the media ng Davao, dinibang ng aking statement. Sabi niya, sir, with due respect, bago namin yan na-create, yung term na yan, ang Davao Death Squad, meron kasing isang namatay, Mr. Sir, may isang namatay, binaril, may nakalagay doon na placard na Davao Death Squad. Kaya doon nag-start yung paggamit namin ng term ng Davao Death Squad. So therefore, sabi ko, okay, I will correct my statement. Hindi kayo ang nag-invento, but kayo ang nag-propagate ng word na yan. So yun na, lumaki na nagiging ginamit niya. Pag may binaril, sabi kagad, Davao Death Squad. Kahit na binaril ng dahil jealousy ang or kaya malaking utang, nakadispal ko ng pera, binaril, didiis kagad ang pinapalabas na term. So yan na, lumaki na yung pangalan na Davao Death Squad, Mr. Chair.
Yan na po yung intervention niya po.
Yan, yun na. Thank you.
Sige po, before I return the floor to Senator Estrada. Doon sa umami na naging chief, sino? Chief Catalino Coy, naging chief ka. Danao, naging chief kayo. Do you mind or don't you mind having been called as the head of the Davao Death Squad by the former president?
I think he's just joking. Pero kagaya nga po ng sinabi ng ating mayor, sir, in my stint of almost 3 years as the city director of Davao, wala po talaga yan yung sasabihin na you kill him, wala pong ganun, sir. So it's just a matter of taking things on your hand. If you will take it literally, yung sinasabi niya sa media, kung ano yung sinasabi niya ngayon, yun lang yung sinasabi niya. Pero yung tamang sasabihin niya na, o Danao, patay mo sa ganito, there's no such thing here. So walang ganun na utos.
Is there a danger that your men will incorrectly interpret what the mayor was saying?
Well, nung panahon ko, sir, as city director, I don't deny, sir, that there were some killings. Pero talagang, ang tao ko, sir, ilan din ang hospital dyan. Even in my term as my regional director of 4A in NCRPO in MPPD, on record yan, sir, nasa hospital. Hindi lang, sir, nasa hospital, kundi namatay yung pulis dati. So, anong gagawin, sir, ng pulis? Pag ikaw ang nasa sitwasyon namin, sir, are we going to allow just to kill the PNP there? So, siguro, sir, maging emotional man tayo rito, sir, pero kami po mismo is nasa front line in enforcing the law. Pero there's no such thing as sabihin na patayin mo lang si ganito, no. Walang ganon, sir.
Sige. Can we hear from Catalino Kuy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, General.
I mind very much me being associated with the DDS because during that time when I was the city director of Davao, it was really a problem for us, especially the unsolved killings. Actually, we had a case in ombudsman because of accountability. It is really a challenge for the PNP to investigate those cases because even the relatives of some of the victims refused to cooperate. And we believe also there was a suspicion that there were really some PNP personnel and even some civilian individuals who were involved in those incidents.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Senator Jingo, you have last 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You want something?
Yes, Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of the SP Pro Tempore.
Yes, Senator Risa.
Opo, Mr. Chair, kasi siguro napansin, pati ng former president, yung shock ng lahat. Bakit, sir, yan ba ang trabaho ng pulis? Na pumatay ng mga suspected criminals? Sir, yung mic nyo.
Pag lumaban.
Bakit iba po yung pag-express kasi kanino, so I had to clarify. Salamat, SP Pro Tempore. Salamat, Mr. Chair. No. Hindi yan ang tanong ko. Talagang maling, napaka hindi magandang impression po ng mga statements kanina. I appreciate the candor of Yusek Huy at pati kanina ni General Danao.
Look, ma'am, may I interrupt you?
I'm done, Mr. Chair, for now.
Kindly. Itong mga to, ma'am, galing ito ng mga sa Academy PMA. Hindi ito mga bubo. Hindi rin ito papayag na utusan mo ng illegal. Doon nga sa Academy nila, sa PMA, they are wonder to yung ano talaga yung batas. Kaya pag inutusan mo yan, sabihin mo, patayin mo sa sir, mukhang hindi pwede yan, sir. I tried. Ako mismo, I tried. Ako, marami ako, patayin mo sa sir. Kulong mo na lang natin, sir. Sabi ko siya, siguraduhin mo lang na hindi ma-relate. Kasi gagawa ng kalukuhan yan uli. And they will mag-hold up na naman yan. Yan ang lalo na yung mga kaso na mag-knockout tapos mag-rape tapos magpatay o
Mr. Chair.
Can we let the President complete his sentence? What were you trying to say, sir? That
yes,
mag-rape, magpatay, magnakaw, magpatay, and then what do we do with them?
Ganun na lang ang sadness ko sa trabaho ko.
Thank you.
Kaya hindi ko lang hindi sinabi ko yan kasi hindi ko lang sila mautusan ng gano'n na gaya na sinabi ko. Nag-rape ng bata yung pinatay, patayin mo. Hindi ko mautusan itong mga to. Sabi ko, karamihan nila hindi maniwala yan ang ganun. Sabi man nila, sir, kulungin lang natin, sir. Walang dumaan yan sa there was never a time na sinabi ko, patayin ninyo yan. Minsan yung harap-harapan sa crime scene, nakita ko yung bata, 3 years old, Ray patay, tapos nandoon yung tiyuhin. Kung sinabi kong putang, patayin mo, out of outrage. In the moment of outrage, yung putang, sir, kulungin na lang natin yan, sir.
Ano nangyari doon, Mr. President? Yung incident na yun, napatay nga yung tito? Pinatay? Hindi.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Risa.
Alam ko po na matatalino ang mga taga-Philippine Military Academy. Hindi po yan ang issue. Ang kinaklarify ko po ay kanina sinabi nyo na in-encourage nyo ang PNP na i-encourage yung suspect na lumaban para mapatay, para masasabing nanlaban.
Correct.
Correct.
Para
It was a very incorrect.
Correct, yes.
Very incorrect po, if I may say, as a civilian, sa professional police.
It depends on,
Mr. Chair.
ano na natin yan, ma'am. That's your view.
It's not my view, Mr. Chair. Thank you for putting it on record.
Pagka-mayor, pagka-prosecutor. Ako, alam ko, dumaan ako, prosecutor, mayor, presidente, alam ko ang trabaho ko.
Yes, salamat tayo, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ka nagdala ng syudad eh. You never had the chance to solve the problem of the community.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for putting it on record.
Tayo makaintindihan dyan.
Senator Estrada has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kung papalikin ako, sir, gagawain ko uli yan. Dublado.
Your Honor.
Silence, please.
Silence the gallery and those who will do that again, exclude them from the hearing hall.
Gallery, please do not encourage me.
Okay, Mr. President, Mr. President, it's now Senator Estrada who has the floor. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
Alam niyo po, nag-mayor din po ako ng San Juan, kaya I know where the former president is
Marami ka rin
coming
siguro
from.
pinatay, sir. Alam ko.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, bibigyan ho namin kayo ng pagkakataon to air your side dahil nung napanood ko po yung mga revelations ng mga source persons sa Quad Committee sa House of Representatives. Marami po mga revelations po ang mga naglabasan katulad po ng kay Colonel Garma. Ang sabi po niya, she received a call from you sometime in May 2016. Can you confirm this, Mr. President?
Hindi ako tumatawag ng polis. Bahay? Yung sabi niya doon sa bahay? Hindi ko pinapupunta ng...
Before you assumed the presidency, you were still president-elect at the time. Sabi niya May 2016. So I presume you were still president-elect, Mr. President.
I do not remember
calling her.
And for what? Yung presidente ako, nandyan na yung lahat nasa akin ang...
Ang sabi po kasi niya dun sa kanyang revelation dun sa Quad Committee, nagpapahanap din po kayo ng isang police officer na miyembro ng INC. Tama po ba ito? Yun po ang sinabi ni Colonel Garma ron sa Quadcom, sa House of Representatives, yung Pangulo.
I hate to say this, but... Nagsisinungaling yung gagang yan. Bakit ako bumili ng Iglesia ni Cristo? Yung mga aglipay, pati isali ko na lang. Yung Mormons. Why would I zero in sa Iglesia ni Cristo? For what reason?
Yun po ang sinabi ni...
I am just trying to in-explain ko kung bakit ako magpatawag ng Iglesia ni Cristo. Ipatawag ko na lang yung Mormons pati yung aglipay. Trabaho nila yan, sir. Ako, Mayor Presidente. Wala akong pakialam kung anong relihiyon ninyo. trabaho kayo dyan. Alam nila yan. Alam nila yan. Alam nila yan kung paano sila murahin. Do not give me the shit to butang.
Mr. President, pero gaano niyo po kakilala tong si Colonel Garma? At kailan niyo po siya nakilala?
Saan ba ito nagka-problema itong babae na ito? Hiwala ito sa asawa eh. Si
Nililigawan niyo po?
Oh, si Bilila.
Nililigawan niyo po?
Sino?
Si Garma?
Sino?
Si Garma?
Kung wala na siguro ako ibang makita sa. Hindi sir, ganito naman. Hindi ko naman inaano. But, alam mo kasi, pag tao ko, alam nila yan. Parang close mo talaga. Kasi ganun ako mag-trato dito sa pulis eh. Ito sila sir, mabuti nandito kasi puro dumaan ito sila sa akin. Ganun talaga ako
Pero bakit po siya nagsasalita ng nagbibigay po ng revelation doon sa Quadcom na sinasabi niyo hindi po totoo na tinawagan niyo po siya noong May of 2016 at nagpapahanap po kayo ng isang police officer na miyembro ng INC.
Hanggang ngayon sir, si mystery. Bakit ko siya tatawagan at bakit ko sabihin sa kanya maghanap ng Iglesia ni Cristo na marami namang pulis sa Davao na membro ng Iglesia ni Cristo? Why would I specify a person belonging to a religious sect when as a matter of fact there are a lot of policemen who are members of the Iglesia ni Cristo in Davao City? What would be the point of asking for a special person? Hanggang ngayon, sir, hindi ko nga mafatong. So sabi ko, well, I don't know, but it's a lie. Or making up stories. I don't know what she's driving at o ano ang gusto niyang ipalabas sa at the end of the story.
Mr. President, kilala niyo po ito si Colonel Leonardo?
Yes, sir.
Sino po ang nag-recommenda sa inyo na i-appoint po si General Leonardo? Kasi base ho sa testimonya ni Colonel Garma, siya yung nag-recommenda kay Leonardo sa inyo para i-appoint. Totoo po ba?
Well, sir, kasi alam mo, I cannot create a unit sa police because we do not have that kind of authority now. Hindi ako pwedeng magtawag ng police dito, o sige, kayo ang unit and you are, you do this job. You have to clear it with the at hindi papayag itong mga police kasi meron yan silang organization mismo for drugs and for itong whatever mga specialized narcotics, tapos itong mga smuggling. Hindi.
Kasi po ang testimonya po ni Colonel Garma sa Quadcom sa House of Representatives, tinuturo po niya itong si Leonardo na nagbibigay po ng reward money sa mga police officials na nakakahuli o nakakapatay po ng murders. Gusto ko lang, at least you can air your side, Mr. President, kung talagang totoong may reward money o
Sir, sigutin kita ng ganito. Bakit ako bayad sa kanila? Trabaho mo nila yan. Kung may pera, bulsa ko na lang. If there is a fund for that, wow, they give it to them. Trabaho nila yan eh. The best that I could minsan is pupunta ako. Iyaya ko yan sila na magkain. Or kung may mga problema sila na personal, alam mo sa ganito yan eh. Yung pulis, sir, maliit lang talaga yung sweldo. Maliit talaga hanggang ngayon, maliit talaga ang sweldo. Pag hindi pumasok ang local chief executive o city mayor at may problemang personal yung pulis, cancer ang asawa. Sweldo. Walang ibang puntahan yan, ikaw. Pag hindi mo tinulungan ang pulis, sir, patay. Yung sweldo nila cannot cope up with the demands of mga problema. Minsan, yung tanongin ko, ilan ang anak ko? Magsabi, alam nila yung estasyon. Estasyon nila, yung station commander sila. Tapos magtanong ako sa isang pulis, ilan ang anak mo? Sabihin, 6. Sir, ito prangkahan. Nagagalit talaga ako. Putang. Sildo mo ng gano'n, tapos sige ka, putulin ko yung barilin ko yung ganun. Nandito man sila, sir. You can ask them. Stricto ako sa kanila, pero kaibigan ko sila. Ano ako sa pulis, sir? Because pagka may problema sila, nandyan ako sa kanila. Pero pulis talaga ako at matagal akong nagturo sa Police Academy kasi noong practicing lawyer ako, wala masyado akong kita kasi bata pa ako. At maaga ako nag-asawa, magkaroon ako ng anak, kulang panggatas, kaya ako nagturo sa academy, kaya yan sila dumaan lahat sa akin. Lahat yan sila nakatikim ng lecture sa akin, sir. Wala akong sinabi sa kanila na pumatay ka na tao, barilin mo, nakatalikod, ano yung sa law school ko, sir, yun ang tinuturo ko sa kanila. Yung criminal law ko, dito sa law school ko, yun ang dinala ko sa kanila. At mas maganda, kasi natitempla ko, I could use the common yung lingwahe nila. Kaya malapit yan sila sa akin. Pero alam nila pag nagkasala sila, alam nila yan. Pagka sinabi ko nga sa kanila, ito, pardon, allow me to use the word. Sinabi ko talaga sa kanila, putang ina kayo mga polis kayo. Huwag kayong pumasok dyan sa druga. Huwag kayong pumasok sa kidnapping. Kasi ako mismo, ako ang papatay sa inyo. Ako ang magbaril sa inyo. Totoo yan, sir. Ano yan? Buhay man sila lahat. Sabi ko, putang ina, huwag kayong pumasok dyan. Let's say kayo. Papatayin ko talaga kayo. Kaya yung pulis na nagkasala, sir, mga ganun, either pagka nakasala,
Mawawala po.
Tarigin mo yan sila. Kasi sabi ko, papatayin ko talaga, putang ina, pag nakita kita, patayin kita. At kung tanungin mo ako, sir, na may pinatay ako, hindi man ako ang inimbestiga ngayon, so hindi ako sabi na totoo. Maglayo na lang ako.
Di ako na lang po magtatanong, meron na ba ako kayo pinatay, Ginoong Pangulo?
Sir, may ano ako, may moment, lalo na Hindi ko matanggap yung minsan yung pamilya na ubusin mo, patayin mo, tapos i-rape mo. Mukhang ano sa akin, sir, talagang nawiwirla ako. Masyadong ang fuse ko dyan, mainit talaga ako. Alam nila yan. Kaya behave. Sir, ito tanongin mo, prangka-prangka. Nandito, or citizens of this country, anong pinaka-safe na city for the longest time hanggang ngayon? Tanongin ko kayo.
Noong panahon po ng tatay ko, San Juan po.
Kasi sir, binaback-upan ako ng tatay mo. O, totoo. Hindi mo na ilabas na lang natin. Ang sabi ng tatay mo sa akin, sir, you do what you have to do to make your city safe. Kasi ang Davao nababalitaan na maganda. Kaya ang Davao nag-flourish. Kaya ang Davao malinis. Kaya ang Davao ngayon, anytime maglakad ka, walang gagalaw sa iyo. Alam ng tao kasi pag magkamali sila, hindi yung police, they have to deal with me. Dapat ako ang imbestigahin dito extrajudicial killing. Ako mismo ang...
Mr. President, noong time na mayor ka, merong police na nag-involve sa droga sa Davao?
Marami, sir.
What happened to them as far as you know, Mr. President?
Ayan, sila.
Silang may alam. Tanungin natin sila.
Sabi ko.
Sige.
Sabihin mo, 24 hours, sabihin mo, putang inang pulis mo. Pag nakita ako yan, patayin ko.
Sige ba, I will now take the time of Senator Estrada. So, sino yung...
Sir, huwag ka na lang lumayo. Yan yung katabi mo.
Mamaya, sir, mamaya. Unahin ko muna itong bisita natin because we will always be with him. So we have lots of opportunities to ask Senator.
He is the best performer, sir, kaya na senador.
Mr. President, can I ask ito muna sila, no? General Gamboa,
Your Honor,
hindi ka man nag-chief ng Davao, but tama na dumaan ka rin sa Davao, sa career mo. At anong highest ang position mo po dun sa Davao?
Yes, sir. I was the official spokesman of the regional police regional office. Police regional office. I-11 for 2 years.
Regional.
Yes.
How about the city level?
Wala, sir. I was never assigned as city officer.
How about General Sinas? Sir, you were never chief, diba? So, dumaan po ba kayo sa career niyo sa Davao City?
Never, sir.
Never. Okay. How about si General Karamat? Hindi, sa mic, sir, para naka-record. Never? Sa career niyo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So only General Gamboa sa regional level. What's the pleasure of Senator De Lima?
just one or two sentences, Your Honor.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
We all heard from the horse's mouth that there are indeed death squads and pointed to certain former PNP chiefs or chiefs of Davao. These are very clear. Davao death squad to liquidate criminals, suspected criminals, inducing, encouraging, and prodding people to kill directly or indirectly is not part of the duty of an executive official, whether it is mayor or president. Malinaw po, yung Davao Death Squad andyan. Marami pong sinabi dyan tungkol sila Matabato and Las Cañas. And Colonel Barma has confirmed that there is such a group, only that there is covered by code of silence. Hindi po madali talaga ang kumuha ng mga pag-aamin sa mga police officials na sila ang mga inutusan para pumatay. Ang dami pong mga rinarate sila Matabato and Las Cañas tungkol sa mga specific cases of killings na yung order either pinapadaan kina Sonny Benaventura or kay Las Cañas, and at times, even from then Mayor
Mr. Chair,
Duterte himself.
I'm sorry to interrupt
Thank you, ma'am.
good Senator.
Yes, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Former senator is jumping into conclusion. Let the committee decide whether indeed there is an existence of the Davao Death Squad.
Senator Estrada, may I just...
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. President.
Kung lahat man ito, kung totoo, pahilahin niyo ako ng kaso. May korte. At sinasabi ninyo na bakit ninyo nalaman na matay, na ganun-ganun. So, ibig sabihin may witnesses kayo. File the case in court or file the cases in court. Sabi ko nga dito sa ano ko, mine and mine alone. Gusto ko ang syudad ko maganda, malinis, at livable. At sa awa ng Diyos, ako ang nauna sa Pilipinas. Alam mo bakit, sir? Ako po'y empleyado lang ng gobyerno. I started as a prosecutor. Kaya kapa ko yung kriminalo, pati yung mga criminals.
That is why, Mr. President, I was asking during my line of questioning a while ago addressed to former Senator De Lima, why did she not file cases when she was the head of the Commission on Human Rights? She investigated, allegedly, the DDS, if there is a right term for it. She did not file any cases. You were present, Mr. President, when Senator De Lima, or when she was the chair then of the CHR, you were present during the investigation, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
And the President, when I asked him, denied that there was an existence of the Davao Death Squad. My question lang, Senator De Lima, bakit hindi kayo nag-file ng mga kaso kung talagang naniniwala po kayo na meron po talagang death squad? Why did you not file cases immediately when you was just still a mayor?
Yes, Your Honor, nasagot ko na po yun.
Hindi mo kasi nasagot
Yung mga pwede talagang mga maging witnesses ay hindi pa willing, takot pa na mag-testify against the former mayor.
All right, when you were Secretary of Justice, you had all the power. You were very powerful cabinet member under the Aquino administration. Why did you not pursue it?
Because at that time, wala na nga akong nagiging resulta ng mga nagiging investigation din. Because again,
Madam Senator, you were a very, very powerful member of the cabinet during the Aquino administration. You had all the resources. You had the NBI at your disposal. Lahat ng mga government agencies were under your disposal. You had the ear of the President. Bakit hindi kayo nag-file ng kaso laban kay Mayor Duterte?
At that time, the relevant, real evidence, testimonial evidence, wala pa po sa aking disposal. Although I did try, yung sinabi ko po kanina, na-refer ko na muna sa NBI. So, kaya lang, yun ang naging report, binalik nila sa akin. Now, they're trying, pero nahihirapan din sila i-access yung mga witnesses.
Mr. President,
Yung sinasabi po kanina ni former President Duterte na Davao is the safest city, I think that is belied by statistics. I don't have the exact statistics now, but I read certain data. It's not the safest city. It has the among the highest. Would not know. It's just among. It registered as among those with highest data on killings or murders. So how can it be a safe city?
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of Senator Jinggoy.
I think the former president wants to answer the accusations.
Mr. President, yes, you're recognized.
Maraming namatay, sir. Marami talaga. Thousands, I would say, from yung naging mayor ako. Marami. Ito yan sila. Nandito yan sila lahat. And I would tell you, si Danao, si Koy, si Gamboa. Ito si Senator ba to? Maraming namatay, pero ang namatay sa mga kriminal. Alam mo kasi ang Davao is a crossroad kasi ang unang nag-bloom sa Mindanao, roon ka man sir, ang Davao. Kaya saan yung progressive at saan yung pera negosyo, nandoon yung mga kriminal. Kasi ang negosyante pati ang kriminal, magkasama yan. Kung saan yung pera, mga negosyante, nandoon yung mga kriminal. Ganon. Kaya ganon. Kapag bubo ka na mayor at hindi mo takot kang makulong, ako, di makulong, di masa makulong. I can make the confession now, if you want.
Mr. Chair.
Talagang niyayari ko. Pero, huwag mo naman, mga pulis kawawa naman. Meron akong death squad. Pero hindi yung mga pulis. Sila rin yung mga gangster. Yung isang gangster, utusan ko. Patayin mo yan, kaya kung hindi mo patayin yan, patayin kita ngayon. Bakit mo sakripisyo yan sila? Alam mo, sir, ganito. Mabutit na lang dito, if you give me time. Ang pulis, sir, kawawa. Hindi mo alam, ito nandito yung mga, pag ang pulis na pailan ng kaso, sir, suspended yan. Wala ng pagkain yan sa the day that the suspension is issued, that day ang pulis wala naman ang mga pamilya nila, wala ng pera ang mga bata, wala ng pamasahe, hinto lahat. Paralyze ang pamilya ng pulis. Hindi ninyo alam yan. Kaya may kaibigan kayo ng pulis, tanungin ninyo. Yan ang buhay ng pulis. Kaya protektado ko yan sila. Pagka in the fulfillment of duty, sabi ko sa kanila, magpakamatay ako sa inyo. Pero pag nag-abuso kayo, nagpatay kayo ng tao, nag-hold up kayo, nag-kidnap kayo, putang ina, ako mismo ang papatay sa inyo. Patay sa inyo.
Mr. President, ako muna may tanong. Kasi medyo nalito rin po ako. So, ibig niyo sabihin na gusto niyo proteksyonan niyo police, ayaw niyo silang gamitin sa maipit sila kasi kung masuspend sila, kawawa pa pamilya niya. Tapos nabanggit niyo, may sarili kayo ngayong tinayo na hit squad? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Para hindi po kami nalilito po. I mean, can we be very clear?
Hindi naman
Salitang ano po ito? Salitang diretso. Opo.
Hindi naman death squad. Basta alam ng tao sa Davao na nandyan ako. At magkamali ka and you commit a heinous crime. At walang mapuntahan yung agrabyado. Ako yan.
And then how do you remedy the situation, Mr. President? Or how did you remedy those situations na nalalapitan ka?
When I am called for another investigation, sir, sabihin ko. Hindi ko man ito drama. Tanungin niyo ako ulit, tapos, well, my experience, 73 years old ako, sir. So, in a few years, 2-3 years, may sakit na rin ako. Gusto ko iwanan yung lahat para malaman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just one last statement.
Your Honor, I cannot help myself.
No, excuse me. Senator Estrada has the floor. May ang intervention gusto rito.
Sige, okay.
Okay, Senator Bato, go ahead.
Yeah, I just would like to put on record na the statement of our resource person, Atty. Laila de Lima, na Davao, disclaim niya palagi na Davao is not the safest place in the Philippines. So what does that make of all these awards that was received by Davao City? Not only the LGU of Davao City, the Davao City Police Office, ay palaging Best City Police Office of the Year. Halos forever na eh. Kaya there came a point na yung Davao City Police Office ay hindi na sinasali sa best competition as far as unit performance is concerned dahil yung ibang mga syudad hindi na makakatanggap ng award. Dahil Davao City palagi based on record yan sa Krami. Ngayon, it is, ako mismo, I'm from Davao. I can tell you, Davao City is the safest place anywhere I go in the Philippines. The safest place for law-abiding citizens and the most dangerous place for the criminals. Talagang pag gumawa ka ng krimen ng Davao, ako, pulis ako ng Davao, hahabulin talaga kita. Hahanapin talaga kita, Mr. Chairman. Pag ikaw gumawa ng krimen sa aking syudad, hahabulin talaga kita. Kaya po,
Mr. Chair.
Ay, para pagbigyan sila, sila na naman.
Sige po. Okay lang? Okay na? Sige.
Okay lang.
Last statement before I give the floor to Senator Risa. Just would like to put on record the statements made by former Senator de Lima. During the investigation here in the Senate, during her term, when she was still a senator, wala pa rin nakita ebidensya tungkol dyan sa mga DDS na tinatawag. Nung CHR chairman siya, wala rin nangyari sa mga investigation at wala pa rin nakitang ebidensya. Nung sekretary siya ng DOJ, which is a very very powerful cabinet position, wala po rin siyang mga nakitang ebidensya. At hanggang ngayon, yun pa rin po ang sinasabi niya, wala pa rin gustong mag-testify, wala pa rin siyang kinakasuhan. So I think that is a matter of incompetence, Mr. Chair.
I take
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have
exception to that, Your Honor.
Okay, to be fair, the chair will be fair. Excuse me, everybody, Mr. President, teka muna. Sige,
Hindi ko po
yes,
nagustuhan.
Senator de Lima, sige, short na lang.
Hindi ko po nagustuhan yung ganun conclusion na wala akong ginawa. That incompetent. Malayo pong description sa akin yan. I always do my job. Depende sa mga circumstances. Depende rin sa kung ano talaga yung makakalap. And hindi ho tama na nung Senate inquiry. Kasi nandun po si Matubato. Present ko nga po. Pero after I presented him, inalis na po ako as Senate chairperson. Now, ano yung tungkol sa safest city?
Ma'am, let's
What exactly
excuse me.
is the standard?
Can I stop there? Wag na natin, let's not debate on the safety city. I mean, focus po tayo, no? Philippine war on illegal drugs. Anyway, opinion na po yun. There's no right and wrong opinion. Yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Wag na natin kalimutan. May bombshell na inamin ang dating presidente kanina. Sinimula niyang i-implicate, ilaglag yung mga ilan sa mga dating PNP officials natin na involved daw sa Davao Death Squad noon. Pero sila mismo, sinabi nila na may death squad sila. Siya. Bagamat hindi daw pulis, may death squad siya. Yun yung iniimbestigahan nga natin dito, Mr. Chair. Yung war on drugs, yung extrajudicial killings na nangyari ng war on drugs, sinimulang modelo sa Davao noon, tapos iniimbestigahan natin kung yun ang ginamit na template o modelo para i-scale up nationwide. So, bombshell yung sinabi po ng dating presidente, na meron na silang death squad. Ano man ang pangalan yan, police o non-police ba yan? Kasi it looks like what we are investigating now, yung ginamit na instrumento para sa war on drugs na nagbunga ng napakaraming extrajudicial killings.
You are
For the record, Mr.
correct,
Chair.
ma'am. Tama
Thank you,
ka talaga.
Mr. Chair.
Tama ka talaga. So, ganito na lang. Huwag na lang yung pulis. Kawawa yung wala yung sa Davao experience, Davao, ako. Imbestigahan niya ako. Set a date for an investigation para sa akin. Ako ang imbestigahan ninyo. At kunin ninyo yung record sa Davao yung namatay. At sabihin ko sa inyo kung wala akong taguin. Alam mo, nag-warning ako, huwag kayong gumawa dito. Kasi gusto ko ang Davao. Ang Davao was a very kawawa noon. Alam ninyo, sir, alam. Panahon ng NPA, nung hindi pa ako mayor, kita mo ang Davao. Left and right ng hold up, walang makalabas sa bahay. Pati mga pulis takot. Kasi nandyan yung mga NPA, pinapatay sila. Kaya sinabi ko, nagagyat ako sa bukid, nung mayor ako, sabi ko, ayaw ko ng away sa inyo. Pero yung mga pamilya ninyo, nandyan sa syudad natin. Yung mga top honso ng Communist Party, bilangin ninyo ilan ang taga-Davao. Saan ang pamilya nila? Sa Davao. Sa Davao. Kaya umakyat ako sa bukid. Sinabi ko, stop it. Huwag ninyong patayin ang mga pulis ko. Kasi putang ina yung pamilya ninyo. Yayariin ko yan.
Mr. Chair, if I may, dahil matagal na po yung sa NPA, kung maaaring mag-follow-up question ako sa dating presidente.
Mr. Chair?
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Kanina, sinabi nyo there were 7 people dun sa inyong self-described death squad. Ano po yung mga pangalan nila? At paki-describe yung structure ng organization na sinet up nyo, yung death squad na yun.
Yung death squad ko? Ang death squad ko, ma'am, is... for it is organized. Hanggang dyan lang.
Ano po yung structure ng organization na iyon?
Against criminals.
Hindi po, yun yung task siguro na binigay niyo. Pero anong structure ng death squad niya iyon?
Structure against crime and criminals.
Ibig sabihin, ano po yung setup? At sino yung 7 yun na miyembro ng death squad
Fight
nyo?
crime.
No, sir. Yung pangalan nung sabi nyo, 7 tao na nasa death squad nyo.
Mukhang patay naman sila lahat, ma'am.
It's okay, sir. Ano pong mga pangalan nila?
You know, when I was mayor, about 43, I am now 73. For the life of me, I cannot remember the name.
And ano po yung structure ng 7 yon? Merong bang team leader, may 2 tenyente, then may 4 pa na tao? Ano po yung structure ng organization na iyon?
I said, I am 73 years old. Hindi ko nga alam kung bakit nandito ako kaharap mo.
Sir, I'm sure alam niyo kung bakit kayo nandito. In fact, kayo po yung nagsalita ng pinakamarami sa resource persons. May reward po ba yung 7 iyon sa death squad nyo? Again,
ma'am?
May rewards po bang ibinibigay sa mga miyembro ng death squad nyo tuwing nakakapatay sila?
Police?
Police ba yung death squad nyo?
Yun ang allegations.
Hindi po, yung sinabi nyo kanina.
Huwag kayong lumabas dyan.
Hindi po ako lumalabas. May ibang lumalabas. Yung sinabi po ninyong death squad, may rewards po ba yun?
Centered sa police na sinasabi na binabayaran.
No sir, pina-follow up ko yung sinabi ninyo.
Ay, yung civilian?
Unprompted. So, kung civilian yun, yung sinabi nyo na death squad nyo na 7 tao, may rewards po ba yung 7 taong iyon kapag nakakapatay sila?
Hindi ma'am, mayaman yung mga maraming gago na mayaman sa Davao.
Ano pong koneksyon ng mayayaman sa Davao? Mayayaman sa Davao?
Gusto mo pumatay, Brad. Because they want the city to be safe.
Nagbibigay sila, yung mayayaman, ng reward sa death squad? Yes sir, bago po yan. Sinasabi nyo ba na yung mayayaman sa Davao nagbayad sa death squad para pumatay?
No, hindi ma'am.
Si Colonel Makasait po ba kasama sa death squad na iyon?
Sino?
Colonel Makasait, kasama po ba sa death squad na iyon?
Colonel Makasait. Ma'am, alam mo, sa totoo lang, mahabang istorya to.
It's okay, sir. Maikli lang sana.
Pero ang problema, ma'am, patay na yung tao.
Si Colonel Makasait ay patay.
Ayaw kung marami. Police officer in the police department. Pero patay na yung tao.
Okay, sir. May rewards po ba sila?
Kung anong history yung tao na yan, patay na.
Okay. May rewards po ba sila? May rewards po ba sila, yung mga death squad nyo?
Sino? Ako? Magbigay?
Yung 7 miyembro, kung sino man ang nagbigay, may rewards ba sila kapag pumapatay sila?
Walang reward, ma'am.
Walang
Police
rewards.
yan. Lalo na police. Bakit ako magbibigay ng reward sa mga...
Iba-iba, hindi po.
Trabaho nila yan.
Sinasagot nyo eh. Hindi ko tinatanong yung mga pulis. Tinatanong ko po yung mga miyembro ng death squad nyo. Binabayaran ba sila kapag nakakapatay sila? Wala. Okay. So, libre lang yung pagpatay.
Senators, just an intervention.
Ay, sorry. I apologize, Mr. Chair. Yes, I submit, Mr. Chair.
The time for Senator Estrada has expired. Senator Villanueva for just an interjection.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I've been here for more than 4 hours, and according to the ground rules set by the chairperson himself, we will be staying here only until 4 in the afternoon. So
the latest.
We only have about 38 minutes, and I'm the only senator who did not make any opening statement. And just to expedite the deliberation, Mr. Chair, may I just be allowed to move that my opening statement be inserted into the records.
Comsec, please accommodate Senator.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And let me just state for the record, Mr. Chairman, our consistency in this particular issue, Mr. Chairman. Since time immemorial, we have been very keen and very serious in our intention to address the problem of illegal drugs, and that is why war on drugs per se is a very noble intention, worthy, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, of our support. Yung war on drugs, importante lang talaga nakikita natin yung tamang implementasyon at nakita din natin, Mr. President, yung root cause of the problem. And that's the main reason why we are all here today. And the party, Mr. President, may I just put also into the record the importance of emphasizing the need to build the capacity of our law enforcement agencies. And I have been consistent with that since 2016, Mr. President, when I became a member of this August Chamber, for our enforcement agencies to uphold human rights as a core part of their operations and training. And number 2, we have been pushing for independent and impartial internal affairs service to thoroughly investigate police misconduct and prevent further brutality. And last but not least, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise and put into the record is that there have been so many articles and positions that I have been espousing, and we have been calling the government since the day I became a public official, Mr. President. We've been urging our government to view drug
or substance abuse to the lens of social justice and public health. Ito po'y base sa mga datos na nakuha natin na talagang isa sa pangunahing dahilan sa paglulong ng ating mga kababayan sa paggamit ng droga ay ang kahirapan po sa buhay. So I would just like to put that on record. If you would allow me, Mr. President, and I think next in line is Senator Bato de la Rosa, who is also having a reservation that this presentation would be your vice chair for today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. May I just ask one question, Mr. President?
Yes, I will use the chairman's discretion. Ask your question.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are very honored that our former president is here with us. Sir, thank you for being here with us. And I just noticed yung sinabi niyo po kanina, and I'm humbled and grateful na binanggit po ninyo, Mr. President, kanina na yung programa and war on drugs hindi naman perpekto at sinabi niyo po na meron ding mga kakulangan at pagkakamali. May we know just one, Mr. President? Kung kayo po yung tatanungin, Mr. President, ano po yung mga binabanggit niyo po kanina na hindi perpekto, may mga mali po, at ano po yung gusto niyong ibahagi sa amin bilang mga legislators to address these concerns, Mr. President? Thank you.
Sir, hindi tayo nakulang sa batas. Kumpleto tayo. I've been, once upon a time, also a congressman, prosecutor, fiscal, lahat na. Dinaanan ko na lahat, sir. It is really the determination sa local officials. Alam mo kasi ang droga is a very dangerous. Kaya as we are talking now, hindi perfecto itong ating bayan. May mga mayor na nasa droga, na yumaman dahil sa droga. Makikita mo naman yan eh. Mag-mayor. Tapos, sabihin mo, pagdating dito sa Maynila, may bahay na, maganda. Hindi lang nakikita doon sa probinsya, pero kung nakikita mo dito, kaya makilala. Mayor rin kasi ako eh. Makikita mo, magagandang kotse. Mercedes-Benz. Hindi ako nakahawak doon. Ang kotse na yan. Makikita mo, maraming, Sir, may problema tayo sa droga. Alam mo kasi ang droga, pera. Madali, kaya pumasok lahat, pati pulis. Lahat, it permits the entire fabric of our society. We are talking here of extrajudicial killing, but there is more to it than you look yan. Kasi it's not really in killing. Madali yan, sir. Madaling isulban. Only sabihin lang na presidente na sa mayor. Mayor, lahat kayo. Tawagin mo mayor. Ginawa ko yan. Tawagin ko. Tapos mag-isang order. Tawagin ko sa Malacanang noon. Kinulong ko. Tapos magsabi ako, ganito ang gusto ko. Pero ito ngayon, sir, maraming mayors na pumapasok sa droga. Kasi nga, pera. Kailangan nila ng pera para maganda yung buhay, para sa kanya, pati mga anak, pati looking forward to fund the next election to stay in power. Ganon ang kultura ng Pilipinas. Hindi lahat. Maraming mayor na matitino. Pero marami dyan pumapasok sa droga or they are on the take for the money. Kaya bakit tignan mo lang, kung hindi doon sa kanilang probinsya, dito mo tignan sa Manila. Kasi ako mayor, marami akong kilalang mayor. I cannot talk about the governors. Yung mayor lang, kasi may mayor Sigman kami. Kung makikita mo lang paglabas ng patatawag kami sa Malacanang, paglabas niyan, tinitignan ko lang yung mga kotse lang nila. Mercedes-Benz. Hindi naman ako nag-limilit, pero ako,
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yung binanggit niyo po, no, hindi ho perfecto, may mali, at ang una hong pumapasok sa isip niyo na mali ay yung binanggit niyo po determination from the LGU side, Mr. President. And when you say determination from the LGU side, sila po ba kasama ho dito yung implementasyon ng nais niyong polisiya para durugin yung pong at i-address at talinisin yung mga drug syndicates, Mr. President?
Sir, depende po sa karakter ng mayor. Kasi may mga mayor na complacent, tapos ayaw ng always looking forward to re-election, ayaw ng gulo, ayaw magkakaroon ng problema. So, itong mayor na kung gusto niya talaga mawala yung droga, ako noon, nung na-mayor ako, I was not looking toward a re-election. Wala sa isip ko yun. Ayan sila. Noon mayor ako, sabi ko, hindi ako interesado na re-elected. Putang ina, magtrabaho tayo lahat. Ito ang gusto ko. Patay kayo mga pulis, putang ina, papatayin ko kayo. Ninyo akong... Kasi pagka-mayor ka na, magpaano-ano ka lang, palutay-lutay ka lang, wala mangyayari sa Pilipinas, maniwala ka. Lalo na yung mga mayors na pumapasok sa droga, yan ang dapat unahin patayin.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. So, what I'm getting, Mr. President, is that yung imperfection ng ating programa na War on Drugs, nakabase po doon sa ilang mga local government units na wala ho talagang totoong political will para labanan ito dahil binabanggit nyo nga po, marami or may ilan sa mga LGUs ang pananaw ay mare-elect lang. Hindi talaga durugin.
Ayaw magkaroon ng problema sa re-election niya. Yung iba naman, takot. Lalo na sa probinsya. Lalo na yung nagninegosyo ng droga, may mga baril, tapos may tao.
Mr. Chair, with the permission of Senator Villanueva, quick interjection.
Yes, Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Senator Villanueva. Just to make of record na sinabi ng dating presidente na yung mga mayor na suspected na involved sa drugs dapat patayin. That is not an acceptable statement ng naging presidente tungkol sa mga naging kasama niyang nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno ng mga mayors. For everyone, whether mayor, whether maliit na drug suspect, kahit pa yung mga high-value targets, may due process. And the president of all dapat ang nag-uphold niyan. So unacceptable po sabihin na ang mga mayor na drug suspect ay dapat patayin. For the record, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
ma'am. Ganito yan. Mabutit dumating ako dito. Pasalamat talaga ako para lumabas, ilabas lang natin yung totoo. Alam mo pagka-mayor, pagka-sindikato, hindi mo matanggal yan. Hindi mo basta-basta matanggal yan. And they are there, so many stories abound. Hindi na ako kailangan magbigay ng example sa inyo. Dito sa Maynila, mga mayors, pera. It's always money, 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 money. Kaya pagka nandyan, either they are in cahoots with the law enforcers o yung ibang mayor takot. Yung sa probinsya, kung magka-mayor ka, kaya wag kayo, may nakikinig ngayon, wag kayo magpili ng mayor na pitsugin. Kasi wala talagang mangyari. Pagka mayroong mga sindikato, ex-policemen, ex-soldiers na may baril, tapos takot kang mamatay, walang mangyari mo. You have to, maraming problema na nakatago, ma'am, na hindi natin nakikita. Nasa undercurrent yan. Hindi natin nakikita yan.
Sino po ba yung mga yon?
Hindi, all over.
Mayors.
All over. Hindi ko masabi ko.
Just for the record again, Mr. Chair, and with thanks to Senator Villanueva, unacceptable na sabihin ng isang dating presidente, or kung sinabi ninyo noon, nung presidente kayo, na ang sino mang suspect, maliit man, malaki, mayor, na suspect sa drugs, ay dapat patayin. Kasi may due process po. Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Senator Villanueva.
Yan ang, that is my stand. If you do not agree with me, I'm sorry. But I'm dealing with a serious problem of my country. Hindi mo madala sa pakiusap yan. Sabihin mo, pag hindi, tutudasin kita. Yun ang, lalo ng pulis. Putang ina itong mga pulis. Pagka pumasok yung pulis, hindi mo masabi, huy, pulis. Huminto ka. Puntahan mo yung pulis, sabihin mo, mga pulis, kung mga tao na harapin ko, let us be, labas na lang natin yung, pati yung lungguay.
Pero Mr. Chair, forgive me for interrupting.
Patapusin mo muna ako.
So sir, Mr. Chair, baka maaaring ang resource person tumigil magmura kasi bahay natin itong Senado eh. Salamat kaayo.
Thank you.
Mr. President, excuse me, sir. I am relating a conversation. Yes, po nagbumura. Sinasabi ko yan kung ano ang sinasabi ko doon sa tao.
Klaro na po yun, Mr. President, na when you relate to the police officers, may kasamang mura. Pero klaro na po yun. Pwede na nating hindi ulit-ulitin, Mr. President.
Hindi lang. Papatayin kita. Hindi lang ako magmumura sa...
Okay. Iwasan lang po. We try our best na iwasan pa. I mean, naiintindihan po.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last because I sincerely appreciate, Mr. President, yung binanggit ng ating dating Pangulong Duterte na hindi perpekto, maraming mali, and binanggit po niya yung kamalian na nag-stem local government units, at binanggit po ng ating dating Pangulo na pati pulis may pagkakamali din. And I think it happened, itong nakita natin noong August 16, 2017, yung kay Kian De Los Santos. Mr. President, I was the one who first called for the investigation and filed the resolution here in the Senate about what happened doon sa Caloocan. And ang nangyari nga po dito, 3 policemen, si Juarez, Pereda, and Cruz were found guilty of murder. They are sentenced to reclusion perpetua, imprisonment of up to 40 years. Ganon din po yung nangyari kay Carl and Kulot de Guzman, neighbors from Cainta, Rizal. Ganon din po, no? Si former PO1 Jeffrey Perez was convicted by reclusion perpetua. Ito ba, Mr. President, yung binabanggit nyo na involved din minsan yung police? Ibig nyo po bang sabihin, yung mga police po na minsan gumagawa ng beyond doon sa dapat nilang tungkulin na gawin ay dahil sila rin ay involved sa droga?
Correct. Alam mo kasi ang police, hindi na papatay lang kung baski sino yan. Bakit sila maghanap ng sakit ng ulo? Kaya yung mga pulis na nandyan sa, itong mga pulis ngayon kikinig sa atin, mabutit alam nila. Kayong mga pulis nasa droga sindikato, kayo ang dapat talagang kaya maswerte kaya bigyan pa ako ng pagkakataon maging presidente, uubusin ko talaga ito. Bullshit ko.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Look, ganito kasi, you know, pag hindi ko kasi ginawa yung ginawa ko sa Davao, isasakripisyo ko yung mga bata at isasakripisyo ko yung mga tao and yung pag-progress ng syudad. If I allow the criminals noon, kidnapping dito, kidnapping doon, druga dito, druga noon, magulo ang syudad, yun ang sitwasyon. Nung pumasok ako ng mayor, warning ako. At ang warning ko talaga ganito, wag mong gawin yan kasi papatayin kita. So, ang Davao ngayon, maganda na. Tapos naman sila lahat. Napatay naman. Wala naman siguro maragdag. Kung may gusto, sige. Alam mo, it's a matter of yung karakter, yan. Yung karakter ko akin. Yung views mo sa buhay, yan. Yung views ko sa buhay, yan. Yung political agenda mo, yan. Meron akong political agenda. Kanya-kanya tayong filosofiya pagtingin sa buhay. Kaya, na-timingan mo lang na kung ako ganito ang utak ko, ay yung masasamang tao, pasensya. But foremost is really, I protect the innocent at saka yung taong bayan.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, nabanggit mo kanina na Metro Manila mayors and then siguro mga highly urbanized cities yan. And I'm sure in the other places of the country na highly urbanized cities na involved sa droga. When you were president, sabi yung disciplinary action, pwedeng ma-initiate sa office mo. So, did we use the disciplinary provisions in the local government code to discipline the mayors of the highly urbanized cities under the office of the mayor?
Mahirap, sir. Mahirap talaga, sir, because una, matatakot talaga ang mayor. Especially dito sa Manila. Puro sindikato dito. Kasali na ang pulis, sundalo, kriminal. Ang problema dito sa Manila, sir, hindi mo malaman kung sino ang kalaban mo. Baka sabihin mo lang kriminal, sindikato, hindi mo alam pati pulis. Mga pulis, alam nila yan. Ito mga pulis nandito, yung mga pulis, alam nila yan. Na may mga tao sila na ganun. Ang problema, hindi nila basta-basta mapaalis. Siguro, isolate nila, assign nila ng duty na medyo mapalayo, but they can only do so much. Pero paglabas ng opisina yan, sir, may baril, may authority, and they come into contact with criminals, yun ang problema ng bayan.
Mr. President, did we use the disciplinary power or authority of the office of the President over these highly urbanized city local government officials during your term as 6 years? Did you use it?
Mahirap, sir, yung mayor.
Yes, mayor. Against a mayor. Against a mayor.
Mahirap because yung word na due process, sir, yun talaga ang... I am not trying to belittle the democratic principles of our country. Pero yung due process, sir, yun ang pinakamahirap. Pagka pinailan mo ng kaso due process, it would take years. At kung may abogado yan, sir, matapos na lang ang termino ng animal, wala mangyari. Kaya, hindi naman ako nagyayabang. lahat naman tayo may init sa ulo eh. Pero pag mayor ka, kung sabihin mo, si Mayor Duterte, ilang termino na yan, love siya ng tao. Sinasabi, hindi ko kailangan ang love ninyo. Just obey the law. Huwag na yung love ninyo, hindi ko kailangan yan. Marami akong love sa labas. Naglalove. Ang problema dito, sir, is when you are a mayor, dito na lang tayo sa mayor, pag hindi takot ang tao sa iyo, kung sabi ko lang, wag kasi por respeto sa mayor. Respect is not enough. Dito sa Pilipinas, kung sabihin mo, wag natin gawin yan, por respeto kay mayor. Ibang klaseng tao yan, sir. Medyo mga lasing siguro, putok. Yung malasing, kung gawin niya kasi nakakaya kay mayor. Pero iba yung kriminal, sir. Yung mga kriminal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I take advantage of the presence of the CHI Chairman, Attorney Palpalatok? And thank you for attending at very short notice. Umaga lang namin siya na-imbita. Can you tell us briefly, ano ginagawa ng CHR? Kasi merong unfinished former chairman ninyo. Kanina sinabi niya ni Senator Laila de Lima. Can you tell us briefly what are you doing on the complaints or grievances against the Philippine war on illegal drugs? And maybe, siyempre, I'm sure mahalo mo ng konting overlap si EJK dyan. Yes, go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po. Regarding po dun sa BDS investigation conducted by then Chairperson Laila de Lima, yun po ay natapos ng 4th Commission under Chairperson Eta Rosales. Katulad po na lamang din ni Madam Chair, nagkaroon po ng endorsement sa Ombudsman for the determination of filing of administrative and criminal cases. Regarding the drug war, yun pong 5th Commission under the then Chairperson Chito Escon conducted investigations on killings in relation to the drug war. Meron hong nailabas na report during that time. Ito po yung report on investigated killings in relation to the anti-illegal drug campaign. Nailabas po ito noong 2022. So, bali, itong report na ito is not on the determination on accountability. It's more on policy recommendations to different agencies of the government. Pero tinignan ko kung meron hong paglabag sa karapatang pantao. And ang conclusion po dun sa report na yon is there is a violation of human rights, particularly right to life, and it's the failure of the state to address the wala kung dun sa report kong yun, wala akong determination kung sino accountable. That's why itong aming commission ngayon, the 6th Commission, formed a task force para ko tignan ulit yung mga kasong iniimbestigahan ng commission and to determine ang accountability naman kung sino yung dapat managot doon sa mga pagpatay. So ang naging problema ko kasi ng commission dito, yung pong mga kapulisan, they refuse cooperation with the Commission on Human Rights. Ayaw ho nilang bigyan ng dokumento to ang komisyon. At dahil dito, naging problema ng komisyon ng pag-conduct ng investigation, hindi ho namin matapos. And sa ngayon, because of these congressional inquiries, umaasa ho kami na makakakuha kami ng mga bagong ebidensya at finally, ma-close investigation na ito.
Mr. Chairman, if I just clarify,
work closely with us kung gano'n. And then, bigyan nyo kami ng inputs. Ano yung mga information na gusto ninyo palang makalap namin.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor. Ang isa pong pinaka-importante po siguro sa amin in relation to our investigation, yun pong directive from the Philippine National Police preventing the sharing of information to the Commission on Human Rights on the basis of Executive Order Number 2, yun pong exceptions.
Dated what? EO number 2 dated para ma-situate natin kailan in-issue yan.
It was issued during the time of former President Duterte, Your Honor. Former President Duterte.
Anong month yan? Sa 2016 to 2022 yan, EO number 2.
Yes,
Sige, go ahead.
So, yun po yung naging problema kasi yung police po, nung nag-imbestiga ang komisyon, pumupunta ho sa different police stations kung saan mayroong nangyaring pagpatay, at humihingi kami ng mga investigation reports, patrick reports, kung ano mga ebidensya na available sa police. Hindi ko sila nagbibigay. At iba-iba po yung dahilan. Isa yung dahilan yung EO2. At ang iba pong dahilan, meron yung direktiba coming from the leadership of the PNP. Pinagbabawalan makipag-ugnayan ang Commission on Human Rights. Kasama ko yung mga NGOs or human rights workers.
Ano naman documentation nun? Nung direktiba from the leadership of the PNP, anong documentation?
Meron nung sinasite na memorandum from the PNP.
What is it? Can you identify the memorandum?
Sir, may I be allowed? Hindi na siguro ako.
Chairman, you will continue. You will continue. We'll just allow the President to interject. Yes.
Itong napag-usapan rin natin ang puro tayo Pilipino, sir. Tayo Pilipino, sir. Pilipinas. Dumaan ako, mayor, congressman, naging presidente ako. So, more or less, medyo kapa ko yung ano. But let me start by saying talagang hardline na ako. Because siguro sa disiplina rin nung bata pa kami, nanay ko na pag nagkasala ka noon, talagang 5 oras ka dyan 5 altar ka ganon. So, yung ano namin, kanya-kanya tayo, nung na-mayor ako, gusto ko yung tama lang. At gusto ko protektahan yung pamilya ko, the city of Davao, yung mga tao, na huwag mong saktan. Kaya yung mga kriminal na nag-warning na ako, tapos they persisted, lalo na sa droga. Alam mo, sir,
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, with all due respect, pwede po bang matanong yung follow-up questions sa CHR?
Sige.
No, I'm asking Mr. Chair.
Sige po, ma'am. Yeah, Mr. President, sige, thank you for the input. Sige, can we continue with the chairman of the CHR? Sabi mo, may direct, in addition to EO number 2, na na-encounter niyo mga problema, may directive from the PNP leadership. Can we give the documentation? Which one?
Ang isa ho, yung memorandum, memorandum dated July 28, 2017, isinite po ito ng Internal Affairs Philippine National Police sa pag-deny ng aming request and subpoena for documents. Meron din yung mga verbal instructions coming from the alleged superiors ng mga chief of police.
Okay, are you encountering the same problems or reasons as of the moment when you want to find out what happened from the station?
Sa ngayon po, kasi after the House of Representatives initiated the hearings on the EJK, nagkaroon po kami ng opportunity to speak up with PNP Human Rights Affairs Office. And we brought up the issue. And we were hoping na magiging cooperative ang Philippine National Police this time. Kaya lang, nung sumulat po kami, ganun pa rin po. Ayaw pa rin nila mag-provide ng
Mr. Chairman, may I just...
Ganun pa rin. Yan ang testimony mo sa atin, ganun pa rin. Ngayon.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the report lang, Senator Batonov, just one quick interjection, because the chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights made mention na hindi kumpleto yung report. Is that correct? Because I have here with me a copy of that report, the 2022 report of the Commission on Human Rights, na nakalagay po dito yung mga drug killings. I am not sure, because it's concerning for this representation to hear that it is not a complete report. And while reading the report, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is just 3 sentences. Number one, use of excessive and disproportionate force is evident in most cases where only one victim is involved versus 3 policemen. 2, 86% of those who obtained gunshot wounds were shot in the head or torso, indicating intent to kill. And 3, in at least 59 incidents, witnesses argue that the police engaged in violent conduct and or employed disproportionate and excessive force, including A, forcefully barging in the house, B, physical abuse of victim before being killed, C, threatening witnesses, D, dragging away of victims from the place of incident before being killed, etc. I just wanted to find out, Mr. President, ito ba, report talaga nila to? Ito ba'y kumpleto? At ngayon narinig ko, hindi kumpleto. Then, why are we getting these reports, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To respond, yun pong report na binabanggit, tama po kayo, this was officially released noong April 2022 by the previous commission. Kaya ko po nabanggit na hindi siya kumpleto because this is only a report on the sampling made by the commission. Kung titingnan po ninyo, ang total number of cases that were investigated by the commission is around 3,790. Pero po yung subject ng itong report nito is around 882 cases lamang po. At dahil po, kaya po nagkaroon ng sampling lamang dahil nga yung difficulties in the conduct of investigation. And out of the sampling made, nagkaroon po sila ng analysis and they came up with findings and recommendations. Kaya nga nakita rin po namin, pag-assume namin sa office, na kailangan pa ituloy yung investigation kasi nga ang karamihan sa most of the recommendations contained in the report are only policy recommendations. So pag magpasa ng measure, how the police should do their work, pero wala akong determination as to the violation committed by respective individuals. Wala pa pong ganun eh. Kaya nga ho ngayon, ang commission, we form a task force again to look into these cases and determine accountability. And hopefully come up with the recommendation to the relevant government agencies.
And you have a time frame for that? Time frame?
Wala pa ho kami na-set na time frame. Kasi nagsimula lang kami.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator Bato.
Mr. Chairman, interjection.
Senator Bato de la Rosa.
I just would like to correct the chairman of the Commission on Human Rights about his statement that the PNP continues to deny documents or refuse to cooperate with any investigation being made by the Commission. I would like to say to you, this is a news item from Inquirer in August 29, 2017. Ito alam ko, Inquirer dati, galit ito sa war on drugs eh. Pero sabi, for the benefit of this committee, I would like to read. Ang headline is, PNP agrees to CHR request for documents on drug war deaths. Philippine National Police Chief, Director General Ronald Bato de la Rosa, met with Commission on Human Rights Chairman Chito Gascon, the late Chito Gascon, may his soul rest in peace. On Tuesday at Camp Crame for a dialogue on human rights and the war on drugs. In a press briefing after the meeting that went for about an hour, Gascon said they requested for the case folders of deaths involving police and the war on drugs that are under investigation, as well as the status of persons arrested still in jail. Gascon later told reporters in an ambush interview that the PNP agreed to make available the case folders involving deaths from illegal drugs starting May 10, 2016. So, nung ako pa ay PNP, I was cooperating with the CHR. And pumunta pa nga si Chairman Gascon doon sa opisina ko at hiningi yung folder. And we cooperated with them. Bakit yung report nyo ngayon ay sinasabi nyo yung hindi nag-cooperate ang PNP?
Mr. Chair, hindi naman po lahat ng request ng komisyon. Kaya nga ako sabi ko, isa sa mga naging problema sa investigasyon ay yung non-cooperation ng police. May mga pagkakataon na nagbibigay at mayroong pagkakataon na hindi talaga nagbibigay. Tinanong niyo ho kami.
Siguro mas maganda kasi nag-usap naman kami, no? Chip to chip. Chip PNP, chairman ng CHR, nag-usap naman kami. Kung may kailangan kayo, punta kayo sa Krami. Baka yung reklamo nyo punta sa mga station, baka yung mga tao doon sa station medyo mamaya na sir, hindi kami pwede magbigay kung walang clearance sa aming station. Parang gano'n siguro sinasabi sa inyo. Dapat nag-usap naman kami sa taas. Doon na kayo sa amin doon na sa taas kayo maghingi. And the higher headquarters of PNP will direct the police station to provide the needed documents.
Ang problema po natin, hindi ho ganyan ang trabaho ng komisyon. Kasi kapag ang nangyari ho ang isang insidente, halimbawa sa isang lugar, sa probinsya, hindi naman ho, ang tao ho namin, direktang pupunta agad sa lugar at makikipag-ugnayan sa mga relevant agencies, mga testigo at kung sino pang makakatulong sa investigasyon. Kung ang gagawin ho namin ay makikipag-ugnayan agad muna kami sa central office, sa Krame, mahaba ho yung panahon.
No, mas madali yun. You are wrong. You are wrong with your assumption. Mas madali yun kung direkta kayo sa Chief PNP. Chief PNP, ano police station? Iloilo City Police Station? Okay. Iloilo. Kailangan na si Sir yung report niyan. Mas mabilis yun. Kaysa kung direkta ka doon, tapos wala doon ang Chief of Police, sabihin ng officer on case. Yung investigator on case, Sir, pasensya na sir. Hingi mo na ako ng clearance dahil namin. Nandun sa Krami. Hindi ko makahingi ng clearance. Mas mabilis yun. Pero usapan na kami.
Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po ay kung bakit ho ang ibang mga police, ibang station nagbibigay at nakikipag-cooperate at bakit ho ang iba ay hindi?
Kaya nga, for uniform implementation of my guidance, all commanders down the line, dumali ka kayo sa Krami. Dahil no way na hindi nila susundin yung utos ko kung dumaan kayo sa akin. Or for that matter, to the next Chief PNP na kung wala na ako, yung mga succeeding Chief PNP. Kasi may usapan na kami ni Commissioner Chairman Gascon.
Have you tried lately
sa ngayon po
to coordinate sa taas mismo?
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair, we wrote a letter to the Chief PNP, particularly pertaining to these cases, the killings in relation to drug war. And again,
merong pag-alinlangan to entertain you, to share or to address your need for information. Ang masakit nung kung may nasa site silang basis not to cooperate with you. Yan bang nangyayari sa ground?
Ang ginagawa kong basis pa rin is yung EO2 under the list of exceptions. Ang FEO2 po ay EO2 was issued 2016. It pertains to freedom of information na pinasa ng Office of the Poor.
Can I request for parang some sort of a memorandum yung na-encounter yung difficulties para organize yung data? Yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. And even while we're waiting for that memo, nakikita ko po sa galing ang ating PLLO, baka pwede na pong, if the Chair allows, pwede na pong i-explore ng PLLO, ma-rescind o kung yung, ano yung tamang term, ma-rescind ng OP, ang Executive Order 2, and kung pwede ma-inform ang komite ng CHR, ano naman yung sinaside na issuances ng PNP National Headquarters sa Krame na basis for any of the police stations refusing to cooperate para matanggal na rin ang agam-agam ng klaro sa lahat na at the level of PNP National Headquarters, at the level of OP, the way is clear. And in fact, better kung pwedeng i-authorize ng OP or i-authorize ng PNP National Headquarters yung full unrammeled cooperation sa CHR, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Basta kami, willing to act kami, but we want yung real life ground level ninyo, experience ng CHR. Okay. So, okay, next in line to ask questions.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. President, yes.
Kunti lang,
Go
total.
ahead.
Paminsan-minsan lang to. Pardon, may strip set to may sore throat ako. So, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Hey, go ahead, sir, go ahead.
Makati na yung strip set to may. Pakinggan lang ninyo ako. Total, tinawag lang naman ninyo ako. Pakinggan ninyo yung kunting kwento ko. The human side. The human side sa misery ng drugs. Alam mo, mayor ako. Halos problema ng alam mo, ikaw, alam mo ron. Sir Chairman, alam mo yan. Yung may isang nanay pupunta ng Middle East. Yung iba, maswerte. Yung iba naman, malas. But usually, they are treated as slaves. Alam mo yung mga countries na yan, ang pagtingin kasi nila sa mga nagsilbi sa kanila, they are not even treated as servants. Almost ang tratamento nila as slaves. Itong nanay na ito, nagtrabaho ng 4 na taon sa labas. She keeps on remitting money to the family, hoping that yung pera niya, pinapadala niya doon sa asawa niya, maibigay doon sa mga anak para sa pag-aral ng mga bata at for the upkeep. Ang isang experience ko ang nanay na talagang humiga dyan sa harap o sa sahig City Hall in total desperation related to me kung ano nangyari. Pero marami na akong narinig na ganito at alam ko sa inyo, alam ko ganun rin. Ito minsan sila inaabuso. They are treated as slaves. And yet, para lang mabuhay, makapagdala ng pera sa pamilya nila dito sa Pilipinas, para lang mabuhay at makapag-aral ang mga anak nila, they would endure itong mga klaseng abuso. Pati na siguro rape. They would just keep silent. Sige sila padala ng pera sa para mga anak nila. After 4 years, itong sabi ko yung umiyak doon sa City Hall na humiga sa sahig. After 4 years, trabaho, pag-uwi niya, nakita niya ang anak niya. Isang adik na. Hindi natapos ang eskwela, yung padala ng pera niya, yung sakripisyo niya, baliwala. Doon sa droga na napunta. Yung pera na pinagpawisan niya, na inabuso siya, at treated as slaves doon sa labas ng bayan natin, magpadala lang para lang makapag dito. Pagdating dito, ang mga bata exposed sa drugs. Hindi makapagtapos. Makita niya pagdating dito, walang nakatapos, puro drug addict. Yun kaya yung outburst ko minsan, marinig ninyo dito or outside. Yun yung grades ko sa droga. Isang nanay, trabaho sa labas, sakripisyo, 3 taon, 4 na taon, padala ng pera. Pagdating dito, pag-uwi dito, find out na yung mga anak niya, mga drug addict sa droga. Walang nakatapos at napurnada ang pawis niya. Yung humiga siya dyan sa sahig, dyan sa City Hall, nag-iyak. Humiga sa sahig, nag-iyak siya. Sabi niya, Mayor, paano ito? Sabi niya, gusto niya na ako ang magbigay ng relief ng grievance niya. May reklamo siya sa akin mismo dito sa Mayor. Hindi siya nagpunta ng pulis sa akin. Ganun ang probinsya eh. Diretso yan sa Mayor. Mayor, ganito ang nangyari. So, ganun ang mga istorya na kaya yan kung bakit ako talaga mainit at nakikinig ang Pilipinas ngayon. Kayong madurugista. Mainit. Yan yung mga pulis chief po. Dumaan yan sila. Koy, pati si Danao, pati si... Alam nila yan, mainit talaga ako sa droga. Mainit talaga ako sa droga. Kaya, mabutit na lang, wala na akong trabaho ngayon. Kaya yun ang istorya lumalabas sa Davao na ganun-ganon. Baka totoo yan, Senator. Baka totoo o baka hindi. But I am not prepared to admit anything. Kung ano yung nachichismis. Alam mo, hindi machismis yan kung walang nangyari. May nangyari yan, napapag-usapan yan. Kung ano man ang lumabas yung istorya sa labas ng Davao, kung ano ang nangyari, anong ginawa ko, ipaubaya mo na lang sa ano. Hindi mo naman rin ako makulong kasi you have to produce witnesses and you have to go to trial. At hindi naman ako pwedeng gano'n na lang magpakulong. Pero basta sabi ko, pag nagkapanahon akong uli na takbo ako ng mayor, maminus-minus talaga lang, I will do the same thing again and again and again. Basta nandyan yung droga.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I believe we've given the proper leeway and respect to the former president. Hindi po ito midnight COVID briefing. And I hope we can stay on track. Hindi po natin pinag-uusapan kung mali ang droga. Pinag-uusapan po natin kung yung polisiya, naging polisiya ninyo.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Salamat sa
It's actually the turn of Senator Bato, and let's give him 10 minutes of uninterrupted time to ask questions.
Before my time starts, Mr. Chairman.
May I just be clear on this? Yung ano yung lumalabas sa karakter ko, yung policy, yung sa Yun yung experience ko. Kaya lumalapas yung sa utak ko, pati bunganga ko. Yun na yun yung galit ko. Galit talaga ako sa droga. Sasabihin ko sa inyo. Mainit ako.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Lahat tayo, we are all the product of our own experiences. Tama. Sige, Senator Bato, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to remind our colleagues, Mr. Chair, if I may, that we invited the former President to listen to him. Sana kung magsalita siya, bigyan na naman natin ng time. Bigyan na naman. Pumunta siya dito eh. Si Senator De Lima kanina, haba-haba na sinasabi. I never interrupted her. Kahit anong sinasabi ng mahaba. But itong ating nag-raise pa nga ng hand yan. Kasi gusto niya magsalita. Sana, hintayin natin matapos. Huwag natin i-interrupt, Mr. Chair. Yun lang po. Napapalabas na ako ng aking observation.
Salamat sa Senator. Pero yun, nasabi ko na rin. Nalabas ko na yung galit ko. It's really a rage dito sa... anak na rin ako ng mahirap. Dumating kami ng Davao na we have to hack. Puro kahoy pa yan. We have to clear the forest para makapuso doon. Kaya dumaan ako dyan sa yung boulevard na yan. You will be familiar because you're from Mindanao. Diyan kami nakatira sa karinderya ng nanay ko noon nung dumating kami sa... Kaya nakita ko yung hirap ng... Lalo na sabi ko yung nanay na lumas, nagtrabaho, padala ng pera, tapos yung pera na nandoon sa droga.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, but tapos na ako. Nailabas ko na.
Sige.
Salamat. Hindi na ako.
Ito for the information, si Colonel Rijaldo, your witness requested by Senator Bato. Sino ba mga PNP? Karamat, you're requested by Senator Bato. Pero paruing lang kay Dr. Liabres and Mr. Kevin Bumagat, you were requested by Senator Bongo. Okay, so relax naman po kayo dyan. Sige, go ahead, Senator Bato. You have the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just would like to ask the former President if kasama ba sa sinasabi niya na Davao Death Squad. Kasi alam ko, magaling ito si Mayor pa sa noon, magaling ito sa Saywar eh. Yung meron siyang abilidad wherein yung mga kriminal pwede niyang ma-encourage magbabarilan na magpapatayan niya yung mga kriminal. Kasama ba yung mga criminal mayor na Mr. President na may turing mo na yun na rin kinoconsider mo this squad as euphemism. Sabi mo lang, this squad yung mga kriminal or killing each other.
Magtanim ko lang ng intriga.
Intriga, ginagawa mo, kaya sila nagbabarilan.
Diyan ako mahusay. Magtanim, kaya ako na presidente. Presidente ako sa intriga. Magtanim ka lang ng intriga dito, intriga doon. Alam mo, utusan mo lang ito, gawin mo to, tapos magputok yan. Ang dapat start, di war. Hindi naman kayo kailangan na, ilang kayo na dumaan, Danao, Koy, pati, Arsigambo. May inutos ba ako sa inyo ng talian mo ang tao, patayin mo? Ngayon, sabihin mo sa kanila nga. Nandito na tayo kasi yun ang ano sa akin eh. Extrajudicial killing. Maninutos ba ako sa inyo? Ni minsan, patayin yung kriminal na nakatali dyan o nakaiga. Tell the people now, bago tayo mamatay. Ikaw, Senator De La Rosa, did I ever tell you to shoot a criminal na defenseless na nahuli na ninyo?
Never in my whole life, Mr. President. I can tell you.
May sinabi ba ako sa inyo na isalvage ninyo?
Never, Mr. President.
Alam mo bakit? Di ba sinabi ko sa inyo, huwag ninyong gawin yan kasi yung karma. Babalikan tayo ng babalikan. Kaya tayo umiiwas eh.
But Mr. President, I would like to make it clear na meron akong napatay sa Davao in a legitimate encounter because you instructed me to operate against these people. Kaya napatay namin yung tao na yon, mga kalaban na
lang natin
legitimate operation, Mr. President. That was a legitimate operation.
Ilabas na lang natin
Hostage taking, Mr. President. Hostage taking. Karnapper. Marami ko napatay. Kidnapper. Doon sa bangko. Na doon nag-withdraw pa ng pera sa bangko. Sabi mo sa akin, Bato, siguruhin mo yung mga kriminal na yan, dinala nila doon dito yung kidnap victim dito sa bangko, sa Davao, dito pa mag-withdraw ng pera, siguruhin mo na mahuli ninyo yan. Pag lumaban, you know what to do. That's your word. True enough. At tayong mga kidnapper, Mr. President.
Nandoon ako.
Yeah, because ayaw mong may mga kriminal na papasok.
Bigo mo po, kidnapin mo yung babae, dalhin mo sa Cotabato,
patayin.
Tapos ibalik mo sa Davao. Kakain ka pa doon sa bahay ng papanutuin mo pa yung check doon sa check. Tapos baba nila, nandoon ako na yan sila. Sabi ko, patayin ninyo yan.
And Mr. President, I would like to remind Mr. Chairman that if you are going to review yung mga media interview ko sa Davao, there were many times na sinabi ko sa media ng Davao, pag mayroong patay at nagris doon, sabi nila pinatay doon ng Davao Death Squad. Openly sinasabi ko, kayo mga death squad dyan, kung sino-sino yung nagpa-death squad dyan, magaling lang kayo pumatay ng walang kalaban-laban. Andito ako. Ako si Colonel Bato. Kung gusto niyo ng barilan, dito kayo sa akin. At lalaban ako sa inyo. Kung sino yan nagpa-death squad na yan. Kaya mali po na sabihin na kami po mga dati sa Davao na Chief of Police ay membro ng death squad. Siguro, Senator Risa was not listening to the answer of General Danao.
Mr. Chair, I was listening. It was the former president who said na ang mga PNP ang death squad.
I declare a suspension.
Hindi. Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Chairman. Sorry if I made some lapses in my interpellation. Very clear yung sinabi kina ni General Danao na yung sinabi ni President Duterte, he take it as a joke. We know how President Duterte tells stories. Kapag yung sinabi niya na yan, si Bato de la Rosa is a death squad yan. Ako, 100% joke talaga yung sinabi niya. And in fact, binawi naman niya afterwards. Sinabi niya na hindi kasama ang pulis sa death squad. So, yun lang po. I just want to set the record straight, Mr. President. Now,
Senator Bato, before you continue, to complete yung story mo about this kidnapping na gano'n, can you give us the date ng incident? Baka may marami nakikinig gusto i-research yung pangyayari yun. Anong mga panahon yun? Para just to complete the story.
Tanungin ko lang, magtanong.
Hindi mo na siya maalala.
Hindi ko pa yung date.
Sige, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead to your next point. Okay.
I just would like to ask the former president, sir, noong ikaw ay presidente, lahat ng tao sa Pilipinas, kinukonsider kang hero sa ginawa mong war on drugs. Lahat ng politician we're singing praises. Hallelujah! Thank you, Mr. President. Meron pa mga congressman nagsabi, Mr. President, sana ma-extend ang term ni Pangulong Duterte dahil sa ganda na nangyari sa ating war on drugs. 1.6 million ang nag-surrender in the first 6 months. The crime volume was reduced to 49% during the first 6 months. At ang nahuli, there were around 300,000 na nakakulong sa mga kulungan all over the Philippines. Kaya nagka-problema tayo kung bakit, paano natin i-deal yung overcrowding ng ating mga kulungan. Ito, buhay ito ha. Ito mga nakakulong, buhay yan. Dahil hindi nalaban. Hindi lumaban. Kaya buhay sila. Around 30,000 nakakulong sa lahat ng estasyon.
Alam ng Pilipinas yan, Senator.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sa TV yun, nag-surrender lahat by the thousands. Nakita naman ng buong Pilipinas yan.
Kaya,
ganun karami ang tama ng ating bayan. Tapos kung pagkaganong lang, do not do that because that is not good. Do not commit. Kung ganun ang ugali mo, huwag ka nang mag-mayor, huwag ka nang ma-presidente, gago ka. Hindi mo alam kung anong gawin mo.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Presidente ako gano'n, no? Sabi ko, huminto kayo.
So ngayon, Mr. President,
kasi ang dito sa kultura natin, alam mo, the Philippines remain feudal until kaya ang mga tao dito, pag may isang corrupt na mayor, lahat ng mga tauhan niya yan, mga gambling, yung mga collection dyan, yung mga dyan sa gagong yan. Pag corrupt ang mayor, sira talaga. Kaya pag hindi, sa panahon ko, tinawag ko talaga, sabi ko, huwag sa panahon ko. Alam ko hindi mo maiwan yan eh. Kasi mo po, yung mukha mo, ilagay mo yung mukha mo dyan sa pera mo, palit mo kay Rizal. Pero huwag sa panahon ko, tayo.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Alam nila, yan o, puro chief of police ko yan. Alam nila yan.
Ngayon, Mr. President, na nag-imbestiga.
Hindi mabuti yan, Senator, Mr. Chairman, give us enough time so that malaman na rin ng Pilipinas na ano talaga ang problema ng Pilipinas. Sisirain talaga ang bayan natin. Kawawa ang mga bata. Yan ang problema ko. Nung mayor ako, sabi ko, wag na wag kasi kawawa yung mga bata.
Now, Mr. President, ngayon na ikaw ay iniimbestigahan sa war on drugs, Where are they now? Yung mga nagsusuporta sa iyo noon sa war on drugs. Hindi natin narinig ngayon. Iniwan ka sa ere. Ano po yung naramdaman mo?
Takot. Alam ko kasi tao. For the good time na yan sila. Yung mga crisis kang ganito, wala ka naman kaibigan. Walang susuporta. Well, of course, nandito si kaibigan ko, nandito si Mr. Bilica, nandito si Sal. Nandiyan sa likod ko. Ilan lang yan. Pero pagka ngayon ang Davao, taga-Davao ko man, taga-Davao kayo lahat. Yung mga general, dumaan doon. O ano, good time na. Peaceful na. Walang gulo. Walang pickpocket. Pero wala, hanggang dyan lang. Kalimutan na ng tao yan because sa bagay naman trabaho mo yan eh. Tama naman sabihin ng tao na, bakit kami may utang na loob sa iyo? Bayad ka. Trabaho mo yan. Tama yan. In theory, tama yan. Tama sila. Kayo mga pulis. Ikaw. Pati ako. Pero yung dapat lang malaman na yung pagiging mayor ko, pagiging talagang presidente, dinidib ko yan. Wala akong agenda. Wala akong dinagdag na isang poste sa bahay ko. Wala akong bagong kotse. Hindi ako nakatikim ng Mercedes-Benz. Dinibdib ko talaga ang trabaho ko para sa bayan ko. Ayaw ko maging hero. Kasi kayong lahat ng mga chief of police dumaan sa Davao.
And I would like to take this opportunity with the permission of the chairman. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your war on drugs. If there was no war on drugs, there is no Senator Bato. Maraming salamat po doon sa opportunity na binigay mo sa akin na maging chief PNP at ako'y naging senador ngayon dahil doon sa war on drugs. Maraming salamat.
Ako nakikinig PNP pati yung patuloy ninyo yan at magtrabaho kayo ng gusto kasi ang droga talagang talamak. Kawawa ang Pilipino anong tawag dyan sa Tagalog, patapol-tapol, patamad-tamaran kayo dyan. Trabaho kayo ng gusto, alam ninyo na ang droga talamak. Kaya kayong mga presinto, yung area of jurisdiction mo, pag nandiyan pa yung droga, umalis ka. Kung chief of police ka ng syudad, pag may droga at hindi mo kayang pumatay, takot kang mamatay, putang ina, umalis ka dyan sa trabaho mo. Sorry for the...
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, Mr. Chairman, medyo mahaba na yung time natin. Gusto niyang pahinga.
Thank you. If the President could still stay a little longer, okay lang, sir? For a couple more minutes?
I am at your disposal, sir. Ako magsabi ninyo hanggang bukas tayo dito.
Okay lang.
Wala akong magawa.
Actually, dapat, Senator Bato, nag-apologize tayo kay President for starting our hearing in the morning. Doon siya nahihirapan actually siguro.
In the same manner that I would like to express my apologies, especially to Senator Rodero, kasi sensitive sa mga ganitong, yung karakter ko, gado talaga. Baski saan mo ako ilagay, gano'n, even in front of anybody. Ganon talaga ako. Bastos ako. Walang hiya ako, kasi galing ako sa baba.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Hindi ako sensitive. Ayaw ko lang talaga ng bastos. Ayaw ko ng walang hiya. Lalo na pag pinag-uusapan natin ng seryosong bagay ng war on drugs.
Ako bastos man. Wala ang hiya talaga ako. Yan ang totoo. Siguro, hindi ako darating itong pagka-presidente ko, hindi ako basta, hindi ako walang hiya.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I am now, hindi sa lahat man, baka sasabihin mo, magwalang hiya ako sa inyo. Hindi yan. May kunting edukasyon rin ako. Decency. Yung demeanor ko, yung pinapakita ko sa inyo, yung galit ko, yung rage ko, sa kriminal yan. Dahil nga, naging prosecutor ako, matagal masyado. Professor ako ng
Professor ng
Police Academy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, ako mag-interrupt kay Senator Bato kasi dito naman si Aaron Aquino, General of PDEA. Thank you, sir. Kahit retired na kayo, ikaw nag-represent sa PDEA. Pero, can I ask you about PDEA? Konting ano lang, kasi metrics yung pinag-usapan namin dito eh. PDEA is a 22-year-old organization.
Mr. Chair,
ang bigay sa inyo...
Does that mean that I am finished already?
Hindi pa. Ano lang, interjection. Kayo, binigay nga sa iyo yung... Ang basa namin sa law, basta anti-drugs, PDEA, dapat yan, Do you have, naging head kayo eh. For how long were you head of PDEA? Taon din ba? Taon? Years din?
It's 2 years.
2 years. Okay. So you're familiar with PDEA?
Yes, sir.
Are you in possession, are you the repository of data about drugs? So kunyari, paano kunyari gusto natin sukatin ang success ng Duterte administration's war on drugs? Hawak ng PDEA ang any metrics na before June 30, 2016, tapos June 30, 2022. Meron kayong klaseng ganun data?
Is it matrix, Mr. Chair? Matrix, are you asking?
Metrics data.
How much drug we have?
Maraming sigurong ways to measure the drug problem. Number of users, number of suspected pushers, at what levels, big time, manufacturing, etc. Number of arrests, Do we have all of those data with the PDEA? Yan ang tanong ko.
Yes, sir. And I think sa Dangerous Drugs Board din may data.
DDB. Kasi General Kuy nga pala naman sa DDB. So ganun. Just hindi ko na siguro kayo press figures, but not you, General Aquino, but the current PDEA. Are you still with the DDB? And the current DDB, kunang-kuna lang, ang sinasabi niyo sa akin, they should be in possession of the data. That's what you're telling me.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will require them to submit. Kasi ang katanungan, marami rin nagtatanong is, ano ba yun? How successful was it? Pero we have to use some objective metric. Hindi pwedeng, siyempre kung subjective, puro praises o puro criticism naman. So, mag-isip kami ng metric na how to measure a success or failure in the war against drugs. Okay. Mr. President, sige.
Senator, may I be allowed additional moments? Alam mo itong war of itong PDEA, hindi masasabihin inutil. Pero kung yung PDEA, ang asahan mo to fight drug, patay ang Pilipinas. Take it from me. Galing ako sa taas presidency. Galing ako mayor, congressman. Hindi kaya ng PDEA. Hindi nga alam sino yung mga diyan sa palibot dito sa batasan, sino yung mga drugista diyan sa police talaga yan. Police. Ang sekreto niyan is mayor, pati police at barangay captains. Yun lang yun. Yun ang kailangan mo. Huwag na yan generals. Police, kapitan, police, barangay. Yan. Well, generals, malayo masyado yan. Anak ng puta. Sorry. Wala yan. You cannot solve the problem. Nandito na lang rin tayo pag-usapan natin what's the best approach to. The best approach really is dito sa baba. Barangay captain, tapos yung mga mayors, dapat nilang pukpukin talaga. Pag ang isang mayor, pag sinabi niya na walang droga dito sa siyudad ko, hindi naman ako nagyayabang. Ay, pupunta naman kayo ng Davao kung gusto ninyo. meron kayo. Pero pag sinabi ko, dito sa Davao, walang droga, wala talagang droga. Ilang police chief dyan? Ayan, si Gamboa, Danao, pati ito, dumaan si Koy. Pag sinabi ko sa kanila, walang droga, kayo ang... Sabi ko, ipapakaw ko talaga sila. Nagpagawa ako ng cross dyan sa... Nilagay ko sa barak sa likod. Ipapako ko yung police director dyan na pagka may... Trabaho ninyo yan eh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Bato, you have the floor again. Sige.
Pwede bang papahingahin mo natin si President Duterte and I will proceed to Colonel Victor Grijaldo.
With your permission, pero kung ayaw mo, okay lang.
Ano yun?
Senator Risa wants to interject. Okay lang, with your permission. Pwedeng hindi. Pwedeng hindi.
Para kanino?
For the record only. Okay. With the permission, Senator Bato, go ahead.
Dagan salamat, Mr. Chair ug Senator De La Rosa. For the record lang, in fairness sa PDEA, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is the lead anti-drug law enforcement agency responsible for preventing, investigating, and combating any dangerous drugs, controlled precursors, and essential chemicals within the Philippines. So, tigilan na po natin yung pagsisira at paninira sa mga institusyon. Because
sinasabi ko, kulang.
Pero may nasabi
hindi
rin
nila kasalanan. Ang
nasabi
ideya
rin
talaga
hindi
kulang
detail.
ng tao,
Pero-
kulang ng organisation.
Pero I heard the term, Mr. Chair,
You have
halos
to have
detail.
Mr. President,
tao, pati pondo ng pera.
There are ways na i-strengthen ang PDEA na hindi natin
Hindi
sinasabi.
mo dala sa
halos
istorya yan dito.
inutil.
Actually, okay.
No. Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Sige.
Miyembro po ako ng committee nito, ng subcommittee at ng Senado. I am just making an interjection in fairness sa PDEA na isa sa mga importanteng institusyon ng law enforcement natin, particularly in suppressing the supply of drugs. For the record lang, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. Chair of Senator
Okay, what's
Jones.
the opinion of the
Ako
President?
naging
Yes.
mayor, congressman, naging presidente. Ang sinasabi ko dito, wala akong tinatamaan. I'm just expressing, I said, my experience. Na kung ano talaga ang kulay ng droga dito sa Pilipinas. Baski dito sa Batas. Baski dyan sa Likos. Malakas ang droga dito sa Batas. Kaya kung kailangan mo talaga, kailangan mo ng pulis. Kailangan ng Pilipino, you elect a mayor now na magsabi one of the sa program niya, sa agenda niya, drugs. Maghingi siya ng chief of police na was dedicated at saka yung may karakter talaga. Pero ang chief of police na gusto lang ng promotion, mag-retire na kayo.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President. I will confirm na yung in aid of legislation part ng ating hearing, isa yun na lumalabas nga yung PDEA, yung law creating the PDEA, manpower, budget, etc. So,
Palakasin ninyo.
Yes, sir. Kaya nga, isa yan. I will confirm it sa mga initial kaagad na lumalabas na in aid of legislation na ideas yung PDEA, pinasa lahat ng drug dyan, pero kaya ba? Nakuha natin ng feedback sa Presidente.
Kulang.
Yes, sir. Ayun, isa yun sa ano. Ipapalabas natin yan sa future hearings. Ano ba sitwasyon ng PDEA? Si PIDEG, bakit na revive si PIDEG? Narco kayo dati yata pagkalam ko, if I remember it correctly, Narcom, inalis natin by policy of law, pero revive, it's now PIDEG under PNP. Sige. I'll now recognize Senator Bato for his continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alam mo kung ang problema ng droga ay napakababa na level lang, siguro kaya ng PDEA kontrolin. But before we came into office, President Duterte at ako naging chief PNP, sobrang talamak ng droga. Everywhere, anywhere, buong Pilipinas, kalat ang droga. Kaya, what can PDEA do? They are only 2,000 plus. Ang PNP, 200,000 plus ang PNP. Kaya kinakailangan i-mobilize ni Pangulong Duterte yung PNP because ang PNP everywhere in the Philippines, up to the barangay level, may police doon. Kaya ginamit ang PNP para mag-wage ng war on drugs. Hindi kaya na PDEA. Hindi sa sinisiraan ni Pangulong Duterte ang Pangulong PDEA. Hindi kaya.
Kaya.
2,000 plus lang yung PDEA. Tapos yung PNP, 200,000 plus. So you better use the 200,000 plus at alam na alam pa ng mga pulis kasi yung iba nila mismo ay sila pa involved sa droga. Alam nila yung drug personality doon sa area nila. So, yun po ang the rationale behind, Mr. President.
Ganito kasi,
Yes, sir.
pinatawag ninyo ako dito. Hindi ko kayo pinipilit na maniwala sa akin. Makinig kayo kasi ako galing talaga sa baba. At itong lahat na ito dumaan sa akin. Koy, lahat yan. Gamboa. Bato. Makinig kayo kasi makinabang ang bayan natin. Hindi ang yabang ko dito, ang bayan ang makinabang natin. Hindi ako nagyayabang, galit talaga ako sa droga. Kasi sinisira nila ang bayan ko. Ang mahirap dyan, yun ang sinasabi ko, lalo na yung mga nanay na nagtrabaho doon sa Middle East, na rape, inaabuso ng mga putang nila. Tapos magpadala ng pera dito para sa pag-aral ng mga bata. Pag-uwi nila after, sa City Hall, umiyak dyan sa harap ko, nagligid-ligid sa Tagalog. Gulong-gulong dyan sa harap sa... Kasi yung pinapadala ng pera pala na yung dalawang anak niya, babae, puro doon sa droga na napunta yung... Kaya kung makikita mo, ewan ko, hindi kasi kayo sa babae. Kung ikaw ang mayor, makikita mong ganun ang sakripisyo, dugo, pati pawis. Tapos ganun lang ang mangyari sa kanya. Ako ang nakikinig sa istorya dito. Ako yung mayor. Ako ang nagsasabi, I will protect the city. Ano? Putang, pagkahipokrito ko naman. Wag na lang ako mag-mayor kung gawin. Kaya ang daw sinabi ko, stop. Patayin kita. Magdiretsahan lang ako. Total akin naman to. Alaw, bibig ko, sino naman talaga totoo? Ang ganun mo, huminto kayo, papatayin ko kayo. Putang ina ninyo. Yan ang totoo. Bitawan natin. Total, Congress or wherever. We know the sanctity of the institution of Congress. But there is always a time to let go of your... At alam yan, puro alam ng pulis yan. Yan lahat na nakaupo dyan, yan, dumaan ng Davao yan, alam nila ang sentimento.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sabi niyo na po.
Can you excuse the President kung magpahinga siya?
We suspend for a few minutes. Senator Bato will now ask questions of Colonel Grijaldo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Grijaldo, isa ka sa mga pinapatawag doon sa hearing sa Quadcom.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pwede mo i-share kung anong gusto mong i-share dito sa committee na ito?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, sa ating lahat, magandang hapon. Allow me to read my opening statement. Matapos ang House Quadcom hearing na umabot ng 14 hours, dumating ako sa bahay ng madaling araw ng October 23. Kasagsagan ng bagyong Christine. Hinihintay ako ng aking pamilya at nag-aalala at di nakatulog hanggang safety akong makauwi. Dala-dala ko ang masamang karanasan at hinanakit sa pangyayari, pero di ko agad nasabi sa aking asawa. Hanggang lumipas ang ilang araw, napansin niyang matamlay at di ako mapakali. Di ko matiis na di ko sabihin sa kanya. Kahit alam kong apektado siya at may nervyos pag ang pag-uusapan ay tungkol sa trabaho ko. With great courage, I confided everything to her. Kahit ito ay malaking problema, and it will affect us, and it will change on our normal and simple life. My career for almost 30 years of service, our personal and family safety and security, and maybe I will be condemned or be ostracized. My wife hugged me and started to cry and asked me why. I told her patagal na tayong nagsusumikap and we have to be strong and survive together. Mauna ni ang panahon nga magpakabanata means makialam. Lisod maging witness rata o maging innocent bystander. Maangol gyapon ta o maging casualty tayo. Gipasabot nako sa iya. I have to explain to her. Kailangan naay mo barog sa kamatuoran. There must be someone to rise up to the occasion. I told her that I have the moral obligation and a call of duty to uphold as police officer. In the eyes of God and in the soul of man, I have to say this. Even God was betrayed 3 times. But this time, I have to say this. I don't want to betray our beloved country, our fellow Filipinos, and to God Almighty. I don't want to discredit the men and women of the Philippine National Police, the institution where I belong. I don't want to destroy my beloved alma mater, the Philippine National Police Academy, who molded me with moral values to speak for the truth that I owe, and it's time to give it back the honor and respect. Your Honor, allow me to read my affidavit.
Go ahead. Sige.
David,
Yes, Your Honor.
also submit a copy to us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mahaba po yan? Ilang pages pa yan?
Saglit na, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Allow me to read, Your Honors, my affidavit. I, Police Colonel Hector U. Grijaldo, third level officer, presently assigned at Personal Holding Administrative Unit, Camp Crami, Quezon City, after duly sworn to, under oath and in accordance with law, to hereby depose and states that I have been dedicated to public service for almost 30 years. And since I took my oath as cadet on June 1, 1995, on October 16, 2024, I was again invited as a resource person in the 9th Joint Public Hearing of Committees on Dangerous Drug, Public Order, Safety and Human Rights, and Public Accounts of the House of Representatives scheduled on October 22, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. I, together with other invited PNP personnel, attended the joint hearing in the House of Representatives. After I answered questions related to extrajudicial killings and the reward system, I was approached by a security personnel while I was seated in one of the witnesses during the hearing. The said person told me that I was summoned by Congressman Dan Fernandez. I went out of the room with the security personnel. When we were outside, he told me to go to the left corridor and proceed straight to the end room. While walking, I saw a witness. I saw other witnesses who were standing in the corridor, including my classmate, Major Fortaleza, and Captain Anova, who was wearing a PNP uniform, and the latter acknowledged me by saluting. When I entered the room, I saw two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma standing inside the room. One of the lawyers approached me and then asked me what we are going to talk about. I said I do not know. After a while, Kong Dan Fernandez entered the room and he asked me to sit beside him on his right side. And then Kong Abante entered the room, sat far end of the chair on the right. One of the lawyers of Police Karma stood near at my back. Kong Dan Fernandez put the paper he was holding on the table and told me, ito ang sasabihin mong statement na ito. While pointing on the paragraph on the paper, ito ang supplemental affidavit ni Colonel Garma. Sabihin mo ang reward system. I-confirm mo lang. Kong Dan told me to read the said affidavit. However, I asked the copy of affidavit he was showing to me to read it. He did not give it to me. The lawyer of Police Colonel Garma said, ikaw lang ang pwede magsabi niyan, sabi ni Colonel Garma. I was puzzled and I asked myself, why me? I respectfully told him that I cannot confirm. They are saying, as I have not read the affidavit. We went silent. And then Kong Dan Fernandez said, while holding the affidavit, saan ka pwede? Dito, noong 1999, about DDS, alam mo to, pulis ka na sa Davao nito. I politely told him that I was not still with the PNP because I was working with the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology in 1999 that time. After some time, Kong Abante asked me how many years do still I have with the PNP. I answered, I still have 4 years before my retirement. Then he made a remark, pwede ka pang maging general. I humbly responded to him, masaya na ako sa ranggo ko, sir. Pagkatapos nito, sir, uuwi na lang ako. At magtatanim na lang ako ng kamote sa amin. The cordial conversation between us continued. And I felt that they wanted me to convince me to do what they wanted me to do. Then Kong Abante asked me where I serve as a chief of police. To which I answered, Mandaluyong City Police Station, sir. Kong Abante then persuaded me by saying, ikaw naman, Colonel, ganito na lang. Alangan namang walang insidente o pangyayari sa panahon na yon. I answered, and I served as a COP in Mandaluyong during the COVID-19 pandemic, and there were less crime committed. And we did not receive any reward from anyone. I added that we only receive funds, additional MOA or support fund from the Peace and Order Fund of the LGU. I then respectfully told Kong Dan Fernandez that anybody can debunk my statement if I confirm the testimony of Colonel Garma about the DDS in 1999, since I was not a member of PNP at the time. And I have no personal knowledge as to them. Additionally, I said, the work of the policemen are noble and requires great sacrifice, even without that reward or award. It is our moral obligation and a call of duty to serve our country and people. Then Kong Dan asked me, si Colonel Garma, anong masabi mo sa kanya sa Barayuga? I politely told him I cannot comment on the case. When I respectfully answered him, Sir, mahirap yan. Kasama kami sa nag-iimbestiga at hindi ko alam kung anong kinalaman niya at may investigasyon din sa amin, baka ma-incriminate ako, sir. After the discussion, they did not give me a copy of the second affidavit of Police Colonel Garma. I felt that I disappointed them. Kong Dan Fernandez and Kong Abante left the room, while I and the two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma stayed in the room for a while. I presume that they are about to present the second affidavit of Police Colonel Garma. I asked the two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma why they have chosen me. They did not answer me and just stared at me. And then I went back to the hearing room. When I went back to the hearing room, I immediately called the attention of Police Colonel Lito Patay, who were sitting behind the witness table. We proceeded at the back of the lobby area when they suspended the hearing. I confided and discussed to him what happened in the room with Kong Dan Fernandez and Kong Abante and the two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Colonel Grijaldo. What motivated you to speak before this committee?
The time, Your Honor, I was insulted and it is very offensive, and I think it is inappropriate for anyone to act like that.
Meaning, you feel that you are being coached to make that statement?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel I be corrupted to make that statement, Your Honor. Just because at that time, habang nag-uusap-usap, habang nagkakaroon ng deliberation sa hearing, Your Honor, hindi ko alam kung maybe present nila si Colonel Garman at that time, Your Honor. na mag-ano nung second supplemental, ay yung supplemental affidavit niya.
So do you feel harassed? Did you feel harassed?
It's an harassment and very offensive, Your Honor, and uncalled for anybody. That time I was wearing my uniform.
You're wearing your uniform
Police officer.
and you are being told to lie.
Parang
Am I
gusto
correct?
nilang magsisinungaling po ako, Your Honor.
So, Colonel Grijaldo, I would like to thank you for your courage. I'm sure maraming police ngayon nanonood. And if you have observed, mabuti na nagsalita ka. Dahil if you have observed, the way they are treating policemen in the Quadcom, it's very hard. I feel them. I feel them. Because naging police din ako. Kapag sasabihan ka lang, answer yes or no. You can only answer yes or no. You're not allowed to explain yourself. So, para bang you are being deprived. You are being deprived of your right to explain yourself. Kaya lalo na kapag ikaw itinuturuan na itong sasabihin mo, itong paragraph sasabihin mo, o dito, di ka ba dito? So that's very inappropriate, that's very irregular for a lawmaker making an investigation in aid of legislation to make that kind of approach to a resource person. Na parang pinipilit na itong sabihin mo, iko-coach ka, ito, pwede ka ba dito? Para parang lumalabas na meron talaga silang preconceived na goal na kung anong dapat na mahit dito, kaya ginaguide yung magiging statement mo. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ngayon, Mr. Chairman, kung nakikinig yun ang Philippine National Police, lalong-lalo na yung liderato ng Philippine National Police, I don't know what's his reaction with the statement of Grijaldo, because Colonel Grijaldo is just, I congratulate him for being so courageous enough to speak up for the truth in behalf of all the policemen na parang winawalang hiya sa mga tao na dapat hindi magwalang hiya sa inyo. Ay, kung nakikinig yun ang CPNP, I hope this is your person, this is your man. Dapat dipinsahan ninyo ito. Huwag ninyo itong ilagay sa litsunan. Huwag nyo ilitsun itong tao na ito. Because he's standing for the PNP. Na dapat hindi ganun ang resource person pagdating sa investigation. Kasi parang ang baba ng tingin sa inyo, nag-iimbestiga sa inyo. Yun lang ang nakikita ko, masyadong mababa. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations. And I would like to thank you for standing up.
Your time has also expired. But sige nga, the long and short of it, yung may maikling kwento, kasi hindi ko naman napanood buong Quadcom Kayo ba ay tumistigo sa Quadcom din, finally? Nagsalita rin kayo ron?
Yes, sir. We were already at the...
Nag-affidavit ka doon? Nagsabit ka
Wala po kaming in-affidavit ko just sa...
So, ilang tanong lang ang sinagot mo doon? Ilang tanong? Tungkol saan?
The last time that I was asked by Congressman Paduano, it's all about the operation sa Oron, Your Honor.
Oron?
Sa Oron.
One particular operation?
Yeah.
Sa first appearance mo? Second appearance mo?
Your Honor, the first appearance on September 27, it's all about about EJK that time, Your Honor.
Sige, basta wala kang affidavit, so makikita na natin. Okay, so my colleagues, the President is getting tired. So kung meron tayong questions for the address to the former President, tanungin na lang natin. Sir, okay ka lang, sir?
Sir, I'm good until 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
5 na.
Totoo, sir.
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
Hindi ako napapatawa.
Yes, I know that, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, and I hope I didn't miss anything. When Colonel Grijaldo made mention about him being to lie and being asked to be influenced by a legislator, he is by himself, Mr. President. There's no one in the room who can
Witness,
actually
sino daw naka-witness ng exchange na yun?
anyone, sir?
At present at the time, the two lawyers of Colonel Garma, they were on the right side of at the back that time, Your Honor, because it was discussed in the table on this place, and it was shown to them also. It can be seen by the two lawyers because we are only 5 in the room, Your Honor.
And seen and heard.
Yes, Your Honor.
The words that you uttered a while ago.
Just because one of the lawyer reacted when I refused to confirm the statement, because the holdings of this paper, Your Honor, was like this. It was on the second page, and I've seen some notes or names, and my name was indicated in that statement. So when I rejected, or I don't want to say rejected, parang nag-explain ako na hindi ko kayang i-confirm yung statement na yun.
And what was the reaction again? The reaction of the lawyer said?
Hindi na rin sila umimik, Your Honor. Kasi yun lang naman gusto nila na mag-collaborate sa statement na pinabit ni Colonel Garma.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we now entertain questions directed to the former President? Ano, sir? You're right. Wait a minute.
Yes,
Mr. President facing his hand. Yes, sir.
Thank you for giving me the time. I'd like to ask the Colonel, sino yung idiot na superior mo?
What is the question, sir? That who is the superior of?
Yes, the one who. Alam mo ano ang ginawa nung ulol na yon? Subordination of perjury. That's a crime. Tingnan mo sa revised penal code. Subordination.
I think you already stated it, ano? Kay Colonel Grijaldo. Nasagot na po niya, Mr. President. Nasa testimony na po niya. Sige po, can we now proceed? Who has questions for the President?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make it clear na yung ginawa ng idioto na official mo o classmate mo.
Sir, is that officer, congressman ang nagsasabi sa kanya.
Yung idioto na congressman, subordination of perjury yan. He was suggesting, the mere suggestion of what he wants you to do is already a crime. Under the revised penal code, yung inuudyok mo yung tao na mag-execute ng affidavit falsely or making a false narrative, subordination of perjury.
Yes, that's a crime under the revised penal code.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sige, sir, because, okay, we are operating under, no time constraints. So, sabi ko kanina, hanggang 3 o'clock lang tayo. But,
gusto ko lang habulin yung classmate mo. Ayun yung congressman. Para papailan ko ng kaso. Total, hindi ko na kailangan yung affidavit mo. Your narrative here is under oath. Hindi ko na kailangan yung affidavit mo. All I have to do is to take out your statement, the basis of filing a case.
Our transcript of records will be available to anyone who will request, Mr. President. Okay, Committee Secretary. Transcript natin available to everyone. Okay, so anybody?
Your Honor.
Senator Risa? Can we?
Your Honor.
What is it about, ma'am?
About subordination of perjury.
We all know about the theory.
I just wanted to say na ganun din po ang ginawa nila. Subordination of perjury.
Sige po. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Risa Ontiveros, recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. So bago po magsimula, gusto ko lang pong ipaalala sa ating lahat na seryosong usapin ito. at tiwala ako sa chair ng subcom na seryoso tayo dito. At hindi ko po na-appreciate ang napaka-casual na mga sagot ni dating presidente tungkol sa patayan. At tumatawa at pumapalakpak pa ang ilang kasama dito sa session hall. Siguro, tigilin na natin yung nakasanayan na natin na normalize at gawing katatawanan ng patayan. Sir, sabi niyo, when you are confronted by a criminal, you must overcome the resistance. Ibig po ba sabihin na lahat ng EJK may baril? Kasi kung gano'n, nasa na po kaya yung mga baril? Dapat may libo-libo ng baril sa custody ng PNP. Do you have any thought on that?
No, that is you're asking somebody somewhere or to make an accounting which is not possible. That your question cannot be answered here.
All right, sir. So, but I think it can be questioned kung hindi nyo kayang i-address, itatanong po namin sa PNP. Sabi nyo rin po kanina, you take full legal responsibility for the consequences of the drug war. Kanina rin sabi nyo, maraming mali. No? So, halimbawa, si Kian de los Santos, menor de edad, hindi armado, nagmamakaawa, pero pinatay ng mga pulis sa drug war. Do you take responsibility for the death of Kian de los Santos?
The criminal act,
The death. You take responsibility for his death.
Walang maniwala na abogado sa akin yan.
Hindi po, sir. Hindi po abogado. Nandito pa lang tayo sa Senado, sa
referring
Korte.
to the policy na ginawa ko para sa mga pulis.
Yes, sir. At nagbunga yung polisiya.
I take full responsibility.
Yes. And what about yung bunga ng polisiya na libo-libong namatay kasama si Kian de los Santos? Do you also take full responsibility for that? Because in October 2020, na-quote po kayo na sinabi, there's killing there, I'm saying I'm the one, you can hold me responsible for anything, any death that has occurred in the execution of the drug war. Noong October ulit, October 21, noong 2021 naman, in a Reuters interview, kinwote kayo na sinabing, if there is any person who is going to prison, it would be me. I assume full responsibility. So, do you assume responsibility for the death of Kian de los Santos?
No.
No. How about si Carl
Alam mo, ma'am,
Nunez?
before you rumble on those minutes.
No, I'm not rambling, Mr. Chair. Very specific yung mga tanong ko.
Specific ang law. Guilt is personal. Tanong ka muna ng abogado.
Okay lang po. Kaya kong magtanong sa abogado. Sige,
Tanong ka muna
itanong ko
ngayon
po.
before we proceed.
No.
Hindi tayo
I
magkaintindihan dito.
prepared these questions with my
Guilt
legislative
is
staff.
personal.
Yes, it's very personal.
Hindi
So,
mo pwedeng ipasa sa iba yan.
no, hindi po ito pagpasa.
Oh,
Iniimbestiga
kaya nga.
po ng Blue Ribbon yung war on drugs at yung naging bunga na extrajudicial killings dyan. And I am basing my question dun sa mga sinabi ninyo repeatedly, parang tuwing Oktubre nga sinasabi nyo na you will take responsibility.
Correct.
So now let me ask you about Carl Anthony Nunez, 20 years old. Walang nahanap na droga o baril sa katawan niya. Sabi nga ng investigador, mistaken identity. Do you take responsibility for his death?
You know, ma'am, can I ask for a recess of...
It's all right, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Hearing is suspended.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong ko po ay, if you take responsibility, as you said in October 2020, as you said in October 2021 about assuming responsibility for the war on drugs, do you take responsibility for the death of Carl Anthony Nunez, Mr. Chair?
Alam mo, yung policy, ma'am, hindi mo nakuha yung yung policy ng presidente.
Nakuha ko po policy ni
I was
President.
talking about the policy. I take full responsibility yung sinabi ko na war on drugs.
You said,
Pero
sir,
kung
you can hold me responsible for any death.
specific crime,
Yes, sir. You
hindi pwede yan.
You spoke about
At
specific
saka,
crimes.
kung sabihin ko, I will take full responsibility, magdating tayo sa korte, hindi naman tatanggapin yan.
Well, Mr. Chair, and if the resource person could keep his volume and pitch to a normal
Trying to pin
level.
me down on it.
Mr. Chair, you are pinned down by your own statements of October.
You have to
No,
pin me
Mr.
down,
Chair. No,
pin me
Mr.
down
Chair.
lower.
Trying to pin me down on air.
are no longer productive.
Mr. Chair.
Do not pin me down on semantics.
Okay. is hereby resumed. Senator Ontiveros has the floor.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. So, i-summarize ko na lang yung unang line of questioning ko. The point of my question tungkol sa assuming a responsibility or not na Kian, Carl Anthony Nunez, itatanong ko rin dapat si Althea Barbon na 4 years old, at si Carl Arnaiz, at si Reynaldo de Guzman Elias Culot, na-confirm sa Caloocan Court na the evidence was merely planted by the police. Ang point ng unang questioning ko na yon ay kung ina-acknowledge nyo o hindi na yung policy nyo caused the death of innocents. So lastly, Mr. Chair, actually may mga isang dosenang tanong pa sana ako sa dating presidente pero nahiblad yata sila sa akin. So dalawang huling tanong na lang. Una po, yes, Mr. Chair.
Ganun lang siguro kasi excited lang ako. First time ako naka-appear ng Senate. But walang personalan yan. It has nothing to do with you, yung boses ko lang kasi excited. But if you're offended by the demeanor, then mag-change gear ako. I'll try to do it with moderation.
Salamat kaayo, Mr.
Continue, ma'am.
Chair. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair.
At saka sandali, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
And I'm addressing lahat kayo. Taga-probinsya po ako. Hindi ninyo pwede akong masumon na papaulit-ulit. Pag ginawa ninyo yan, isnabin ko kayo. Wala akong pera. I am not that rich na mag-travel dito sa aeroplano. Mahal yan. I am, bubuhay ako sa retirement pay ko. So, pati itong pamasahe ko, retirement pay ko. Wala akong negosyo ever since. Gobyerno lang ako. I have been an employee of government ever since. Kaya, I do not have my public life is open to everybody. So, gastos masyado, ma'am. Kaya, kung maaari lang, tapusin natin ito hanggang bukas. Huwag na tayong umalis dito.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair.
Tapusin talaga natin ito. Tapusin natin ito dito ngayon. Huwag tayong umalis dito sa hanggang umaga. Umabot man tayo hanggang umaga bukas. Huwag tayong umalis. Tapusin natin dito.
Mr. President, we are prioritizing the questions directed to you. Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. So, pangalawang tanong ko, tinawagan nyo ba si Senior Superintendent Padilla para i-congratulate siya sa pagpatay sa 3 high-value targets na Chinese nationals na inilagay sa loob ng Davao Penal Colony? Kasi sinabi niyo daw, congrats Superintendent Padilla, job well done. Pero grabe ang ginawa ang dinuguan. Do you confirm this, Mr. Chair?
You call Padilla now because he is lying. I do not know him. And I do not have to congratulate this policemen and soldiers. Trabaho ninyo yan. Why do I have to congratulate you? Magtrabaho kayo dyan.
So you do not confirm na tinawagan niyo si Senior Superintendent Padilla?
I only congratulate people with itong mga police na graduate with honors kasi nagtuturo ako sa police. May congratulatory message ako. Congratulate ako ng ano.
Well, Mr. Chair, of course, absolutely hindi naman natin kailangan investigate yung graduating with honors sa academy. Pero yung EJK sa war on drugs, kailangan talagang kaya natin ini-investigate.
Kaya ma'am, huwag tayong umalis dito sa kwartong ito hanggang matapos ang gusto ninyong kunin sa akin.
Well, Mr. Chair, so yung huling for the record,
Bakit
ano po?
tinawag
Mr.
ninyo
Chair.
ako dito tapos yan lang ang huli ninyong tanong?
May mga colleagues pa yata tayo, Mr. Chair, na magtatanong sa dating presidente. So, for the record, sinasabi niyo ba na ang mga drug users at drug criminals ay dinideserve nilang mamatay na lang kaysa pumunta sa jail? O para i-paraphrase ko si Patricia Evangelista, do some people need killing, Mr. Duterte?
Ma'am, presidente ako. Nagagastos ako sa gobyerno. Bakit ako magbubuhay sa mga putang inang yan? Ikaw yung pera na ipapakain ko dyan sa preso, ibigay ko na lang doon sa mga tao dyan sa walang bigat.
So, mas okay kung patayin sila kaysa ipreso
Wala ko
sila?
alam dyan sa kriminal, ma'am.
So, thank you for
Kung
making that
pakialam sa kriminal kung saan silang impernong gusto nilang pumunta.
Well, Mr. Chair, for the record,
You make your own history in this planet.
yes,
Yun
Mr.
ang
Chair.
gusto nilang mangyari. Doon sila sa impyerno at doon tayo mamagkita.
Well, Mr. Chair, wala namang jurisdiction ng Senado sa impyerno. Dito lang sa bansa natin pwede tayong mag-investigate.
Doon tayo pupunta.
Well, wala po akong ambisyon pumuntang impyerno pa. Pero Mr. Chair, ang punto lang nito ay nung magsisimula ang anumang police operations, drug-related police operations, supposed to be at sinabi ng mga resource persons, merong pong manual of operations, merong continuum of force sa pag-enforce implement ng police anti-drug operation. So, ang premise is, yun nga, arrest muna at build the case. Well, Mr. Chair, as a final word, and I imagine that the Department of Justice is watching dahil ang daming admissions ng dating presidente involving criminal acts. Salamat kayo. Kasaysayan na lang po maghuhusga. Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. President.
Nagtataka ako hanggang ngayon ang Justice Department hindi pa nag-file ng kaso hanggang ngayon. Katagal lang. Katagal ako pumapatay ng tao hanggang ngayon hindi pa sila nag-file ng kaso.
Mr. Chair, another addition to the list that's growing by the minute.
Okay, for the record, Mr. President. Wala, Mr. Vice President, for the record, kasi may nagtatanong din sa akin wala.
Huwag na tayo magdrama dito. Tapusin na natin itong istorya nito dito sa Pilipinas.
For the record, Mr. President, wala.
Kasi naawa ako dito sa mga pulis. Sa totoo lang, naawa ako sa mga pulis, pati sundalo. Kaya ako, akin, mind and mind alone. Pag nag-inutusan ko ito, mag-operate itong mga buang na ito, kung anong mangyari akin yan, I'm emotional because I've been longing to state this particular sentiment. Protektado ko yan sila. Basta in the fulfillment of duty, Mr. Senator, yan sila, chief of police yan. Protektado ko ang police pag nagtrabaho in the fulfillment of duty. Pero alam nila, ang mga police na pumasok ng kidnapping, alam nila yung police nila, pinatay ko.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ako po may tanong din. Pinag-aralan namin pinanood namin yung mga footages mo nung you were president-elect, tapos naging presidente. Meron kayo sinasabing ang reward, iba-iba nga yung amounts, tapos sasabihin nyo parang may encouragement na patayin ng mga kriminal, pero dudugtungan nyo parati sa dulo ng lalo na kung nalagay sa peligro yung buhay ninyo. So, ito lang yung tanong ko. So, when you were president, hindi nyo ba po concern na ito yung mga nakikinig sa'yo, na kausap mo mga law enforcers, na may maniwala, lalo na doon sa first part ng sinabi mo at na-confuse na sila sa... Kasi paliko-liko po yung mga pronouncements po ninyo. When you were president, were you not concerned that you misinterpreted?
Hindi. Kasi matagal akong instructor ng pulis eh. Ay, dumadaan ito sa psychiatric. Gagastos pa ako ng... Ano ay sa presidente, may funding ako dito sa mga psychiatric ano nila. Nandiyan yan sa item eh. Hindi naman ito ano. At saka, alam mo, Senator, pag kayo mga ganun, mga heinous crime, mga patayan dito, ang presidente o mayor, hindi pwedeng kailangan magbitaw talaga ng salita. Kasi pag hindi, walang... Hindi ako nangyayabang. Look at my city. I would like to... we travel back. Ano ang syudad ng Davao noon? Nung hindi pa ako mayor. Nandyan yung komunista, nandyan yung mga rapper, nandyan lahat. Abusado na pulis, abusado na sundalo. Puro kriminal, puro kanya-kanya. Nung na-mayor ako, sabi ko, hinto kayo, either, ayan, mga nandyan naman noon. Sabi ko sa mga pulis, either patayin ninyo ako o papatayin ko kayo. Putangin na, huminto kayo dyan, litse kayo. Kung sinabi ko yan sa mga kriminal, sa pulis, lalo sa kriminal. Pero yung mga pulis na nag-kidnap, sumali sa hold-up, mga tao nila, pinatay ko talaga. Alam nila yan. Ibibigay nila yung pangalan kung tanungin mo. All you have to do is to place them under oath. Sinabi ko sa kanila, pati kayo pag hindi ninyo madisiplina yung mga tao ninyo. Bayad ang mga tao ng sweldo ninyo tapos pati kayo kasali dyan. Stricto talaga ako sa pulis. Ayan sila. Puro general yan. Protektado ko ang pulis pag sa trabaho. Kasi ma-demoralize wag hayaan mo. Alam mo ba, Senator, nung mayor ako, ayan, puro dumaan ng Davao yan, puro nag-chip pulis yan. Pagka ang pulis nagkaroon ng kaso, yung araw na yon na ma-file yung kaso against the police, tayo na yung sweldo niya, hinto na yan. Wala nang pagkain na dumadating doon sa pati yung mga anak. Hinto pati yung edukasyon ng bata. Kaya pinoprotektahan ko sila. Ito pro generous. Pero alam nila, sila mismo pinoprotektahan ko. Dumaan ang kaso yan. Pero yung mga pulis na gago,
I will take advantage of the presence of the former president and then ask now the police generals present this afternoon. Narinig niyo yung sinabi ni Presidente? Generals Danao and Coy, do you confirm the President said na kung involved ang police ninyo sa krimen, siya mismo ang pinapatay daw niya. So do you confirm such a statement?
As far as I'm concerned, sir, when I was under the Davao City Police Office, hindi naman siguro siya yung pinapatay.
Sige, tell us.
As far as I know, sir, wala man pinatay po si Mayor.
What
Talaga.
do you do? What do you do? The policemen involved in crime.
Policeman is involved in crime, sir. Yes, okay.
That's the scenario.
Sir, nung panahon ko, when I was city director, there was one policeman who was discharged for illegal drugs. And unfortunately, hindi ko na lang po i-mention yung pangalan kung sino yung congressman na nilapitan at na-reinstate po sa serbisyo, in short. Okay, he was already discharged from illegal drugs. Wala pang 1 year, sir. Walang ginawa kundi magmaoy, mamaril, at binabaril niya, sir, yung kanyang misis, binap niya yan. Okay? So, in short, sir, yung taong yun, kinausap ko. Kasi sabi ko, kababalik mo lang, baka pwede namang maglaylo ka. Okay? So, ang nangyari, sir, naglaylo siguro ng 3 linggo. Ganon uli, sir. So, binaril niya ng binaril yung misis niya. And accordingly, sabi mismo ng misis niya, sir, kaya po laging nagwawala na naman itong mister ko dahil bumalik uli sa droga. So, in short, sir, pinatay namin. Ganon lang, sir.
Anong circumstances? Meaning, pinatay ninyo, paano?
Sir, lumaban, sir, Pulis, may sariling baril, sir. Binabaril nga niya yung misis niya. Kami pa.
Sa bahay niya?
Yes, sir. Inoperate namin talaga, sir. Inoperate namin, sir. Kalimutan ko lang yung apelyido. Pero that was when I was the city director. I think it was 2014.
I am familiar with the...
Sige, sir. Can you supply the details, Mr. President?
Yes, lumaban, sir.
Yung petsa, so that yung mga gusto mag-research further sa insidente, anong petsa, anong pangalan ng tao?
I cannot, it will be impossible to remember that. I have to go back home and...
General Danao, month and year? Para lang because this happened in Davao City, pero anong month and year? Para...
Yes, sir. Hindi ko lang siya maalala yung pero I was the city director, sir. So that was from... Kasi I was assigned, sir, from 2012 up to 16 yata? Basta almost 3 years yun, sir.
Thank you.
So, walang ginawa yun, sir, kundi magsumbong sa station. And, actually, pinatawag ko, sir, yung police. Yun yung pinagtataka ko, sir. Dahil na-discharge na ito, hindi ko na lang sasabihin, sir, kung sinong congressman niya. And, nakabalik siya sa serbisyo. So, yun ang nakasakit, sir, sa atin. Dinischarge ka na nga for illegal drugs, and yet, nakabalik ka ulit. The same trabaho, illegal drugs pa rin. So, what will you do, sir? Alam ka naman na, misis mo, binabaril mo, buntis, binabatil indok mo, hindi lalo na sa ibang tao.
Thank you, General Kuy. Any reaction to what the President said?
Sir, when I was the city director then in 2005, I cannot remember any incident of a member of the Davao City Police na involved in illegal activities. But yung policy na yun po ni Mayor noon was well known to the public, more so to the members of the police.
Senator,
Go ahead, sir.
Sa lahat ng puro daan ng Davao to, pinakamabait yan si Kuy. Hindi makapatay ng lamok yan. Yung iba dyan, Danao, patay ka dyan. Alam mo, ang trabaho nitong mga to is to confront criminals. And pag nandyan na yan, nagkumuntot na, buhay ng nila. Ngayon, mamili tayo. Nung mamili ako, sabihin ko, sige, habulin mo. Patayin mo pag lumaban. Yun talaga ang patayin mo pag lumaban. Pataban. Hindi ko sinasabi salvage mo. Nasabihin mo, hulihin mo, nakakampag tapos barilin mo. Hindi trabaho ng lalaki yan eh. Kung tunay ka na lalaki, hindi mo trabaho yung patay ng tao na bigyan mo ng baril, magbarila na lang kayo. Alam nila yan lahat. Ayan si katabi mong senador, alam niya yan.
Mr. Chair, I would like to share also my own personal experience. Pagdating dyan sa mga words ni President Duterte na sinabi niya, yung pananakot niya sa kriminal na pag kayo gumawa, o lalo na kayo mga pulis na involved kayo sa kidnapping, involved kayo sa droga, involved kayo sa hold-upan, papatayin ko kayo. Yes! Sinabi niya yan. Sinabi niya yan. At itong mga pulis na ito, na namamatay din, namamatay sila during operation na kinandak sa kanila, dahil lumaban talaga sila. Hindi naman pupuntahan mo lang yung pulis pabarilin. Sabi ka nga ni Presidente, hindi gawain ng lalaki yan. Hindi gawain ng lalaki yan. I have my own personal experience. Isang tao ko noon, matagal na ng tao, sinaligan yung trusted ko na tao. Ang problema, nagka-girlfriend ng isang drug addict. Nag-girlfriend niya yung drug addict, siya rin tumira na ng droga. Ngayon, nung tumira na siya ng droga, dahan-dahan na rin siya nagbibita ng droga. Pupusing na siya. So, naawol siya ngayon. Nung naawol siya, full time na talaga siya naging puser. Sabi ni President Duterte nung mayor siya, yung mga pulis na yan na nagbibinta ng droga, papatayin ko kayo. Alam mo nangyari? Inupuritan yung pulis na yun. Tauhan ko yun dati. Inupiritan siya. Pag-operate sa kanya, nag-bypass. Nung nagpositive, inaresto siya. Pinasok siya. Barilan sila. SWAT na pumasok. Mga SWAT na... Ang masakit pa nga, Mr. Chair. Yung mga SWAT na pumasok sa kanya, nag-assault, classmate niya na matagal niyang kasama from the training center hanggang sila nagiging SWAT, hanggang nagiging kasama sa basketball araw-araw, kasama sa kusina kumakain araw-araw. Pero sabi ang pulis na yung SWAT na nag-assault, Sir, anong magagawa ko? Classmate ko yan, hindi ko kayang patayin, pero lumaban eh. Kaya, paano ko i-explain ito ngayon sa asawa ng classmate ko namatay na kumari ko. Kumari ko pa yun. Ang hirap i-explain, sir. Patayin yung classmate ko, pero kung hindi ko rin naman sa barilin, ako mamamatay. Magaling na shooter yung tao na yan. Magaling na bumaril. Kaya ganun po ang nangyari. Pag sinabi ni President Duterte sa matter of policy na papatayin ko kayo mga kriminal, papatayin ko kayo mga pulis sa sindikato, yun ang ibig sabihin. Papatayin kapag lumaban. Yun talaga. Sabi niya, mas gusto ko pagkatapos ng putukan, kayo ang nakatayo. Yung kriminal ang tumba. Hindi kayo ang natumba. Ang kriminal ang nakatayo. Because mahirapan akong mag-explain doon sa pamilya ng pulis na namatayan. Pero yung kriminal, wala namang problema kasi sila man talaga naggumawa ng krimen. Kaya kung lumaban, mahirap kasi, pagka kinuha natin yung word palagi na yung intimidation na ginagawa ni Presidente sa mga kriminal, pang-intimidate lang yun. Kaya nga, ang ganda ng Davao City, dahil takot talaga pumasok ang mga kriminal doon. Sabi niya, pag kayo kriminal pumasok sa Davao City, hindi kayo makakalabas dito. Kaya takot sila. That's intimidation. Pero yung pag-implement ng sinasabi na papatayin ko kayo, walang pulis na gago na graduate ka ng public safety basic recruit course na tinuruan ka ng police operational procedure, tinuruan ka ng mga lahat-lahat mga rules doon sa training mo, tapos isalvage mo yung tao? Walang pulis na gano'n. May pinag-aralan ng pulis eh. May pinag-aralan yan. Kahit sabihin pa ni Presidente na, barilin mo diretso ha, barilin mo diretso. Hindi susundin na pulis yan. Dahil alam nila what is tama at anong hindi. Kaya, palagi lang na may misinterpret, na misquote yung kanyang mga hyperbole, yung mga superlatives, yung mga ano pa yung mga pinagsasabi ni Presidente, just to send the message to the spine of the criminals na tatakutin sila. Yun po ang teknik niya. Magaling yan siya sa saywar eh. Magaling siya sa pang-iintriga hanggang yung mga criminal mismo magbabarilan. Sila na lang mismo. At yun ang ginawa niya double squad, yung mga kriminal na nagbabarilan. Salamat sa inyo. At wala na nagtrabaho yung pulis. Kayo ng mga kriminal, barilan dyan sa Davao City.
To complete, Senator Bato, yung sa tauhan mo, if you can remember the time frame? Time period nung anong year?
Nakalimutan ko. Sige lang, mag-research na tayo. Magpaparesearch na ako kung anong year yun. Research ko.
Mr. President, one last question from me. I don't know yung mga colleagues ko, meron pa. Meron pong footages kasi na, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, yung sabi mo kung pwede kayong mamisinterpret na ini-encourage nyo patayin, pero dinudugtungan nyo ng manlaban. Sabi mo dito, may 3 million ako sa mga drug lords, itong terrorizing, supervising na turista, 2 million, second echelon, 1 million, ordinaryo, 50,000. Did you actually fulfill itong mga rewards na sinabi niyo po? Kahit na doon sa pwede nyo sabihin na pasok sa inyong sinabi na napatay mo kasi self-defense. Did you actually give rewards like this, Mr. President?
Storya lang yun, sir. Kung pulis ka, ito na. Danaw. Kung may pinatay siya tapos sabihin niya, sir, saan ang sinabi mong reward? Marahin kita. Putang ina, trabaho mo yung magpatay tapos magkubra. Ano ulit? Hero mo? Trabaho mo yung magpatay ka pa ng patay. Yan ang trabaho mo. Kaya binibigyan ng baril eh. Ang ibig kong sabihin, patayin ninyo yung masasamang tao, kriminal. Wala akong sinabi na pumatay kayo ng inosente. Alam nila ng lahat. Yan sila. Naggalit ako pag ikaw ang pulis nag-abuso at may nagsumbong sa akin na binugbog ka ng pulis o pinatay mo yung asawa niya, putang ina kang pulis ka, may problema ka sa akin. Either maglayas ka, alam nila yan. Pag hindi, maabutang kita.
Mr. Chair, just to add to the
Go ahead.
President Duterte. Yung sinasabi niya na pera, amount na ganito, may understanding to that is kasama yan sa fear factor na gusto niyang i-inject doon sa mga kriminal. Tingnan nyo, in-announce niya na meron kang babayaran ko yung drug lord. Sabi niya, 1 million o iba-ibang prices, iba-ibang amount. Tingnan mo. Kung saan napunta, kung saan ang pinakamalaking drug lord sa Cebu, si Jaguar, lumayas. Nagtago dito sa Las Piñas. Hanggat dito na ako sa Las Piñas. Yung mga drug lord sa Iloilo, si Udikta, saan nagpunta? Pumunta dito sa Manila. Kasi natatakot sila. Natatakot talaga sa Mr. Chairman. Pero kung sinabi mo na actual na binigay yung ranayan na pangtakot, na kung may napatay, ibinigay, I don't know. Tanungin natin ang President Duterte kung binigay ba niya kung may namatay. Pero ang alam ko, pangtakot lang niya yun. Kaya layasan yung mga drug lord dito sa Pilipinas. Ngayon, nang wala na si President Duterte, bumalik naman. Andyan na naman sila ngayon. Continue yung kanilang trabaho, kanilang negosyo.
Hindi nila nakuha yung style ko, sir. Hindi ako magsabi magbigay ako bounty, ikaw yung criminal. Criminal ay 50,000. Sabihin ko, ang pulis ang bigyan ko. 50,000. Sigurado huli yan. So sabihin mo ng 50,000. Wala. Pero sabihin mo, ibigay mo yung 50,000, no? Hanapin mo. Pag lumaban, patayin mo. Alam nila yan. Kasi dumaan yan lahat sa akin. Instructor ako sa criminal law, pati criminal procedure. Dumaan yan sila sa akin. Either sa klase or lecture. alam nila lahat. Alam nila lahat kung paano pumatay ng legal at paano pumatay na makukulong ka. Always in the fulfillment of duty when your life is in danger. Alam nila yan. Pagkapulis ka, hindi lang basta-basta bumaril ka dyan. Only when you are enforcing the law at sabihin mo mag-surrender ka, pag ayaw mo mag-surrender, lapitan mo, you must overcome the resistance. Pagka nakaputukan kayo, sinasabi ko sa IAS at sabihin ko ulit ngayon, ang sinasabi ko sa pulis, huwag kayo umuwi dito sa mag-report sa akin na may tama ka. Galit ako, sabihin ko, bakit ikaw ang tinamaan? Putang ina. Anong klaseng pulis ka na? Alam nila yan. Sila na puro nang dumaan ng pulis yan. Alam nila yan. Ayaw. Senator, ayaw kong makita yung pulis ko ng ay. Kasi naahawa ako sa mga piyuda. Kaya lahat, alam na ito, nandiyan sila. Lahat ng pulis na mamatay sa Davao, pinupuntahan ko talaga. At yung mga byuda nila, ayan sila, nandito harap-harapan. Yung mga byuda nila, ginagawa ko casual sa City Hall para may pondo lang pagkain. Tanungin mo yan sila isa. Ganun yan. Pag nasuspende ang pulis, nung mayor ako, wala nang sweldo, ako ang nagbabayad. At pag may kaso, ako ang nagbibilban. Pero kung abusado at kriminal, alam nila, napapatayin ko talaga sila. Alam nila yan. Alam ng buong Davao yan. Huwag na tayo magbulan. Hindi ako matapang. Takot rin akong mamatay. Pero may paraan ako.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. So, we appreciate your attendance. No? Nag-overtime na po tayo, sir. Pasensya na po, hindi natin kaya hanggang 4 a.m. Okay. And then, so, to the other resource persons or witnesses na hindi po natanong man lang, including Muking. Muking is here. Taas mo kami Muking kasi marami nagsasabi baka hindi ka mag-appear. But thank you for, so pasensya na po kayo, no? We ran out of time for our first hearing. Automatic,
Senator, bigyan mo ako konting panahon, sandali. Kasi si Muking,
yes, sir.
tigabigay ng pera. Alam mo ang pulis, sir, at alam mo yan, ikaw mismo alam mo yan. Yang pulis, walang pera yan pang operasyon. Magtanong dito ng istasyon. Sweldo lang yan sila, may equipment sila, gano'n, may police car. Putang ina, walang gasolina yan. Maniwala ka. Magtanong ka ngayon, maski ikaw sa probinsya, utosan na, sir, walang pang gasolina. Iwan ko, I'm not trying to cast aspersion doon sa taas. Pero yung mga gasolina, wala. Kung hindi mo bigyan, ito, kung may krimen, may nakidnap, ako, bigyan ko yan sila. Ayan, buhay yan. Bigay ako sa kanila, 50,000. Gasolina. Pagdating mo doon, patayin mo. So, anong gawin nila? Bigyan mo panahon na lumaban. Kasi yan ang instructor ako sa criminal procedure. The only way na hindi kayo makulong and to justify the killing is bigyan mo talaga ng panahon na lumaban. Kaya huwag mong lapitan doon na ganun rin mo. Diretso. Lalo yung mga hold-upper, pero papatay talaga yan. Mindanao.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the course of the hearings, nung nga natin establish bakit nga walang pang-operation ang police. So yun ang ating tatanungin ngayon natin yan. Pero we have run out of time for our hearing this. Kanino kay Presidente?
Until now, sir.
Okay.
Until now.
Can we excuse the President? Okay. Sige, Mr. President, by unanimous position, you are now excused from the hearing. Thank you for attending. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Whether you like it or not, kasi itong mga kaibigan niyo po rito, gusto na po kayong iparelax po, Mr. President.
Ito na kasi yung forum na maybe binigyan ako ng panahon ng Panginoong Diyos na makarating dito. And I could talk publicly. Alam na mga lahat ng mayor yan. Kulang talaga ang suporta. Ang pulis ko, hanggang sweldo lang yan. May utos, walang gasolina, walang pang-follow up.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I think it's majority of the members of this committee. Senator Romero Padilla, Senator Bungo, yours truly, and even as Senator Villanueva, I would like to excuse the President from
We suspend so that the President can
Ayaw ko kasi there are so many questions that would be left unanswered.
we suspend our hearing.
Underneath the moonlight, in the darkest lair, the vultures gather, plotting their game. Their voices whisper, spreading seeds of doubt, with a script to shame and bring her down. They say let's stick to the plan. Their intentions are drawn in the sand. Oh, but the eagle's heart is brave and clear. She steps into the lair without fear. So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me about in their nest of treachery and deceit. The eagle stands tall on her own 2 feet. She sees the game, their desperate play. With every step, she clears the way. They say let's stick to our plan. Their whispers vanish like sand in the sand. Oh, but the eagle knows she's strong and free, facing the storm with dignity. So you may try to destroy me, you can skin me alive. You may throw my ashes to the wind, but let it be known, you will find me about. Through the shadows and the lights, the eagle rises, spread her wings to the skies. Oh, their crumbles crumble and fade, in her strength they can't invade.
Sa mga maiinit na balita ngayong tanghali. Signal number 1 nakataas sa ilang lugar sa Northern Luzon at Catanduanes dahil sa Bagyong Leon ayon sa Pag-asa.
Mga nasawi sa malo na sa 116 ayon sa NDRRMC. Bilyong pisong halaga ng pinsala sa agrikultura at infrastruktura na itala.
Investigasyon ng Senado kaugnay sa